Volume 18, Chapter 854. Is this our end? Kyle paused behind Enthrall's figure. The Shadow General's fist was frozen in the air, his eyes filled with panic. Alec was below him with dark blades piercing his body. His voice remained unbothered as he glanced at the blue-haired man. You want to kill him? Alec's eyes flickered with a dark intensity, his answer unmistakable. Kyle knew Alec wouldn't be able to find peace unless he killed Enthrall with his own hands. Very well, let me just take what he stole from me, then he is all yours. Enthrall opened his mouth to speak, but no voice emerged under the crushing pressure bearing down on him. Even the simple act of breathing felt challenging. He had only ever felt this powerless before Azazel. His mind raced like a wild storm, desperately trying to comprehend what the hell Kyle was talking about. He had never even crossed paths with him, save for that encounter on the Forsaken Land. So how the hell could he ever steal anything from this powerful man? The absurdity of the accusation sent chills down his spine. The dark six-petal flower in the center of his forehead pulsed with a sinister glow as he desperately tried to contact Azazel. Help, Master! Enthrall, the fourth Shadow General, screamed in his mind repeatedly, but he received no response at all. Panic surged through him, and his eyes widened in terror when a hand brushed against his back. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and he mouthed words in a frantic attempt to reclaim his voice. What are you? A tearing sound shattered the silence, and the fourth Shadow General's mouth fell open in a silent scream. Kyle lifted the pressure on him just enough for his voice to return, and Enthrall erupted in a primal cry. Ah! Enthrall's bone-chilling screams reverberated through the stillness, sending waves of terror rippling through every single person present in the sacred divine land, making them tremble uncontrollably. Even Alec shuddered, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of agony emanating from the man who had been beating him a while ago as Kyle violently tore a fragment of his soul, where a glowing essence had merged, as if ripping apart a part of his being. Damien and Sino's fake bodies, which heard the screams, trembled as well. They wanted to flee, but were unable to move. Kyle destroyed the part of Enthrall's soul that had merged with the piece of his soul that was stolen in the blue planet. Only a faint golden light remained in his hand, which then entered his body. That was mine. He turned to Alec. Spiritual energy erupted from him, healing his severe injuries. Deal with him and join the others. You know your presence is important. Before Alec could speak, Kyle flicked his fingers, and both he and Enthrall vanished into the portal that appeared below them. Kyle turned back, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Nature was with him, and it was time for him to create a sea of blood, a show of power and darkness that would leave the world trembling in its wake. He floated, his gaze directed toward the spot where one of Sino's fake bodies was killing Kurt and Elder Hal. The two of them were already unconscious, so he waved his hand, and their bodies levitated in the air before vanishing into the crack where James and the others had vanished. Once he was sure all those who were part of the plan were gone, he whispered, "Rise." A single word and the entire sacred divine land trembled violently as if it were on the brink of collapse. A massive army of black skeletons crawled out from the land, each one of divine rank or higher, their presence a chilling testament to their power. This was a skill Kyle hadn't used in a long time, and now it was time to use it, as he wanted to kill every single person here. The skeletons howled with an unearthly echo, their hollow eyes glowing ominously as they swung their weapons at the forces of the dark side, eliminating them with such brutality that it was as if the massive army was just a mere shadow, very insignificant in the face of this relentless onslaught. Cries of countless souls filled the air, a cacophony of despair echoing through the darkness. Yet their anguished wails were utterly drowned out by the clatter of the skeletons who marched relentlessly. The dark sky above turned bloody, unleashing a torrential downpour that pooled below, desperately trying to wash away the gathering crimson sea of blood. Kyle snapped his fingers. Immediately, Damien and all the fake bodies of Sino and the surroundings surged into the air, forced to see the one-sided bloodbath unfolding. He fixed them with a deep gaze, and they trembled. They were so overwhelmed by his presence that their minds couldn't even comprehend the celestial aura. Cry, scream, beg for mercy, not to me but to the countless individuals who either died because of you or were killed by you. Kyle spoke with an unsettling calmness in his voice which reverberated like thunder. The more black skeletons emerged from the surface below him, the more the sacred divine land trembled. Part of it was already destroyed, and the remainder was cracking like fragile glass because of the sheer magnitude of power unleashed above. Damien paled, a ghostly hue washing over his face. He was ready to comply with every demand this man made, all in the desperate hope of survival. But then, without warning, one of Sino's fake bodies let out a chilling crackle, his eyes wide with madness. Blood oozed from his mouth as the crushing pressure intensified around his body, yet he maintained a twisted, wide smile that stretched across his face. Kyle raised a brow. He permitted him to speak, wanting to hear his final words. Sino spat out blood and laughed. Just kill us then, what are you waiting for, huh? Let's see if you can survive after that. Azazel will be here sooner or later, your friend dares to claim I am nothing. No, it's you who stands as nothing before him. I have only ever served the true ruler of this universe. You are a mere shadow in the presence of that ruler. Chapter 855, let's leave, you and me. Damien paled further at his words. He wanted to speak, but Sino ensured he couldn't, wielding the dark power of the seven-petal flower on his body that had authority over all else except Azazel. This bastard. He screamed in his mind. Sino was running his mouth because his real body wasn't here. He was going to die because of him. He was going to face his doom due to this fucker. What made Damien go crazy was the fact that there was no realm of the dead, so if he died he would cease to exist, and he was the one who destroyed that realm. Kyle fixed his gaze on Sino unblinking. Ah, right. Your real body isn't here. That's why you are yapping so much. That's not fair. The others are dying yet you are not. I should bring you here as well. Sino's fake body's eyes widened, but he wanted to laugh at Kyle since what he said couldn't be possible. No one knew where his real body was, yet before his thought process could even finish, Kyle vanished. In the next second, every single one of his fake bodies in the sacred divine land was ripped to shreds. The tiny soul fragments within them were crushed to nothingness. Damien was so overwhelmed by the sight before him that he broke down in tears. Kyle's figure, bathed in Sino's blood, overlapped Azazel's figure in his mind. The scene before him was similar to what he had seen when he first met Azazel. A solitary figure hovered above the cataclysm, threatening to engulf everything. But this time, the person floating amidst the devastation was not shrouded in darkness. He radiated an ethereal light, illuminating the surrounding destruction. Is this our end? Damien muttered in his mind, and his eyes turned cloudy. The hope to survive that he felt since Azazel was his master faded. Kyle tore through the space before him, only to appear above the lush planet where Sino's real body was located. The symbol 9 and Asher left resonated with him. 825 Kyle tore through the space before him, only to appear above the lush planet where Sino's real body was located. The symbol 9 and Asher left resonated with him. His senses expanded and enveloped the entire planet. He sensed Sino coughing up blood near a lake in a green forest. The man was gravely injured after so many of his fake bodies had been destroyed. Kyle appeared directly behind him. He calmly glanced at the two fake bodies of Sino floating above the serene lake and obliterated them without hesitation. Instantly, Sino's real body began to convulse violently, and he screamed in gut-wrenching anguish, his loud voice echoing throughout the entire planet. The damage to his soul, which occurred when Kyle crushed the tiny fragments of it he had embedded within his multiple fake bodies, was immense and irreversible. The fact that the second Shadow General could still maintain his sanity amidst such overwhelming suffering that rippled through his being was nothing short of a miracle. The Dark Phoenix, concealed in a hidden spot, watched everything. He felt a surge of fear and wanted to flee. The amusement in his gaze had long since dissipated, yet he lost consciousness when Kyle turned his gaze to look directly at him. Kyle crouched down in front of Sino. I believe you didn't witness anything that happened since I destroyed the pieces of your soul before they could come back to you. Let's go. You shouldn't die so easily. He seized Sino's long hair and dragged the wailing figure along as he tore through the space before him, reappearing in the crumbling sacred divine land. Sino's real body was hurled directly into Damien, and they both plummeted to the ground, crashing with such force that the land shattered beneath them. Kyle flicked his fingers and the Shadow Generals floated in the sky once more. He glanced at Sino, who was still screaming, and spiritual energy erupted from his body. He intentionally healed some of Sino's injuries so that the man could watch the devastation with a sane mind. You love strength, right? Now look, I am showing you what strength is, and by the time Azazel comes you will be no more. Sino trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he tried to contact Azazel, but unfortunately there was no response. Below on the land the skeletons were killing and rain poured down on them like a tide. Kyle raised his fist, and with glowing eyes he suddenly surged downward. His fist collided with the ground, and the remaining piece of sacred divine land shattered into two under his full strength. All this while his eyes stayed calm. He felt no anger. He was simply delivering them a painful death so that those who had died because of them would be avenged. Fear, he muttered and used his fear skill. The targets were Sino and Damien. Instantly, the two Shadow Generals were thrown into their darkest nightmares, and he watched them silently. Damien saw the race he had betrayed come to kill him in the most brutal way. Sino saw the power he loved so much writing a brutal end for him. The one who killed them was a familiar man with green eyes and silver hair. When they emerged from their nightmares, they were just hollow shells of their past selves. In a short time, they had experienced hell. They couldn't even beg for their lives. Kyle closed his eyes for a moment. I am not cruel. I would have wished for you to live a better second life even if you have wronged me. It is you too who have made your own fate so tragic. Now there is no realm of the dead, no afterlife. Many have died, and I am the reason. So just vanish in agony. If this comes to haunt me, I will gladly take the blame." He muttered, and the familiar icy flames erupted from his body to consume them. Their cries faded alongside the flames, leaving behind two glistening ice statues that shattered into tiny icy particles. Their souls also vanished with those particles. Even after coming so far, they died like fragile beings so effortlessly, it's almost laughable how easily they fell. Kyle glanced at the raining sky. He wondered if nature was crying to witness so much blood. In no time, everyone from the dark side had perished, the supreme ranks, as well as the lower ranks under the merciless skeleton army. He landed amidst the sea of blood and dead bodies. His celestial aura erupted further, but the celestial spirit hesitated. It sensed danger, yet in the end, it couldn't resist the enticing temptations before it. It surged out of the broken land and rushed toward Kyle from behind, as the man sat amidst the sea of blood and bodies with his head lowered. Kyle's glowing ethereal presence was a stark contrast to the devastation he had caused, and this was the scene Azazel saw when he finally arrived at the scene. Kyle raised his head and stared at him. "You are finally here. Look, I found another spirit for you, now just one more to go." Azazel erupted into laughter when he sensed what had already unfolded on the other end of the universe in his absence, his loud, hollow voice reverberating throughout the devastation like a sinister melody. He gasped, clutching his chest as the overwhelming pain of his crushed desire surged through him, and his eyes began to bleed, a crimson testament to his agony. "So you won this time. Why? Ah," he was crying and screaming, his pain overwhelming to the point that he couldn't bear the weight of it any longer. "I should have killed you, I should have." Kyle looked sadly at him. He could see that something inside the man before him had shattered once again, so profoundly that he could feel all the pain himself despite being so far away. This time it was all because of him. Perhaps Azazel was always right. They were both alike. To get what they wanted, they would do anything, even make another so miserable that nature cried, "Let's leave, you and me, we've already caused enough damage to this universe." Chapter 856. We don't have time. A while ago, when Alec vanished into the portal beneath him, he found himself on a desolate planet devoid of any life forms. Enthrall's figure emerged from the portal after him, and then the portal vanished. Under his gaze, the fourth Shadow General descended heavily onto the ground below, still wailing in agony from the pain he felt when Kyle tore a fragment of his soul. Alec closed his eyes for a moment. His severe injuries had healed thanks to Kyle's powerful spiritual energy, so he knew he would easily be able to eliminate Enthrall. How ironic, he scoffed. These were the same powerful Shadow Generals that the entire universe feared. Yet now look at how they were dying, so easily and effortlessly, all because of one single person. He knew Kyle would take care of Damien and Sino as well as the Dark Army, so he didn't have to worry about that. He was just grateful to Kyle for giving him the chance to eliminate Enthrall. Alex seized his sword and opened his eyes to gaze at Enthrall, who had finally begun to levitate, panting heavily as the dark flower pulsated in the middle of his forehead. "A big scar, that is what you left on me. The day you forced me to sign that cursed dark contract was the first time I ever felt so utterly powerless. It was the same day you toyed with the life of my beloved, and I vowed to hunt you down. Only when you lie dead at my feet can I finally heal that wound that festers in my soul," Alec muttered, and his eyes blazed. "Let's end this quickly, I have a lot to do." Enthrall was consumed by an urge to flee. He had already endured more than enough. In his state, he knew that he would easily be defeated without even putting up a fight. He didn't want to die, not yet. "Wait. How about we talk?" His words were violently sliced short as Alec charged at him with the ferocity of a raging storm. He barely managed to block the attack, but the searing pain from the wound in his soul sent him staggering. Shit, Enthrall screamed in his mind, calling desperately for Azazel, Sino, Damien, anyone who could come to his rescue. He blocked another of Alec's attacks, but the next one sent him flying through the air. His body crashed into the ground, and dust and debris erupted into the air like a storm. Frantically, he searched through every single artifact in his mind space, seeking anything that could help him escape for now. Unlike Sino, he knew when to retreat and when not to. He would recover in hiding and return stronger to kill Alec and all his friends. His thoughts came to a screeching halt when his leg was seized, and his body was abruptly yanked into the air, crashing down to the ground with bone-rattling force again and again, as if he were a ragdoll. Enthrall's vision spun wildly with the rapid motions, and before the Shadow General could even muster the strength to kick the one holding his leg, a big hand gripped his face and sent him hurtling through the air. Alec's figure flashed before him, and his sword effortlessly cleaved through one of Enthrall's legs. A blood-curdling scream tore from Enthrall's throat as he felt not only the physical loss but another shard of his soul being ripped apart. The sword in Alec's grip pulsed with an overwhelming force. It was the most powerful sword in their universe, the weapon he had received from Old Ma. "This is for harming Lara," Alec roared, lunging at Enthrall once more, his sword slicing through one of his arms with a brutal, merciless strike. "This is for harming my friends," he bellowed again, his fury unabated as he swung his weapon once more, savagely severing yet another of Enthrall's legs. "This is for killing the innocent." Alec launched his sword aside, clenched his fist, and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the man's face. "This is for destroying the realm of the dead and closing the path to the afterlife." By the time he finally ceased his assault, Enthrall lay beneath him, barely clinging to life, his mind shattered and lost to the pain and agony of his soul being ripped apart. Alec stumbled on his feet, his breath coming in heavy gasps as he raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. All this time the system remained eerily silent. "Soul. Was I always this brutal?" he muttered, his gaze fixed on Enthrall's convulsing figure sprawled in a pool of his own blood, a grotesque testament to the violence unleashed. Soul stayed silent and Alec inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his actions pressing down on him. "No, I know I wasn't. The circumstances made me this way. Maybe I am wrong for being so brutal, but this was for the many innocents who were killed by the Shadow Generals, all to please Azazel." He bent down to end Enthrall's suffering. The Shadow Generals were powerful and could choose a path devoid of bloodshed where no innocent lives would be lost, yet they chose this dark path instead. Under his power, Enthrall's remaining soul was destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from his body, engulfing the dead body and causing it to disintegrate into energy as well. It was as if Enthrall had never existed in their lives, erased from existence without a trace. That's how Enthrall died. Alec straightened his clothes and without hesitation stepped through the space. In the blink of an eye, he was above a familiar land he had visited before, Avalon. It was once shrouded in darkness, but now the land was ablaze with countless ancient symbols that pulsed with vibrant light. A large array floated, surrounded by the symbols, where a massive celestial spirit was trapped, emitting loud cries. James, 4 of the Supreme Elders, Jayan, Carcel, and those who were part of the plan surrounded the array that blocked the voice and power of the spirit, holding the symbols with all the strength of their natural laws to keep the struggling spirit in place. The old man, Will of the Universe, floated above the spirit, sweating profusely despite his strength, attempting to do something. Alec quickly joined James and the others. He used his natural laws to assist them. It seemed he was a bit late. The others had already activated the array left by Kyle and had compelled the spirit that Kyle had seen in the second realm but scared it away so it would hide in Avalon to reappear. Seeing Alec, many were relieved. Even though Kyle's array was holding the spirit, their bodies were giving out from exerting too much power of natural laws. Jayan shouted at the Will of the Universe. "Hurry up, old geezer, we don't have time. Kyle won't be able to hold back Azazel for long. That bastard has the power to kill us all if he comes before we can complete our job. How much more time do you need to contact those damn Celestials?" The Will of the Universe growled back. "Shut up, do you think this is something I do every day? I need time. I am unable to connect with the spirit because it's fighting back, so I am forcing my consciousness in the spirit even though it will shatter my body to contact the celestial realm." Chapter 857. Who sealed this gate? Millions of miles away, in a boundless, mesmerizing expanse of inky blackness, where countless shimmering specks of light danced like fireflies in a cosmic sea. Some specks of light shone like bright stars, while others were dim and faint, barely discernible like grains of sand. In the center of it all, a group of ancient beings, both men and women, their hair as white as snow, sat cross-legged, their eyes watching the countless specks of lights. They were clad in robes of dark and white, embroidered with intricate patterns of gold, red, and blinding silver. Each one emanated an ethereal glow, the colors surrounding their skin unique to them, representing the most powerful element they commanded. Many of them would sigh each time a speck of light around them flickered out, like an extinguished candle vanishing into oblivion, never to shine or exist again. A wave of joy would wash over them each time a speck of light around them began to shine brighter than the rest, and they would murmur about what might have caused the universe linked to that light to grow, or if they should expect an influx of celestials coming from that universe in the future. However, their smiles would vanish into frowns whenever a speck of light around them buzzed, calling for help. They were called the guardians of nature, so connected to nature that they believed people who disobeyed it were committing blasphemy and wouldn't advance in power. They believed nature was alive like them, imbued with its own will. It was a typical day as they diligently carried out their task, watching over the countless universes within the vast expanse of the cosmos. Not because they wanted to, but because this was their job for which they received payment from the rulers of the Celestials. The rulers could just ignore the lower universes, but some feared that if those universes collapsed all of a sudden when they were not paying attention, the celestial realm would be next. Some others wanted to simply ensure that if their home universe ever needed help, it would receive it since they would eventually forget about it. Moreover, if the lower universes were left unwatched, corrupted celestial beasts and non-living entities born from dark natural laws would emerge and wreak havoc. Therefore, the guardians of nature were tasked with monitoring the lower universes and killing these corrupted celestial beasts the moment they sensed their presence. It was like nipping a potential threat in the bud before it could even blossom. On the bright side, these guardians would also sometimes go and assist whenever a lower universe needed help if they thought the situation required their intervention. They could be easily contacted through the celestial spirits, conscious beings made of pure spiritual energy stationed at the grand gates in each lower universe. These gates served as the sole passageway for newly ascended celestials to celestial realm. This knowledge was transferred to every young universe when it was born into the cosmos through a natural link. That's why their job was created. Amidst the specks of light, suddenly, a faint, distant light buzzed like two others. The ancient beings in robes all glanced at the buzzing lights, which was an indication that those universes wanted their help. The first two lights were huge, but the last one was very tiny. One of the older women frowned, seeing the tiny light. Her ethereal voice had a magnetic allure as she spoke. Isn't that one of the small universes which was considered a blank light long ago? Why are they contacting us after so long? The words blank light hung in the air, drawing the attention of the other ancient beings around her. This term was reserved for those faint specks of light connected to lower universes that had failed to produce a celestial for a millennium, meaning they had lost the ability to produce one. An old man's contemplative voice echoed. A blank light, someone is calling for help from such a universe. How did they get the power to contact us with a celestial spirit? The spirits aren't weak. So it's very unlikely a universe that hadn't produced a celestial for so long would have anyone powerful enough to control one of them. Did they employ an ancient technique, array, or entice the spirits with something since those little creatures are greedy? Another old man sighed beside him. Just check what the problem is. If it's something serious, one of you should go handle it. I will check the other two lights to find out why they're contacting us through the spirits, even though they're strong. With a nod, the woman who had spoken earlier closed her glowing brown eyes. Her consciousness, something even celestials should cherish, was split, and a small piece of it entered the distant, tiny buzzing speck of light to hear the person contacting them. She spoke directly into the consciousness of the will of the universe, contacting them through the spirit, her voice calm. What has occurred for you to contact us? Her frown deepened. She didn't receive any answers since the one contacting her could not communicate with her, as they were not strong enough to send their voice so far. They sent what they wanted to convey through thoughts that entered her mind. Even the thoughts were fragmented, as if the person was forcing the spirit to talk to the guardians through the link. Ultimately, they only conveyed a few thoughts before the weak connection was severed. The woman struggled to piece together the fragmented thoughts, finally grasping their meaning. 3 lines appeared in her mind, each one sending a shockwave through her. The first line read, "The balance of life and death has been completely destroyed here." The second followed, "Every celestial spirit has been consumed except one they are contacting with." The final line, stark and chilling, declared, "All of this is done by a dark being who had ascended to the peak of celestial rank." The woman's eyes snapped open. "Impossible!" Her booming voice startled the others. Another older woman nearby frowned. "What happened?" The first woman didn't speak. Her silence was more powerful than words. Her eyes sweeping across the gathered guardians, and they learned everything she just had. One of the strongest among them, an old man with a long white beard, stood up. "I am not sure how truthful the one who contacted us was, because if a dark being truly has reached the peak celestial rank, the rulers should have known." He broke the space before him. "But let's not take any chances. The last time a peak celestial dark entity appeared, the celestial realm was shaken. 2 of you come with me, the rest wait for our words. If it's truly a peak celestial dark entity, we need to inform the rulers, but if not, then we will handle it." Another old man stood up behind him. He had slit pupils with blue specks. He was the most obsessed with nature among them. "The one who dared to harm nature, I will end that individual. It doesn't matter if they are a dark being or not. They've broken the rules of nature and should be punished." No one said anything to him. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. A small old woman joined the 2 old men, and the trio vanished into space, heading straight toward the small, lower universe that had just contacted them. They were so fast that in a moment, the 3 ancient beings were floating amidst the countless glowing gates leading to the lower universes, surrounding a bridge. Now imagine the 3 ancient guardians' shock when they found the glowing grand gate leading to the lower universe they were heading to, sealed from their side. It was clear that someone from the celestial realm had sealed that gate. The strongest among them roared, "Who dares to seal this gate?" Even if the universe connected to it has been termed as blank with no potential to produce any celestials, no grand gate to the celestial realm should ever be closed. At least not from our side. The newly ascended celestials in the area, who had arrived from many other universes, froze at his loud words. His voice carried a power they had never encountered. The old guardians set aside the matter of the sealed gate and first broke the seal. The glowing gate, which had been sealed for thousands of years, trembled and once again opened with a clicking noise. The three guardians vanished into it. They would first handle the dark celestial entity in this universe, then they would find and punish the one who had sealed this gate. Yet they found no dark entity which they had thought would be a corrupted beast. Instead, the guardians found a dark celestial, someone who had merged with dark energy and the power of darkness. He wasn't a monster. After all, many dark celestials who chose to learn dark laws of nature and merged with them existed in their realm. However, his bleeding obsidian eyes told them he was something far worse. Chapter 858. What a mess they have created. In Avalon, suddenly in front of everyone's eyes, the old man they called the will of the universe erupted into laughter. His glowing eyes were filled with mirth, which told them that he had succeeded in his task. Yet before they could all feel relieved, his body shattered into fragments. Their eyes widened, for the old man still wore a smile on his face even in his final moments. Since the will of the universe was born from the universe, his consciousness and soul were absorbed by the surroundings. Thus, with time, he would get a new body. Giant cursed under his breath. That old geezer was telling the truth when he said his body would shatter due to the immense weight. Now what should we? His words were cut short, and everyone gasped as the large celestial spirit trapped in the array broke free with an angry cry. The many glowing symbols they were grasping with the power of their natural laws transformed into bright particles. The entire land of Avalon brightened even more as countless lights floated around. Then the floating array broke apart like fragile glass. The spirit unleashed another piercing sound, and its powerful spiritual energy erupted in a dazzling display in all directions, followed by a furious melody that resonated with an enchanting power capable of bewitching all who heard it. Alec covered his ears and roared. "Don't listen, snap out of it." His voice jolted many from their daze. Jian, Yue, Frederick, and James shouted after him, urging everyone to regain their senses. The spirit was furious at the mere insects who dared to trap it, especially because of the old individual who had the audacity to force its consciousness into its body. Its overwhelming power immobilized everyone floating in the vicinity. Those who had regained their senses gritted their teeth and fought back fiercely. In contrast, those who had succumbed to the melody stood frozen, staring blankly into the air. Before the spirit could advance to devour every individual surrounding it, a bloodied body was violently hurled from a colossal crack that tore open in the sky above and crashed through its formless shape. Blood splattered across the pristine white, immense glowing form, shocking the spirit into a momentary pause. That tiny fleeting moment was enough for everyone in the vicinity to regain their mobility. Alec and Nine, who were nearby, regrouped, ready to shout for everyone to gather, but a heavy dark weight descended upon Avalon, engulfing every trace of light in an instant. They all froze for the second time. The pressure the spirit had unleashed earlier was insignificant compared to this monstrous force that had just appeared. A familiar, suffocating darkness crept into the space, wrapping around them like a vice and leaving everyone gasping for breath. Yue's trembling gaze darted toward the bloodied figure that had been flung out of the crack earlier, and she swallowed hard, her heart racing as she recognized Kyle. He had urged them all to focus on their task, no matter the circumstances. Yet who could have imagined he would be facing off against Azazel on his own? Alec and the others also spotted him. Wasn't he supposed to handle the Dark Army after he left Azazel somewhere? What happened? Yet no one received an answer as a booming noise echoed through the air. Their bodies shook as the pressure on them intensified when Azazel emerged from the crack. Even the celestial spirit quivered in terror. "I will kill you, I will," he muttered incessantly with a wild maniacal gleam in his eyes, completely devoid of any reasoning, as if his mind had finally crossed the threshold of madness. Frederick, Ma, James, four of the Supreme Elders, Alec, Nine, and Carcel all tried to move to help Kyle, who had crashed into Avalon after passing through the spirit. However, in a shocking display of force, they were all flung far away as if they were mere leaves caught in a tempest. Not just them, but every person in the vicinity was swept aside roughly, helpless against the overwhelming power unleashed. Azazel moved like a blur, so fast that no one even caught a glimpse of his shadow, and he tore into the trembling spirit. It cried out in agony before its formless figure fragmented into tiny pieces, which turned dark and flowed into his body. His eyes bled and he cried out once more. The sound echoed, hurting the eardrums of everyone except Kyle, who looked up at him, wiping the blood from his lips. Kyle hurriedly floated out of the crater he had created when he fell. His bright silver hair was stained red with blood. "Stop, there is no use anymore." His voice echoed in the air as he charged toward Azazel. Despite getting beaten up, he could at least hold his own now. That alone told him he had grown stronger. The celestial realm will be open soon, so let's leave together and go to a place that can contain your power. Kyle had tried his best to hold off this man in the fragments of sacred divine land. But Azazel had lost his mind when he realized he wouldn't be able to destroy the universe. His eyes lost their luster, indicating that he was no longer in control of his thoughts. The two clashed in the air and it was clear who was winning and who was losing. Kyle was losing very badly at that, however he remained calm. Alec and the rest regained their balance. Sending Kyle flying once again, Azazel suddenly turned back, and a familiar beam of energy shot out from his finger. Everyone who saw the beam tried to run, yet before it could reach them, a massive portal appeared to consume it. Instantly, another portal linked to the first one took shape behind Azazel, and his own attack came crashing down upon him. He laughed maniacally and effortlessly absorbed the glowing beam back into his body, which was shrouded in darkness. Distance away, Kyle spat out blood. "We are not done yet, don't you dare touch the others, you want to kill me, right? Then come at me with everything you have got," he shouted and vanished. His glowing figure streaked across the dark sky as he attacked Azazel with a clenched fist. The man effortlessly stopped his strike, but staggered back due to his hazy eyes. Kyle bellowed with all his might, his voice echoing like thunder through the air. "Snap out of it, you bastard!" Azazel sent him flying again, but he returned with even greater force. "So you want to lose your sanity before you kill Nathaniel, is that it? That's the reason you've suffered for so many years. No way, I won't let you, you have to die by my hands, not because of your power." Azazel's glowing eyes flickered with something deeper, and Kyle attacked him again, only to be sent flying once more. Yet he didn't stop. He charged at him again and again, even when his body wanted to just give up. Two dazzling streaks of light, one a fierce purple and the other a brilliant blue, blazed across the dark sky, sending shockwaves through everything in their path. The very air crackled with energy. They unleashed such power that a portion of Avalon was shattered into tiny rocks. James, Ma, Alec, Lara, and everyone else who had gathered and then teleported away to safety watched in stunned silence. The display of power before them was truly overwhelming and otherworldly. Regius spoke up suddenly. "Shouldn't we help Kyle?" Alec and Jayan replied together. "No, we can't. Don't you remember what happened in the lost treasure tomb?" Yue clenched her fists as Bia's small figure landed on her shoulder, looking worried. "He will be fine, he has faced worse challenges. I believe in him." They all wore solemn expressions and watched, but the situation was only getting worse. Just before it could escalate further, the air shifted, and many instinctively felt it when something changed in the universe. James lifted his head to glance up. He couldn't sense where it was, but he knew that what he was feeling was right. "The gate to celestial realm has opened." His words hung in the air, and everyone looked around. They had to find where the gate had opened. Their thoughts came to a halt when they heard Azazel's laughter. Azazel stared blankly into the air. Kyle's injured figure appeared before him, but seeing him pause, he halted as well. They both floated in the air, their ethereal glowing bodies surrounded by darkness. Kyle was panting and in critical condition, with nearly half of his bones broken and multiple external injuries. Azazel was unharmed, yet enveloped in shadows. This was the scene of destruction that the three ancient beings clad in white and dark robes beheld when they finally arrived at the scene, sensing the aura of the Celestials. They glanced at Azazel and a wave of unease washed over the three. He wasn't a monster, yet the sight of his bleeding eyes sent chills racing down their spines. The strongest among them whispered. "A dark celestial?" His voice echoed like a melodic sound. He spoke very faintly, but the words carried so far that everyone in the area heard him. Alec and the others turned their gazes toward the voice, stunned as they beheld the three radiant figures draped in flowing robes, hovering above Kyle and Azazel. Mia squeezed Carcel's hand. "Celestials," the short woman among the Celestials sighed, overwhelmed by a headache. "What a mess they have created, this universe is dying. I can taste blood in the air and the aura of dead souls." The one among them who loved nature glared at Azazel. He wanted to attack him, but the other two stopped him. The woman whispered, "Don't provoke him. I don't know how, but that young man is stronger than we are." Chapter 859, I Won't Lose Next Time. While everyone, including Kyle, looked at the three glowing old Celestials in robes, Azazel stared blankly into the air. Kyle's words had ripped a tiny hole in the wall of his rage, a hint of sanity seeping in like a fragile, precious light. It was enough for him to think clearly. Azazel inhaled a tired breath, his heart a throbbing, agonizing furnace within his chest, his mind threatening to shatter. He couldn't even laugh again as he knew the reason for this excruciating torment. He had lost control. That's why all the emotion, grief, a soul-crushing, agonizing pain swallowed his thoughts whole. For the second time in an eternity, he had succumbed to the primal darkness he had hidden deep within him. All because of one single person, he gasped. The blood trickling down his eyes made him look even worse. Hearing the sound, those familiar green eyes turned to him again. A hint of sadness lingered in them, but he could see there was no pity, not even a hint of it. Perhaps that's why he didn't hate this person so much. However, he had gone ahead and done something Azazel hated so much again. The very act twisted his gut painfully, a knot of bitter regret that refused to loosen. He wanted to destroy this universe. To obliterate every single living being, every flicker of life, every whisper of hope. Why? Because he knew he wouldn't be able to find peace even if he killed Nathaniel. This was the place that killed his people. This was the place where it all began. Azazel had calculated the future, and he remembered he succeeded in that future. Amidst the destruction that was supposed to swallow this universe, only two figures should have remained breathing. Him and the man floating before him. Yet the man before him changed that future. He knew he had many chances to kill Kyle. He could have easily taken his life, but he didn't, all because he was useful. All this time he thought he was useful, though he couldn't quite grasp why. Sure, Kyle's presence could attract the celestial spirits and that could help him, but he could have found them on his own given a little more time. After all, his body had recovered, grown stronger, so much that no one in this universe had the power or ability to stop him. What was another few years after waiting for thousands? So why did he think he was useful? Was it because he felt they were alike? Or maybe it was because he sensed the celestial essence deep within him, which reminded him of his people who were born with something celestial in their bodies. No, Azazel knew deep within him, with an unshakable certainty, that his decision not to kill Kyle had nothing to do with the flimsy justifications he had just listed. It was simply because that man felt a bit different from others. From everyone else who had only approached him with ulterior motives, driven by greed, fear, or a need for something he could provide. If only, the thought flickered, a phantom limb twitching in the void of his mind. No, there were no ifs. He was the one who said it. He could sense his entire being loudly screaming at him to destroy everything, to kill every single breathing individual floating around him. His regret, hatred, and pain had become a monstrous entity, twisting and contorting within him. It had gone beyond normal, beyond even his own control. However, he couldn't lose his grip on sanity just yet. Kyle's words echoed in his mind. So you want to lose your sanity before you kill Nathaniel, is that it? That's the reason you've suffered for so many years. No way, I won't let you. You have to die by my hands, not because of your power. He couldn't give up, not when he had so much left to do. How could he surrender to the very darkness he had embraced, when he had yet to kill the person who had made him the monster he was today? Azazel gathered the remnants of his composure, carefully reconstructing the sandcastle that had crumbled earlier. His eyes had regained a semblance of clarity, albeit very small. It was enough. His gaze met Kyle's. The man relaxed visibly, as if he could sense the haze clearing from his eyes. Azazel wanted to laugh at him, mock him even, wondering how Kyle could relax when he was still the strongest, capable of killing him and those burdens he cared for. Yet his lips stayed downturned even when he tried to smile, so he gave up. With a flick, his messy hair smoothed and the blood beneath his eyes vanished. Azazel looked as if he wasn't the one who had just lost control. So prim and proper. Kyle spat out the blood in his mouth, a bit annoyed at the stark contrast between their conditions. He tried to straighten up, only to frown as his broken bones scraped against each other, trying to realign themselves. He was 100% sure that if someone didn't know what had happened, they would think he was the only one who had fought, and Azazel had just watched. His eyes were calm, so calm that even Azazel was a bit surprised. It seemed that when he wasn't paying attention, Kyle had again gone through something difficult. Azazel opened his mouth. You. A heavy silence hung in the air. Even the three Celestials didn't interfere. They had come expecting to fight a corrupted monster or entity. Instead, they found a dark Celestial who seems to be wreaking havoc and abusing his power. They could handle the other Celestial, but the dark Celestial was stronger than them. So they were observing what was actually going on, while prepared to call for help if the dark Celestial attacked them. Kyle understood what he wanted to say, even without him voicing it inside. He still wanted to destroy this universe. You said so yourself, I won this time, just accept it. Azazel's lips finally curled upward. It wasn't actually a smile, but more of a snarl. His anger, hatred, and pain were still there, but this time he would step back as he was the one who had made a mistake. Right, you won, but… He tilted his head, and his gaze swept across the many familiar figures floating far away in the distance, sending shivers down their spines. It was almost as if he were etching their faces into his memory, his eyes burning with a dark intensity. Once I am finished in the celestial realm, I will return and tear this universe apart with my own hands. Remember that? He turned to Kyle, who stiffened at his words, feeling the weight of the threat. I won't lose next time, so my friend, make sure to end me before that happens. Because afterward you won't get another chance, as I will cease to exist. Kyle coughed, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as a heavy weight descended on his shoulders. Azazel was telling him he had the power to obliterate him, to shatter this entire universe into a million shards. But this time he would hold back. He would first kill Nathaniel, then he would return to unleash a cataclysmic fury that would turn this universe to nothingness. Finally, he would end himself, leaving nothing but a cold, empty void. Chapter 860. Good, Kyle clenched his jaw, so he was still so weak, so much weaker. He stared at the man before him with a challenging gaze. It took all his strength just to stay afloat. I won't thank you, I know this isn't pity. You're simply acknowledging that I didn't follow your calculations, I surpassed them. He smirked, his calm eyes flickering with a hint of mirth. Azazel chuckled. Good. He moved back, and Kyle's eyes narrowed as Azazel's body began to melt into tiny, beautiful purple and dark particles. His blank eyes held a genuine smile, yet that smile was chillingly dangerous. Make sure to avoid me in the celestial realm at all cost. I don't make the same mistake twice, I will kill you. With that, his body vanished completely. Kyle nearly lost his balance as the heavy weight on him disappeared. He watched the tiny, twinkling dark and purple particles, like everyone else, as they surged upward into the vast, dark space. At that moment, a figure clad in dark clothes stepped out of the space calmly. The particles entered the figure's body, and everyone shuddered as the figure's dark gaze swept down upon them. Kyle's eyes dilated as he saw the figure. So all this time he had been fighting with Azazel's fake body. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the space. It seems he has a long way to go before he catches up to him and stands as his equal. He wiped the blood from his lips and shouted, his voice echoing like thunder. I won't stop. No matter how far you are, I will reach you, not to stand as your equal, but to rise above you. The three old Celestials were equally stunned. They tensed, for the figure that had just materialized was more powerful than the one that had just disappeared into tiny dark and purple particles. It was fortunate they hadn't attacked the Dark Celestial, because while they might have managed to overcome his counterfeit form through combined effort, they were absolutely certain they would have met a gruesome end facing his true form. Azazel stared at Kyle calmly. Hope we don't meet again, he muttered with a hint of icy menace in his voice. With one last, lingering glance at the universe where he was born and where his suffering began, he turned away. His form dissolved into the shadows, his eyes glowing with a malevolent light. For now, he would focus completely on finding his old friend, the one who had shown him that not everyone was bad, only to betray him ruthlessly just to get his power. Then he would return. Kyle watched his fading figure. He sighed with relief when Azazel finally left. Finally, it's over, at least for now. He closed his eyes. The glow emanating from his body faded, and everyone quickly surrounded him, their faces filled with worry. Some began healing him, others expressed their gratitude, but Yue moved through them and embraced him tightly. James, Old Ma, Old Frederick, and Garrick floated upward to talk with the Celestials. But everyone froze when the three ancient beings exerted their pressure. The one who loved nature among them stared at Kyle. He was furious because of Azazel, but since he couldn't do anything about the Dark Celestial, he was going to unleash his anger on someone else. You have to leave. As a Celestial, you aren't allowed to stay here. Your presence has already harmed nature enough. His voice thundered. Kyle glanced back, his eyes flashing with anger. These bastards were called here for help, yet this is what they are doing. The Celestial, glaring at him, was startled by the deep, dark gaze directed at him. It was as if he was looking into a calm abyss. But then he scoffed. Who do you think you are? You think you can take us on? Know your place, little cub. You have just stepped into the second stage of Celestial rank. Lower your eyes. Kyle clenched his jaw. The Celestials aren't any different. Well, you are at the pinnacle of strength, so the arrogance is understandable, I guess. The old Celestial's eyes blazed, but the short woman beside him stopped him. Don't fight unnecessarily. He is not a corrupted beast or monster. The old man paused at her words, but his stance in this matter was clear. He needs to leave. His presence here violates the natural order. Everyone who reaches the celestial rank must ascend to the higher realm. The state of this universe is proof enough that he must depart. Kyle narrowed his glowing eyes. He would remember this old celestial and make sure the old man received a good beating in the celestial realm once he was strong enough. I will leave, but you will do your job right. Repair the balance of life and death here. The short woman replied. We will, this is our job. Kyle nodded. His anger melted when he looked at Yue and kissed her forehead. His voice was low as he hugged her tightly. I guess I will be leaving then. He knew she could sense what he did, and it was clear from how she blinked rapidly. It was because she was a supreme rank. Still, she didn't stop him, and Kyle wondered if he would still be able to sense her from the celestial realm or contact his friends. Yue inhaled his scent, her eyes soft. Then she pulled back with a smile. Remember to take care of yourself. Kyle smiled softly. He traced a lock of her hair and placed a familiar mark on her. He knew she could sense what he did, and it was clear from how she blinked rapidly. It was because she was a supreme rank. Still, she didn't stop him, and Kyle wondered if he would still be able to sense her from the celestial realm or contact his friends. Take care as well. He had just moved back when Giant, Nine, Sinon, Alec, Regius, Carcel, Nox, and Asher all lunged at him for a last hug. He nearly stumbled but let them. Giant even began to cry and punched his shoulder, mumbling, "Just you wait for me, I will be the second to ascend to the celestial rank." Kyle blinked when Mia and Lara also hugged him. He cleared his throat to tell everyone it wasn't his fault when Alec and Carcel gave him pointy looks. Mia patted his shoulder with a smile. "Be safe, this universe will remember you as its savior. Azazel is still alive, but what you did has already saved everyone." Lara agreed with her. They both moved back, and Jan, Susan, Odiak, Elizabeth, his master Hubert, Zeron, and the others present also gave him their good wishes. He waved his goodbye and floated toward the three Celestials who were sour at what they were witnessing and getting impatient. Bia landed on his shoulder, clearly exited. "Let's go for a new journey." Her loud voice was followed by the old Celestial who loved nature, the one who had been placed on Kyle's hit list. He pointed at Bia. "You can, but the Phoenix can't go. The rule states only Celestials are allowed in the Celestial realm, no weaker beings." Bia's eyes widened with shock. "You must be kidding." Kyle's brow furrowed. This old man was starting to grate on his nerves. "She is my bonded beast." The old Celestial scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. "So, it doesn't matter, leave her behind." Chapter 861, The Celestial Realm, Part 1. Amidst an array of sparks, Kyle floated before a massive, glowing gate that had materialized in a secluded corner of the universe, far from any known planets. He noticed the intricate patterns and ancient symbols etched onto its surface. They were beyond his comprehension. So this is the gate to the Celestial Realm, the place that started the nightmare this universe has gone through up till now. He muttered, his voice calm and echoing in the atmosphere. He was alone with not a single person by his side, not even Bia. Kyle could hear her angry curses in his head. He had vanished, leaving her behind when she refused to let him go alone. He was sure Yue and the others were trying their best to calm down the Phoenix. He closed his eyes and sent one final message to her, hoping it would calm her. "I wanted to take you with me. But I can't fight those three Celestials, even if I wanted to, because they are the only ones who can restore the balance of life and death here. I will beat them in the future. So take care of Yue and come find me with the rest when you have reached the Celestial rank." He paused for a second. "I am leaving something powerful within your body. It will help you a lot even in my absence. Make good use of it." As expected, Bia's voice finally fell silent. Due to his words, she closed her eyes and sensed the glowing orb, radiating the power of multiple powerful natural laws within her consciousness. She was shocked because she hadn't even felt him do it. The orb was a compressed version of the natural laws Kyle had comprehended and could manipulate. She had to absorb them slowly, piece by piece, to learn everything. When, her voice trailed off because an invisible barrier of energy broke the connection they shared, a consequence of the vast distance between them as Kyle moved and stepped through the glowing gate before him. His form shimmered, phasing through the pulsating energy field that surrounded him. As he left the universe, the three ancient Celestials relaxed. The one among them who held a deep love for nature scoffed. "Finally, he is gone. I was about to give him a kick into the gate if he didn't leave soon." Everyone froze at his words. Many wished for Kyle to stay safe, while others planned to grow stronger to follow him soon. Yue's smile faded as she sighed. "He left." Bia's eyes widened at the words. It took her a second to process them. The next second, she let out a shout that shook the very space, surprising everyone. The fire around her erupted in anger. At that moment, a symbol never seen before appeared on her forehead, finally shocking the three Celestials. The symbol showed a glowing, golden flame. The female Celestial exclaimed, "A mark of a future Celestial. Only beasts capable of one day reaching the Celestial rank are bestowed that mark by the nature. That Phoenix has crossed the limitations of her race by reaching the supreme rank, and now she has broken her final limitation." Beside her, the strongest spoke. "She is not the only one. I can sense the mark of the nature on the other beast with these people as well. His mark is stronger than hers, but it's hidden." The way the three old Celestials looked at Alec and the others finally shifted. They hadn't noticed earlier, but every single person in the area was at the supreme rank. Many of them were even at the peak of that rank, only a step away from Celestial rank. Still, the strongest Celestial sighed. They have reached the peak of the supreme rank, and those two beasts with them even bear the unique mark of nature. But crossing that final threshold is no easy feat. It'll take them years to pass it. At the very least, 100 years. Nox glanced at the Celestials who were watching them and went toward Bia. He spread out his aura to calm her down. The Phoenix was stunned when she saw the chipmunk trying to command her, and her focus shifted from Kyle to Nox. Then again, a weird scene erupted in the space. One Phoenix chased a lynx to beat him up, who was crying for help from Yue and the others who laughed at the scene. The female celestial was tempted to claim the phoenix and lynx as her servants, but the strongest among them glared at her. "Don't break the rules set for our job. Let's complete our work here and depart." She nodded, and the three celestials vanished. They quickly located the open realm of the dead nearby and could only sigh at the chaos that greeted them. What a mess! Indeed. On the other hand, Kyle was greeted by a completely different scene when he finally stepped out of the gate he entered. The air was filled with murmurs, some in weird languages he hadn't heard in his life, and around him countless similar glowing gates of varying size floated, from which people of different races were coming. All of them had bodies that glowed uniquely. He watched with a calm expression, his eyes pausing at a group of individuals with glowing green skin and huge bodies. They were beasts he had seen before, orcs. However, Kyle didn't think they should be capable of being so strong since they were just weak beasts in his universe, let alone reaching the celestial rank. That's why he stared longer than intended. One of the huge orcs met his gaze, a menacing glint in his dark eyes. "What the hell are you staring at our princess for? Avert your gaze before I gouge out your eyes." His booming voice drew the attention of everyone floating nearby. Instantly, a chorus of laughter erupted, and a few even cheered for Kyle, shouting about what a brave soul he was for hitting on the orcs when there were so many other options available. Kyle blinked, unsure what the hell had just happened. It took him a moment to process it, and when he did, he was speechless. He turned around and vanished. His true appearance was hidden due to the teardrop symbol on the back of his neck, preventing him from attracting too much attention. For some reason, he was sure that unlike the other celestials arriving here, the glow on his body was different, more ethereal. Regardless, he was surprised to see so many celestials in the area. Nearly all of them were at the first stage. "Here, I thought reaching the celestial rank was not something easy. Why are there so many of them? To think I have just entered this realm and already seeing so many," he muttered as he landed on the massive bridge in the center of all the floating gates. Kyle noticed that the gate he had come from was actually one of the smallest. There were even gates as vast as planets, making him curious about what made the universes those gates were connected to different from his. His eyes darted around, taking in everything as he walked on the bridge, following everyone else who had just like him come out from the gates. "I need knowledge of this realm, but above all, where is Azazel? He should be here as well. Did he already leave?" He mused and soon got his answer when he heard a group of individuals with wings on their backs muttering how a strong dark celestial had shown up a while back. But he had left without greeting the celestials at the end of the Bridge of Divinity who are supposed to record their names. "Oh, we need to greet someone." He was talking to himself but was startled when a short, weak-looking male with a set of amethyst eyes and white hair, clad in a plain robe, suddenly answered next to him. "Yes, have you not heard about this place before from your elders?" Kyle's hair stood up, and his first reaction was to distance himself from the man who had just shown up beside him suddenly. He didn't even sense his arrival. Chapter 862, The Celestial Realm, Part 2. The amethyst-eyed man Ares was surprised by Kyle's reaction. He was sure he looked quite weak compared to everyone else around. So why did this person jump as if he had seen a ghost? He quickly raised his hands to wave the white flag, not wanting to ruin the image of a weakling he had so painstakingly created. The image of a weak individual who was secretly the true powerhouse, helping the genuinely weak when no one expected it. Then they would be like, "Wow, so he has been hiding his strength all this time," and become his faithful little followers who would be indebted to him for life. Ares was daydreaming, and that's why he failed to notice how Kyle slipped away and vanished. His eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had failed to secure a promising newcomer, that little. He cursed it under his breath as he quickly ran off to find Kyle in the huge crowd. No way was he letting that celestial, who gave off such a powerful natural aura when his bone age was so young, slip away. He was determined to recruit him into his clan, even if he had to break his image of a weakling who is secretly overpowered. Amidst the moving crowd, Kyle watched him silently from a distance. His shirt had shifted under his power and transformed into a hoodie covering his hair and face. "I knew he wasn't weak. Why did he only approach me? I need to stay cautious." He walked on the bridge, which everyone around called the Bridge of Divinity, while keeping watch on the amethyst-eyed short man who had approached him earlier. Fortunately for him, another imposing figure suddenly arrived in the area and the shorty vanished toward that figure. Kyle sighed in relief and rushed forward. The bridge he walked on was very big. His normal speed was nothing to scoff at, but it was as if the strength he thought was very powerful back in their universe had actually been demoted in this new realm. Almost as if this place was far stronger. It made Kyle feel weaker compared to before, even though his strength was the same. In his hurried movements, he missed the gaze of another pair of eyes watching him intently. Cashin, the same imposing figure who had just arrived, drawing the attention of many people around him, tilted his head, narrowing his blood-red eyes, a stark contrast to his dark, tied-back hair. The thin sword in his hand and his calm demeanor made him look older than his age, which was 200 years. Who is he? He's powerful. To think he has reached the celestial rank at such a young age. Even I couldn't do it. Should I recruit him before he joins the rulers? Let's see. I will decide after seeing how capable he is. He turned his gaze toward Ares, who had arrived beside him looking so weak, and started chatting about random things. It's my second time here and Ares hasn't changed a bit, but that's what I like about him. It makes things easier because if he's the same, the rulers will be the same too. Cashin walked beside Ares, deliberately ignoring the short man's attempt to gauge his strength with his senses. His eyes scanned the crowd on the bridge, searching for capable individuals. After all, in this place where strength was everything and mattered the most, he needed people he could use to advance further. Distance away, Kyle felt a sudden tingling sensation on his nape. He rubbed it with a frown. However, he nearly bolted away from the place when he saw the same group of orcs he encountered earlier eyeing him. What the actual hell? Fortunately, he did not, because he had reached the end of the bridge and chose to enter the massive, translucent curtain that concealed everything behind it, along with many others around him. It was as if he had arrived in a completely different place. The first thing his senses caught was the countless people from different races moving before him. The second was the massive, glowing dome, engraved with ancient symbols that surrounded the space. Then there were the many massive doors leading out of the dome, guarded by armored giants. Kyle's eyes were calm, even though the dome-covered hall he had just arrived in was the largest he had ever seen. He was sure it could fit multiple big planets inside without any problem. He stepped forward, and the moment he crossed the threshold, an old voice echoed near his ear. "Welcome, Celestial. Please proceed directly to the counters at the end of the Golden Hall of Light to register your name and greet the elderly Celestials. They will provide you with your identity card." Kyle let out an "oh." His eyes narrowed sharply at the voice as he looked around and located its source. It was coming from the white core-like artifact floating in the center of the hall. Sensing his gaze, the consciousness inside the crystal stirred and gazed back, but he had already looked away. "Why do I have to jump through so many hoops just to get into the celestial realm? I thought it would be a simple process," Kyle muttered, his frustration simmering as he navigated the throngs of people toward the distant lines. He could see the so-called counters he needed to reach, with rows of glowing old figures seated behind them. If only I could just barge in like Azazel, that jerk probably waltzed right in without any of this hassle. His footsteps halted as he heard an elven man standing before a table calling out to him from the side. Unlike the new Celestials arriving in the hall, this man looked like he was originally from the Celestial realm. He was calling people to join his clan. Now that Kyle noticed, just like the elven man, many other individuals were seated all around the hall on chairs with tables in front of them, calling for people to join their clans. Some of them who wore rather luxurious robes even had crowds around them with people signing up to join their clans. His frown deepened. This was getting confusing by the minute, and he needed information about this place and fast. With hurried steps, he ignored the man calling to him and joined one of the lines in front of the counters. By the time his turn arrived to greet the elder behind the counter before him, he was honestly thinking of just using the natural law of space and leaving the place since his instant teleportation wasn't working in the hall. The elder before him gazed at him. He noticed the annoyance in Kyle's eyes and lowered the monocle on his left eye. "Oh, what a bright blue light you have around your body. A pair of incredibly clear eyes as well. Where are you from? Why do you possess such pure natural power?" His words were enough to make Kyle alert. He still hadn't changed his appearance, so how did this old man see his true form? He was sure it was concealed by the symbol. But it was as if the old man could still see it. The old Celestial's words attracted the attention of many others as well. Usually, the elders behind the counters remained silent and only nodded at the new arrivals, but one of them had actually taken the liberty to talk with this hooded man. Ares and Cashin, who had arrived in the hall, also fixed their eyes on Kyle's back. Kyle seriously wanted to vanish with the number of eyes he was sensing on him. He glared at the elderly man from underneath the hoodie but maintained a calm face. "I am just from a small universe. Can you give me the pass or whatever is needed for me to leave this place?" Those individuals who were there to recruit new people into their clans knew the elder's temper and gasped in shock at his audacity to talk to one of them with such a tone. However, what made them startled was that instead of smacking this audacious person away like a fly, the elder actually laughed. Chapter 863, The Celestial Realm, Part 3. The elderly man wiped the corners of his amused eyes, feeling a pang of melancholy as he thought about how long it had been since he had laughed so heartily. "I typically discipline those who exhibit disrespect, but I will not punish you. I find your aura intriguing. It is rare to see such a pure one from the lower universes." He smiled briefly, but in the next moment, his voice dropped to a cold, emotionless tone as he pointed at the fist-sized, round orb resting on the counter between them. "Greetings done, young man. Now place your right hand on the orb, so this humble one can create an identity card for you." Kyle could only stare at the old man, a shiver running down his spine. The sudden shift in the elder's tone was unnerving, the playful tone replaced by an icy seriousness. It was as if a different being had taken over, a stark contrast to the smiling old celestial who had talked to him moments before. He wanted to vanish from the hall, but he didn't even try it. After all, he knew he would fail. The celestial before him was watching him with eyes that made it clear he knew exactly what was going on in his head. By this time, every single old celestial seated behind the counters in the Golden Hall of Light was looking at him curiously. They wanted to know why one of their own had talked to him so much, especially since they rarely paid attention to newcomers. Not just the old celestials, every single person in the hall was staring at him. Amidst the many murmurs and eyes on him, Kyle covered the lower half of his face with his hand. He looked at the giants clad in gold armor, guarding the massive doors leading out of the Golden Hall of Light. He wondered how strong they were. If, like his instant teleportation, he couldn't utilize the natural law of space within this hall, could he stand a chance against them? No, it was clear he would lose. They were too many. Even if he could handle one or two, what about the many celestials surrounding him? At times like this, he truly felt he was still too weak. Let's calm down. No need to make a big scene here. I will get an identity card and leave normally, like every newcomer. He thought and glanced back at the old celestial before him, only to see the old man staring at him with a cautious look. Kyle tilted his head, confused about what had happened, completely unaware of the chill the old man had felt because of him. The old man stopped him when he tried to place his hand on the orb, as instructed. He stared at him with a solemn expression. Why were you smiling? Kyle blinked, unsure where it came from. Oh, was I? He shrugged as he glanced at the orb. Does it matter? I would like to get my identity card so I can leave this hall. The old celestial's eyes narrowed, certain he was right. He had seen Kyle smile when the young man should have been terrified, knowing he wouldn't be able to survive or escape this hall if he angered the elders. His smile held something he was all too familiar with, a daring intent to one day overthrow those who stood in his way. This kid is more dangerous than the dark celestial who showed up earlier. That one's eyes held only one goal, revenge. Then the rest would be meaningless to him, but this one, he simply wants to get stronger. The elder shook his head, not wanting to think anymore. This kid was too weak and would barely survive in the celestial realm. There was no need to worry about him, like the dark celestial, who should have already been captured by the giants since the man entered the celestial realm forcefully. He gestured for the young man to put his hand on the orb, and Kyle complied. The commotion in the Golden Hall of Light was subsiding after the old celestial sitting before Kyle fell silent. But then, something even more shocking unfolded. As Kyle's fingers brushed against the fist-sized orb on the counter, it pulsed with a brilliant blue light. It would have been fine if it had stayed that way, but then another color emerged, mingling with the blue, and then another and another. With each new color that appeared on the orbs, the old man before Kyle grew increasingly pale. Ultimately, with a cracking sound that silenced the entire hall, the core shattered into tiny pieces that fell onto the counter. Ah, it broke, Kyle muttered, worried he had to pay for it. He didn't know what currency was used in the celestial realm, since mana stones were probably useless for the celestials. He looked at the old celestial, only to find the latter staring at him like he was some kind of monster. The old man stuttered. How do you have so many colors in your celestial lake? That's impossible, he stood up abruptly. You are only a second stage celestial, so why the hell do you have nature's blessing to rule so many natural laws? Kyle stepped back, a frown creasing his brows. At least he knew about the celestial lake, the one he had seen when he reached the celestial rank. However, he had thought it was common for it to have many colors. Isn't it because I learned a lot of natural laws in the supreme rank? That's why my celestial lake has so many colors. I believe everyone learns many natural laws at that rank to control as many as possible. He wanted to add that all the natural laws he had learned up to this point had given a color to his lake. That's what he observed, but he held back, letting the thought linger. The old celestial laughed at his words. It was the only sound that broke the silence that shrouded the Golden Hall of Light. Many eyes in the space were fixed on Kyle, their gazes filled with a chilling animosity. It was as if he were a threat they had to eliminate immediately. Those people who were in the hall to recruit people for their clans were actually poised to attack him. Chapter 864, The Celestial Realm, Part 4. Of course, Kyle sensed the hostility, but he remained calm, preparing himself to fight if they attacked. The old celestial in front of him shook his head and stared at him. No, you are wrong. You are absolutely wrong, young man. The celestial lake is special. Learning a natural law is not the same as receiving nature's permission to rule over it without consequences. His eyes turned completely white. Countless individuals have mastered hundreds of natural laws in the supreme rank and celestial rank, but only the laws that nature has granted them permission to rule over, once they fully comprehend them, will appear in their celestial lake. Before the old celestial could attack, A glowing card flew toward Kyle, and then a gaping rift opened up below his feet. It all occurred so fast that Kyle had no time to react. He was entirely swallowed by the fissure, disappearing without a trace. "You need to leave," these were the last words Kyle heard. It was only a brief moment, but he also saw who helped him. It was the familiar shorty he met on the Bridge of Divinity. The same amethyst-eyed individual who attempted to trick him into thinking he was a weakling. As he vanished into the rift, the space where he had stood was obliterated into tiny pieces. The elderly celestial who had attacked him, along with the other elders seated behind the counters in the hall, all stared at the short man who had helped Kyle escape from the Golden Hall. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "What was the meaning of this, sir? You, the owner of one of the biggest clans here, should know best that he was a threat." Ares scoffed at the old celestial and his fellow elders who always sat behind the counters performing their duties. He wondered when and how the higher realm had become the way it was now. A long, long time ago, there was no Golden Hall of Light, no Bridge of Divinity. Those individuals who reached the celestial rank could easily come and live here. After all, only they could enter this big realm. Ares liked to act weak and help others, so they would become his followers. However, whenever he witnessed something like this, it never failed to amuse him how the rulers, the strongest celestials in the celestial realm, had put their minions all around to kill anyone who could grow into a threat. "Elders, you are all here to guide the newcomers, not kill them before they even set foot in the celestial realm. That young man was just a second-stage celestial. What threat could he possibly pose?" Behind him, Cashin hummed. "I knew Ares is still the same." His blood-red eyes glowed with a chilling intensity as he gazed at the old celestials floating in the hall, their hostility evident in their unwavering stares at Ares. Or should he say, the guard dogs of the rulers? He wondered who that young human was. That man had caused the elders behind the counters to label him a threat. It seemed he had to alter his plans and follow Ares, who had likely sent the young man to his clan. The old celestials gritted their teeth, their hostile gazes fixed on Ares. The voice of the elder who had attacked Kyle rose. "Ares, your clan may be one of the strongest in the celestial realm, but that doesn't give you the authority to interfere with our duty." Ares smiled and shrugged. "So go ahead, complain to the higher-ups. I might not be the strongest, but even those you all serve would think twice about killing me. If they did, my clan wouldn't stand for it, and neither would many others. After all, who knows who they would target next?" His smile widened as he watched the old celestials fall silent. They knew as well as he did that his words held truth. The ruling celestials in the celestial realm might be strong, but they had killed many to maintain their positions. As a result, many were dissatisfied with their rule. Ares turned back toward Cashin, a bit embarrassed that his weak image had been broken so quickly, and in front of the person he was trying to rope into his clan. "How about we leave and talk about what we were discussing in another place? You know, I can explain why I am so strong." Cashin's eyes flickered with amusement as the short man tried to explain himself. Ares' amethyst eyes looked guilty. Cashin didn't make things difficult and went along with his explanation because he had to find the hooded man through him. After all, that man could very well be the strongest ally he could find in this place. Moreover, by following Ares, he could avoid touching the orb that would reveal the colors of his celestial lake to others. "I believe Senior would have a reason to lie. You also helped that person escape." "I will follow you. This place is very dangerous." Ares' eyes gleamed as he chuckled. "Good, by following me you've made the best choice of your life. Come, let's leave." He waved his hand and the space before him broke apart, forming another rift. However, as the pair were about to leave, one of the doors leading out of the hall swung open, and many gravely injured giants poured in with panicked faces. One of them cried out toward the elders who were watching Ares and Cashin. "Elders, the dark celestial who arrived earlier has escaped. He was hiding his true strength. He was actually far stronger than he appeared. Many of the giants died due to him, and we can't find him anymore." The elders' eyes widened in shock. First, that human kid with so many colors in his celestial lake escaped. And now even that dark celestial who barged into one of the doors leading outside the Golden Hall of Light escaped under their noses. What the hell was really happening? Ares let out a low, rumbling laugh at the words, the sound echoing through the air. "Looks like something big is about to go down in the higher realm. Maybe the power structure will finally get a good shake-up." Cashin, standing behind him, watched everything with a smirk, his eyes filled with amusement. He hadn't expected to see such a spectacle on his first day here. They both vanished into the rift Ares conjured, leaving behind the fuming elders who shouted orders to the giants to find the powerful dark celestial at all costs. Cashin muttered inwardly, "What a beautiful mess. This is just the beginning, of course. When it's my turn, the mess would be even more beautiful. Wait for me, Nathaniel, we will meet soon." Chapter 865, The Golden Guardians, Part 1. Kyle's eyes narrowed dangerously as he emerged from the rift that swallowed him, landing on a grassy field. The rift vanished above him, dissolving into thin air. What exactly just happened? He muttered, his brow furrowed. Why did that amethystide person help me out of nowhere? I was certain I had to fight my way into one of the doors leading out of the golden hall of light. His gaze, calm and alert, swept across the landscape. Lush green grass stretched out before him as far as his eye could see. His nose twitched, but detected only the faint scent of grass and damp earth. No other presence lingered around him except the faint whisper of the wind. The air here is clean, it's infused with spiritual energy and the power of nature. The mana and divine energy in the air are also very pure and abundant. So this is the celestial realm, he pondered, but as he attempted to float, he realized the stark contrast between their universe and the celestial realm. The heavy weight pressing down on his body was at least 100 times greater than before. Perhaps that's why only celestials were allowed in this higher realm. He wanted to sit down and meditate a bit, for the very air around him pulsed with the power of multiple natural elements. It was enough to advance his understanding, but knowing that the short man who sent him here could easily pinpoint his location and find him, he soared towards the sky, which was filled with stars even in the morning. Kyle's eyes widened slightly as he finally realized that the twinkling orbs in the clear sky weren't stars at all. Instead, those orbs were colossal, irregularly shaped masses of Earth, each encased in a shimmering, pulsating shield of energy. He spread his senses and then chuckled softly. It seemed he was currently floating inside a similar mass of Earth, encased within a shimmering, powerful shield. To make him even more intrigued, his senses were unable to reach beyond the confines of the glowing shield. Rather, they attracted the attention of the people in the place where he was present. He vanished back when a figure appeared on his right, wearing a flowing dress and a veil covering the lower half of her face. Her figure was covered in silver jewelry as she snapped open the fan in her hand. Well, a newcomer, did my dear Ares send you to the clan territory?" He remained silent and she tilted her head. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me?" Kyle frowned but responded. "I can hear you, I'm not sure who Ares is. A person with amethyst eyes sent me here, he helped me but I don't know him." The woman tusked and closed her fan. "That's Ares. Only he has amethyst eyes and white hair around here. If he sent you here and even helped you out, that probably means you are someone he's recruited for the clan. Welcome, I am the gatekeeper of this land you're currently on." Kyle nodded. Perhaps his confusion was clear as the woman spoke up again. "I believe you're new here, no need to be so guarded around me, I won't eat you, I have a preference for bright hair and eyes. You, on the other hand, look quite plain." She smirked as his face stiffened. What surprised her was that he was already at the second stage of celestial rank when this man had just come from a lower universe. She had been in this realm for so long, yet she had barely reached the third stage. Kyle rubbed the back of his neck. Well, it seemed the teardrop symbol was at least concealing his true appearance from this woman. Good. This meant this celestial wasn't a lot more powerful than him. He could handle her if she attacked. She pointed her fan at him. "I am Silver. Right now you are in the territory of the Golden Guardians clan. It floats above the celestial realm's surface. Now introduce yourself so I can take you to the clan as a new member. You can learn the rest from the others in the clan." Kyle's eyes flickered with amusement. The Golden Guardians. What a strange name. "I am Kyle, I just arrived. What else do you need to know about me?" Silver hummed in understanding. "That's enough for now, follow me." She turned and vanished. Kyle followed close behind. The Earth they were on was enormous, requiring them to maintain their full speed to reach their destination. Kyle's eyebrow twitched as a snicker echoed in front of him. Silver looked back. "You know you can tell if I'm too fast, right? No need to try so hard to match my speed. I know I'm faster than others with my level of strength because I worked on my agility." He didn't say a word and her pride took a hit. She increased her speed more but was stunned when he matched her pace. This old man with a young face, Ares discovered, how the hell is he so fast? She would have increased her speed even more, but they reached their destination. A huge gate adorned with jewels towered amidst the lush green field, welcoming the duo with an air of grandeur. Kyle noticed the towering walls on either side of the gate, hiding everything behind it. He was sure that even if he tried to fly over, he wouldn't be able to enter the land. His eyes lingered on the people standing guard in front of the gate. They were clearly human-like but had bird-like wings. How intriguing. Silver landed in front of the gate and the people greeted her with respect. He landed behind her and many eyes traveled to him. However, no one seemed surprised. Instead, the winged individuals all sighed, looking at him sadly. They told him that Ares wasn't bad, even if he had roped him into his clan, pretending to be all weak. Kyle just stared at them, bewildered. He didn't understand what they were saying. They opened the gate for him and Silver, and his attention was immediately diverted. Silver shouted proudly before him. "Welcome to our clan, Chapter 866, The Golden Guardians, Part 2. Kyle eyed the space in front of him. The first thing he saw were mountains, so big and tall they seemed to touch the sky. He couldn't believe he hadn't seen them from outside the gate and walls. The next thing he saw were many waterfalls. They looked like a giant curtain of sparkling water cascading down the mountainsides. Then there were people from different races, scattered across the mountain like wildflowers in a meadow. Each one had found their own perfect spot to sit, nestled amongst the rocks and trees. All of them had their eyes closed, as if they were part of the beautiful, peaceful landscape, their figures adding to the harmony of nature. His heart, usually a slow, steady beat, suddenly quickened for a few seconds. It was extremely rare for him to get excited just by seeing a new place, especially after he had spent years trapped in the vast gray world due to the natural law of time. But sensing such immense power of nature around him, his eyes sparkled. "A perfect place for me to advance," he muttered softly, his feet carrying him towards the mountains almost of their own accord. Yet Silver stood blocking his path. "Stop, that's the place where only those who are at the fourth level of celestial rank and above are allowed to meditate. They will beat you up if they sense you." Kyle glanced at the veiled woman. He had to look down because she was shorter than him. He was annoyed as to why he couldn't go and meditate in the mountains. His senses were tingling in anticipation because even from afar he could sense so many natural laws there that he hadn't even seen in his universe. They were practically calling him to come and learn them. Controlling himself, he spoke. Why can't I go there?" Silver flinched back a bit at the raspy, deep voice. She was shocked that his voice had such an impact on her when he was just a second-stage celestial and she was stronger. And why the hell was this man so tall? She was 100% sure his height at least rivaled a fourth-stage celestial. "You," she stuttered a bit, overwhelmed. "Just who are you? Why is your celestial aura impacting me when I am an entire stage stronger than you in strength?" Kyle turned to her. His earlier annoyance had already vanished because while Silver was busy thinking, he had sent his senses toward the mountains, but a few people seated there tore apart his senses. The pain he had just experienced when his senses were torn apart was agonizing, but it was nothing at the same time. "I am just a human. Tell me if I am not allowed to step towards the mountains." "Then in this place, where else can I stay? I thought I am a member of this clan now." Silver harumphed loudly at how easily he changed the topic and snapped open the fan in her hand with pointy eyes. "It's your fault for focusing solely on the natural energy and ignoring the rest. Look to the left. The clan members with power lower than the fourth stage of celestial rank are staying there. The mountains here are just for meditation, nothing special, but the older generation has monopolized them." She clicked her tongue. "Ares is stronger than them, but he doesn't say anything to those elders because they are at least 1,000 or 2 years older than him." "Just ignore them," Kyle sensed the soreness in her tone. It was clear that although this Ares was strong and this was his clan, he couldn't control so many powerful old members, so ultimately he had to ignore them. Additionally, Kyle had sensed the natural energy from the mountains. They weren't just simply there for meditation, they were treasures in themselves. He was sure just by staying on them, he could advance his knowledge of natural laws. If it were up to him, he would have destroyed one or two to put them in his mind space to study later. No wonder those old individuals were hoarding the mountains to themselves. Kyle noted the faces of those individuals who had torn his senses a while back and turned to his left, only to see a massive city enclosed in a golden barrier. It wasn't much different from the ones he had seen before. However, he could see a small distinction because the Celestials were minding their own business. There were no shops, but only huge houses lined in every direction. "So the Celestials don't eat," Silver scoffed beside him as they approached the city. "We don't need to eat since consuming energy keeps us satiated. No matter the type, food contains a lot of impurities, so most Celestials abstain from it. Eating is a rare occurrence. That's why this realm has limited dining establishments, and the ones present charge a lot of natural crystal. You won't find any shops here. You will have to go out of the clan territory and explore the lands of the Celestial realm to find them." Kyle picked the most important words. "Natural crystal, the only currency exchanged here. The value depends on who you're trading with." She was looking ahead, so she failed to notice when he wiped the blood that had trickled out of his lips. It seems he sustained some internal injuries when his senses were harmed so suddenly and brutally. Kyle's eyes turned to their original color for a second. "I will make sure to repay this." Soon, the two quickly disappeared into the enclosed city. High above, sitting on the mountain peaks, a group of old people watched, their eyes like ancient, knowing stars. They exchanged silent glances, a communication that transcended words. One of them whispered, "I thought he would scream when his senses, a vulnerable part of him, were harmed so savagely." Another, his eyes narrowed, replied, "Scream." That young man didn't even flinch. Not a single frown crossed his face. What a tolerance for pain. Even I, who have lived for 5,000 years, don't possess such resilience. And to think he is barely 50 years old in terms of his bone age, a female voice echoed. Ares has a keen eye for promising seedlings. He found another promising talent for the clan. I just hope this young newcomer knows his place. They all scoffed at her words. After all, if he didn't know his place, they would put him in his place. It's not like they hadn't done it before, unaware that they would soon be humbled. Chapter 867, The Golden Guardians. Part 3, What is this? Kyle muttered softly as he bent down to pick up a multicolor flower that nearly got crushed under his foot. He and Silver had ventured deep into the city. Now the houses were fewer in number, replaced by sprawling grassy fields where people from different races trained and flew with grace. Their movements blurred into streaks of color against the clear sky. Silver gasped, her breath catching in her throat as she witnessed the casual way Kyle plucked the fragile flower. That's a multicolor nebula. It's not expensive, but it's a valuable treasure since it helps a celestial's body grow stronger. It was growing in the middle of the street. How could no one have noticed it? Confusion clouded her features as she scanned the area, hoping to spot another multicolor nebula around. Unfortunately, her search proved futile. How strange, she murmured, playing with the fan in her hand, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Kyle's gaze fell upon the flower. It held no scent. Maybe that's why it went unnoticed. He himself would have missed it if not for his luck stat, which seemed to have finally sprung back to life after a long slumber. Regardless, no way he would consume a flower that might have been stepped on by so many people. So he turned to Silver. I will sell you the flower, give me an appropriate price for it. Silver's eyes widened. Really? He nodded, and she was more than willing to trade. She gave him 6 finger-sized, long, slender, small natural crystals and took the multicolor flower excitedly. It wasn't rare, but it was a treasure nonetheless. Kyle glanced at the blue crystals. I can sense water element in them. These crystals are formed with nature's energy. Silver quickly stored the flower in her mind space and turned to him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She had just scammed him by offering only 50% of the flower's value, and he didn't even hesitate. Little did she know, he would have discarded the flower himself if she hadn't purchased it, as it wasn't clean enough for him to consume. So 50% was actually a lot more than he expected. Yes, these crystals are formed from concentrated natural energy, but you will only find the 4 basic element crystals, fire, wind, earth, and water, in common here. Crystals representing other natural laws or elements are extremely rare. Kyle nodded at her and then absorbed the natural crystals in his hand. As he did, they crumbled and disappeared. They had the power of nature, and he shouldn't waste it. Silver was dumbfounded by his actions. Usually, Celestials without money clung to every natural crystal they got, but this guy just casually consumed the first natural crystals he had gotten in this realm. Shaking her head, thinking what an idiot this tall man was, she pointed toward a small cottage far away opposite them. That's your residence in the Golden Guardians clan. Work hard and you will get a better residence. As for your job, you just need to fight corrupted beasts who come and attack the clan's territory outer barrier from time to time. They aren't powerful, but they are a nuisance. All right, you will get paid for killing the corrupted beasts. Kyle nodded, a hum escaping his lips. What are corrupted beasts? Silver fanned her face with a tired sigh. Why so many questions? You will know them with time anyway. They are formless beasts born by the impure power of nature. They mostly don't have ranks, but they grow stronger the longer they exist here since they swallow the natural energy. She turned to leave as Kyle eyed the tiny cottage, his residence here, which seemed like it could only house a single person. His eyebrow twitched and he exhaled before stopping the woman who was leaving. Wait, Silver glared back. My job's done, don't ask me any more questions. As the gatekeeper of this land, the duty Ares gave me is to guide new clan members who come here to the city and find an empty residence for them. That's it, yet you made me speak so much. Kyle noticed the annoyance in her eyes. He sighed when he realized he had bothered her a lot, even though he didn't trust her. Thank you for the help, thanks this Ares guy as well. I'll repay this favor. Anyway, I have one last question. Do you happen to know if there is a library in this city? Silver's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe someone was actually asking about the library. It had been ages since anyone here had even visited the clan library. Not because it wasn't a good library, but because to enter, one had to pay. She cleared her throat and gave him directions before disappearing, chuckling to herself. He won't be able to get in because he lacked natural crystal. Consider this a punishment for making me talk so much. She vanished, and Kyle strode through the city heading toward the library. He still had questions, such as what his responsibilities were in this clan besides battling corrupted beasts. Additionally, he needed information about the celestial realm and clans, and a library was the best place to find it. I thought this place was similar to an academy, but no, I don't see anyone teaching others, just friendly fights. He mused softly. On the way, he noticed individuals from many races, some selling small meditation spots and others betting while watching battles. At least some things didn't change even in this realm. There were even small caves and training grounds scattered throughout the area, all promising strength. However, access to these places came at a price. Curious, he approached a celestial with angelic features and inquired about them. The male celestial, though annoyed by the sudden tap on his shoulder, informed him that these were known as trial caves and strength shrines filled with natural energy that could accelerate one's growth. He nodded, muttering a thank you before departing. A lot of individuals noticed him and murmured amongst themselves. They wanted to know who the newcomer was since they hadn't seen him around before. Luckily, even then, no one bothered him, likely because he wasn't that strong. Chapter 868, The Fortune Dice. Kyle's footsteps came to a stop beside a crowded area where a man with two pairs of eyes, the second set atop the first, had set up a table and was rolling a dice. He tapped the shoulder of a first-stage celestial, a tall man with pointy ears, and asked what was going on. Finally, he found an individual who actually looked excited to answer him. The man began to explain. That square dice is called a fortune dice, and the four-eyed man seated at the table has mastered the natural law of fortune that always makes it roll in his favor. Kyle raised a brow at his words. Natural law of fortune. He had never heard of it. According to his over-the-top luck stat, if such a law existed, it should have come to him on its own. But it seems due to his lack of knowledge, he hadn't learned it. I guess I still have a long way to go. His interest was piqued as he attentively listened to the celestial who continued. That man sets up his table here every day, claiming that if any celestial can accurately predict the outcome when he rolls the dice and beats his natural law, he will pay them 5 natural crystals. But if their guess is wrong, they have to pay him 5 crystals. The man clicked his tongue. No one has ever beaten him, and he's made a fortune with this simple game. The people gathered fight corrupted beasts to earn crystals, but he earns them so easily. Still, everyone keeps coming back every day, hoping to get lucky one day and win, and maybe even figure out his law. That's why there's always a huge crowd around him. Kyle nodded with a hum. It seemed it was time he learned one more natural law and added a new color to his celestial lake. Anyone can participate, right? The celestial standing beside him was surprised to hear his words. He was only here to watch the game, like many others, so the thought of a new face daring to play the fortune dice game with that notorious con artist brought a smirk to his lips. Of course. However, don't come crying to me when you lose all your money. Kyle chuckled softly at his words. His eyes crinkled ever so slightly in amusement, and the man was momentarily dazed. I won't. In this time of things, I never lose. The celestial snapped out of his daze and scrunched his nose in distaste. You appear ordinary, and even your aura is hidden, but your presence is still impacting others. Just how strong are you? A second-stage celestial. That's it, Kyle nodded, and the celestial could only watch him in bewilderment as he made his way toward the table where the four-eyed man was rolling the dice with a smile. The celestial knew he was only at the first stage, but he was a celestial, so how could this new face possess such a strong ability to put him into a momentary daze? What a dangerous person! Kyle weaved through the crowd, finally arriving at the table. He felt a hint of relief when he realized that the loser only had to pay the natural crystals after the game. At least no one will know I'm poor. The four-eyed man at the table beamed with delight as another celestial lost his natural crystals to him. He raised his gaze when Kyle's shadow fell over him. The moment their eyes met, an unsettling premonition welled up within him. It felt as though he was about to lose everything he had, and the feeling left him confused. The man cleared his throat, chuckling inwardly at his own thoughts. How could he lose? He was the luckiest celestial here. He even knew the law of fortune. Eyeing the tall man standing before the table like a prey, he smiled sheepishly, his 4 eyes filled with mirth and joy. You want to play as well. I believe you know the rules of the game. Kyle nodded, and the people around him stepped back, surprised to see a new face joining the dice game. Still, they chuckled amongst themselves, convinced he would lose everything he possessed today, just like so many others before him. The four-eyed man held out his hand. My name is Jivet. I always make a point of introducing myself to my opponent, and I like to learn their name as well to remember them. So introduce yourself. I am Kyle, Jivet nodded with a smile. There are 6 different numbers on the dice and I will roll it. Remember, you need to pick the number before the dice stops rolling. If your answer is right, you win. His eyes narrowed. No cheating, there are many celestials here, so if you cheat, you will be caught. Kyle looked at the small dice. I will choose number 1 first, Jivet chuckled. It wasn't just him, a wave of laughter rippled through the crowd. They couldn't believe Kyle had confidently picked a number even before the dice was thrown. Was this young man simply relying on blind luck with no strategy whatsoever? If so, the outcome seemed pretty clear already. He would lose, and quite badly at that, the four-eyed man mused. Are you sure? Kyle gave him the sign to roll the dice, saying that 1 was his chosen number. He wanted to know if his luck could beat a celestial with the natural law of fortune. If he lost, he would settle the money with some old treasures he still had in his mind space and leave. But if he won, then he would win everything his opponent had. Jivet rolled the dice with a smirk. Everyone stopped talking and watched the dice. However, his smile faltered when the dice stopped on number 1. His eyes widened and he shot up to his feet. Number impossible, the crowd gasped in shock. Someone had finally won a round against Gvet. Eyes widened in disbelief, whispers of astonishment filled the air. How was this possible? Was predicting the dice number as soon as possible the trick to winning? Unlike the others, Kyle wasn't focused on his win. He was comprehending the power of the natural law that Gvet had employed on the dice. His mind was absorbing it all, effortlessly understanding it. It was as if the knowledge itself was sprinting towards him, eager to be understood. It was one of the easiest laws he had encountered. He glanced at Gvet. Let's play a few more rounds. How about we increase the bet to 100 crystals for the next one? The four-eyed man stammered. What just happened was simply a coincidence. Yes, a coincidence. How can my law not work? We will play another round. Don't blame me when you lose. Chapter 869. Nathaniel is a ruler here. Gvet's hands fell to his sides, his eyes trembling as he stared at Kyle, who was counting the pile of natural crystals. How? He whispered, his voice barely audible. Even the crowd surrounding them was stunned into utter silence. Kyle tilted his head, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. He had played 11 rounds and won every single one. Let's play another round. This time the number I chose is 5. Throw the dice. The bet will be 500 crystals. Gvet slammed his palm on the table before him, his voice rising in anger. You are cheating. If not, how can? How can you beat my natural law of fortune? Kyle's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he quickly stored the natural crystals he had won. There's a huge crowd around us. Many of the Celestials around are way stronger than me. Do you really believe I am cheating? The crowd quickly asserted that he didn't cheat, their faces filled with disbelief. They were shocked by his winning streak. They had been watching intently all this time, but still couldn't comprehend how Kyle was winning again and again. The dark-haired man before them had done absolutely nothing to win the games. No strategy, no planning, he just guessed. It was as if he was purely relying on his luck. At this thought, many gasped as a realization finally dawned on them. But the question was, how was it possible for him to possess such incredible luck? Gvet's face flushed as he stood up. He would be an idiot if he played more. It was clear that Kyle would win every time. I am not playing anymore, that's it. He strolled away without sparing the hooded man another glance. The crowd chuckled as they watched his back. Kyle exhaled softly. What a pity, I wanted to win more. He stood up, and before anyone from the crowd could approach him, he vanished. On his way to the library, he stopped at numerous locations where people were engaged in games, wagering their natural crystals. The knowledge of the natural law of fortune he gained from Gvet's fortune dice seemed to amplify with each victory. By the time he reached his destination, he had amassed a fortune in natural crystals that would make any celestial envious. His name had become synonymous with luck throughout the entire clan, leading to his banishment from all wagering games. Kyle stood before a small structure. It was larger than the rest, with a plaque engraved with 3 words, "Knowledge is wisdom," above its entrance. However, even though it was bigger than the others, it didn't look like a library from any angle. It looked more like a small house. The building was made of rough-hewn stone, its walls covered in moss and lichen. There were no windows, and the only opening he could see was at the top of the roof, like a smoke hole. Seriously, the whole thing felt more like a forgotten shrine than a place where he could find books. Kyle hesitated for a moment, wondering if Silver had directed him to the right place. His hesitation faded when an old celestial seated near the building welcomed him. This is really the library. He wanted to enter the place, but the old celestial in silver robes stopped him and held out his hand with a smile. 200 natural crystals for entry. Kyle let out an "oh." He wasn't surprised that he had to pay to enter the library, as even a meditation spot here required payment. Taking out 200 crystals, he gave them to the old celestial, who was surprised at the payment. He had actually thought the man would leave upon hearing the price. Still, he happily accepted the crystals. Kyle approached the library. As he pushed open the door, a cloud of dust billowed out. His brows furrowed, but just as he stepped inside, his eyes widened. He was teleported to a completely different place. A blinding light greeted him, followed by rows of towering bookshelves floating all around, filled with books and scrolls. A young boy, no more than 10 years old, wearing round spectacles, floated amidst the books, his gaze fixed on Kyle. "What brings you here?" he asked with an annoyed face, his voice echoing softly through the vast library. Kyle's focus was on something else. He didn't immediately acknowledge the boy, his gaze instead drawn to the swirling, ethereal energy that seemed to hold the space. "This is a space pocket. Interesting. So we can create our own space that can exist in a void with the help of the space law." The boy raised a brow. It was rare to see a celestial noticing these difficult details so easily the moment they arrived. Kyle turned to him, his eyes scanning him. The small kid was very powerful, that was the only thing he could discern. "You are older than me. It's kind of strange to see someone so old in a child's body." The boy laughed, his shoulders shaking. I can't help it, this is my real body. I learned a unique natural law related to life force that made it this way. Anyway, his eyes narrowed. You still haven't answered my earlier question. What brings you here? Kyle drifted closer to the bookshelf on his right, drawn by the natural energy radiating from it. A barrier, however, prevented him from reaching the books. I paid to enter this place. I am new to the celestial realm, so I came to the library to get some knowledge about this world. I thought it would be easier that way. The boy was surprised to hear his reason. New Celestials normally talked with others for information about this world. After all, that was an easier method than browsing through multiple books in this quiet place. But he nodded in understanding. Do as you please, but if you take a book from a bookshelf, be sure to return it to its proper place. No stealing either. I am the guardian here, so I will know immediately if anything goes missing. The items you can't touch are enclosed within a barrier. If you're interested in learning about this realm, the books on that subject are to your left. Kyle muttered a faint thanks. In the next second, silence returned to the huge white space filled with floating bookshelves. The boy peeked at him, only to see him flipping through one book after another. Huh, is he just seeing the pages? Even if Celestials have a greater pace than normal in reading, how is he so fast? A murmur finally echoed in the air. The rulers. Kyle's eyes crinkled with chilling coldness when he saw an eerily familiar name in the book he had just picked up. Nathaniel is a ruler here, chapter 870. Nothing has changed in this place. Ares stumbled out of the rift, his clothes rumpled and stained with dark blood. Damn it, why am I always so unlucky? Whenever I create a rift near the clan territory, it connects to the cracks outside where those corrupted beasts lurk. He flicked his wrist, and his dirty attire immediately returned to its pristine, proper form, almost as if he hadn't just escaped from the midst of corrupted beasts. It's all because I am not very good with the natural law of space. I should increase my mastery of that law, he pondered aloud, looking back. Finding the space behind him empty, he frowned. Wait. I am sure I wasn't alone. His amethyst eyes widened with dread. Shit, I forgot about that red-eyed man. I was so focused on getting away from the beasts that I left him behind. He vanished. The next time he came back, he wore a guilty look as Cashin's bloodied figure dropped out of the rift after him. Ahem, Ares cleared his throat, his face flushed with embarrassment. His image, his precious image of a weak individual secretly being overpowered, has been shattered. Not just that, he even forgot the man he had recruited for his clan when he ran off to avoid the corrupted beasts, since his clean freak tendencies kicked in when so many beasts pounced at him. Are you okay? Cashin glared at him, his blood-red eyes zeroed in on his guilty figure coldly. I almost lost my life, Ares stammered as he moved back. That wasn't my fault, I saved you, okay? Not once but twice, Cashin scoffed, brushing the dark blood from his clothes with a wave of his hand. What about that hooded man? He safely reached the clan, right? Or did he also end up amidst the beasts like us? Ares paused, then let out a chuckle. The rift took him to the right place. I know where the other end of the rift opened. He is surely in the clan. Let's go, I'll take you there, now that you're one of us as well. They both floated above the grassy plain, the wind whipping through their hair. In a blink, they were outside a familiar gate. Silver's annoyed figure shot out of the massive gate like a lightning bolt. She was furious, her eyes blazing. Yet the moment she saw Ares, her demeanor shifted. Her anger was replaced by a look of joy. Clan Master, you are back, she shouted. The lower half of her face was hidden by the veil, so no one noticed the beautiful smile playing on her lips. Cashin froze, hearing the familiar voice. He glanced at Silver, his eyes flashing with old memories. Yet he could only watch her, not approach her as he could in the past. She didn't remember him. Why would she, when he was the one who left to pursue his grand dreams, dreams that ended in ruins? Or maybe she did, but he was no longer the individual she once met. He was someone else now, someone she didn't know. She was a good friend, but she is not useful. So let's just not get involved with those old friends I left a long time ago. He watched as Silver berated Ares for sending another new member to the clan. Ares chuckled at the woman who was voicing her grievances and grumbling. He found it amusing. He knew Silver didn't like him and even spoke ill of him behind his back. The only reason she clung to him was that he was the strongest person there. Plus, she had a thing for bright eyes and hair like his. Okay, I know that I disappear and send annoying new people into the clan. But tell me, where is that new member? He looked back, pointing at Cashin. This person here is also a new member. I recruited him. He and the one who arrived earlier than us both have a bright future. Silver examined the second newcomer of the day from head to toe, then ignored him. The person who arrived earlier, Kyle, I showed him his residence and briefed him about the clan. The last I recall, he went to the library. I guess he's a bookworm. Also, handle the second newcomer on your own. I was busy meditating when your presence disturbed my concentration. She clicked her tongue and vanished, leaving Ares staring at air, surprised. He went to the library, that's rare. Cashin shared his surprise. Why would a new Celestial who had just arrived head to a library? The answer was clear. He wanted to learn everything about this new realm. That hooded person is getting more interesting with time. He has a good future considering what happened in the Golden Hall. I need to have him join my team at all costs. Then we would leave this clan. Ares turned to him. Okay, follow me. I will show you your residence in the clan and introduce you to someone who can fill you in on the clan's rules and regulations. Then I will go check on that Kyle guy to know what he's up to. Cashin responded immediately. No, let's go to the library first. I want to check that place as well. I am new here, that's a good place to start. His words surprised Ares even more. Oh, I guess all the Celestials who have arrived here this time like to read. He chuckled and they entered the clan. The familiar mountains greeted them. Cashin's eyes flickered with coldness when he saw the old individuals on the mountains. Nothing has changed in this place too. The old generation still hoards the best places. With a shake of his head, he trailed behind Ares, who entered the city on the other side and led the way toward the library. Multiple old individuals noticed the two, but seeing nothing special, closed their eyes. On the way, the two overheard a strange conversation between many Celestials who were saying how a new face had defeated Jivet, the famed master of natural law of fortune, badly in his own area of expertise. There were even many Celestials who said that he had played more games and won. Ares was dumbfounded. He called over a few Celestials who greeted him and told him what they were talking about. Surely the new face everyone is talking about isn't Kyle. We were a bit late, but it's only been an hour or two since he arrived here. How did he get so famous already? Cashin, ears perked, listened to the murmuring Celestials around him. A thoughtful frown creased his brows. Does Kyle know the natural law of fortune? How did he win so many games, especially against Celestials stronger than him? But I remember his Celestial Lake didn't possess the color of natural law of fortune when he used the crystal in the Golden Hall. All of a sudden, his eyes widened in realization, a chill crawling down his spine. Don't tell me he learned a new law by observing others manipulate it. Cashin shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. That wasn't possible, not even for him. That Kyle guy must have had incredibly good luck to win the games. No way he could learn a natural law simply by observing it. Chapter 871, Do You Want to Be My Disciple? Ares and Cashin finally reached the clan library. Ares paid the greedy old man sitting outside with a click of his tongue, securing entry for both himself and Cashin. As they stepped inside, the words they heard made their eyes turn cold. Nathaniel is a ruler here. Kyle remained oblivious to their presence, completely engrossed in the book he held. A chilling laugh escaped his lips. To think the person who was the reason everything began sat on one of the highest thrones in this realm, deemed the strongest. Who would have thought? PFFF, is this some kind of sick joke? He stole another's power and now he's the strongest. His shoulders shook and the young boy floating behind him looked over at him. Don't lose yourself. I don't know what grievance you have with one of the rulers. They aren't someone you can trifle with, especially not Nathaniel. Forget about whatever issue you have with him. Kyle shook his head, his eyes crinkling slightly as he looked at the boy floating behind him wearing round spectacles. Me losing myself? No, I will never. It's someone else who has lost themselves. I'm just worried about his well-being since he's the person I want to kill. We came from the same place. It would be a devastating loss if he died under another's hand. The boy felt a chill down his spine when he saw the glimmer in Kyle's eyes. Those dark eyes were reflecting a hint of green, and he swore he felt something very dangerous. Ares and Cashin's eyes were locked on Kyle, burning with a silent fury. They both knew Nathaniel, the chilling reality of his power etched into their very souls. If they could, they would tear him apart piece by agonizing piece until he begged for death. But they knew they couldn't touch him, not yet. Not with their current strength. Cashin was the most affected, a cruel smile curled up on his expressionless face. You know Nathaniel, his voice echoed in the empty space. Ares turned to him, frowning. Why did he feel like both Cashin and Kyle knew about that cunning bastard? What was actually wrong with the newcomers? Kyle finally acknowledged them, his eyes sweeping over their figures. The amethyst eyes and white hair confirmed that one of them was Ares. Silver told him about him. As for the red-eyed man, he remembered seeing him with Ares in the Golden Hall. Are you talking to me? He stared directly at Cashin. His eyebrow rose when he saw a familiar emptiness in those red eyes, one he could never forget, one he had always seen in Azazel's eyes. Ha! Kyle wanted to smile, but he held back. Cashin cleared his throat. He could not believe he had reacted so strongly just by hearing that damn bastard's name. I am. Can you answer the question? Kyle hummed, his eyes traveling to Ares. He should show some respect to the clan leader, right? They had given him a place to live. He shouldn't be ungrateful. That's fine, fellow clan member, he asked, and Cashin nodded to confirm they were clanmates. Kyle greeted Ares and thanked him for his help in the Golden Hall of Light before turning back to Cashin. I do know him, but not personally. If you consider the fact that he is the reason an entire universe was plunged into an abyss of unimaginable suffering. Now, if you will excuse me, I would like to read. With that, he again engrossed himself in the book in his hand. The familiar sound of pages flipping echoed through the air, not just dumbfounding the young boy, but both Ares and Cashin too, who stared at him. Ares arrived beside him, sneering. Are you just seeing the pages? Kyle didn't turn to him. I am reading, this is my normal pace, the young boy exclaimed. He is definitely joking. Cashin wanted to speak with Kyle as well. But Ares, with a glint of interest in his eyes, was already circling the hooded man like a fly. So he instead picked up a book to read, deciding to wait until Ares left the library. He wanted to recruit Kyle to his team. The hooded man's earlier words had revealed a shared animosity towards Nathaniel. It seemed his task would be effortless. Ares turned to Kyle's other side. Hey, remember I tossed a card toward you when I teleported you away from the Golden Hall. You still have that, right? Kyle stopped reading, his senses probing his mind space. A moment later, a small, square-shaped card materialized between two of his fingers. He hadn't given it much thought since it was nothing special. He held out the card towards Ares. This, Ares pushed the card back to him. This is your ID card, the one you should have gotten in the Golden Hall of Light but could not due to what happened. It's blank right now. So put your energy into it and it will register your energy type as a legal resident of the celestial realm. Kyle let out an "oh." He wondered why he needed to do this. Was it necessary? As if sensing his question, Ares responded. This is just a formality. Your name is recorded in a powerful artifact, alongside countless others, so it won't impact you in any way. It's simply a measure to prevent anyone from entering the celestial realm unnoticed. One of the rulers implemented this rule, so I acquire these cards, bribing some people to use them for individuals like you, whom I recruit for my clan. Kyle nodded and muttered another thanks. It seemed he owed this clan leader a debt of gratitude for helping him out so much. He was currently broke, and the clan leader wasn't demanding repayment through labor, so he'd figure out how to repay them later. Ares watched him only to drop another bombshell. He had many questions. Like, what did Kyle actually mean when he said an entire universe was plunged into an abyss of suffering due to Nathaniel? Do you want to be my disciple? He asked, a sudden shift in his tone. He always pretended to be a weakling in front of others to lower their guards and to surprise them later by saving their lives, but Kyle already knew he wasn't a weakling. I haven't taken one in a long time, but I am a great master. After seeing multiple colors in your celestial lake, I know you have a lot of potential as a celestial. I am certain you will never regret this choice. Hearing him, Cashin choked on his breath. Ares a great master, the same Ares who couldn't be bothered to teach a single thing to his own students in the past because he didn't feel like it. Was this man kidding? He just hoped Kyle wouldn't agree, or else he was going to regret this his whole life. Even the young boy in the library stared at Ares with a deadpan expression. Kyle's eyebrow twitched. He slammed the book in his hand shut, placing it back in its place before picking up another book. My apology, but I would have to reject the clan leader's offer. I am not going to stick around here for long. Two individuals in the library let out a collective sigh of relief at his words. Ares, on the other hand, was irked. Mark my words, you will regret this. Why are you just flipping through the pages? If you are not reading anything, just ask that kid in the library what you want to know. Chapter 872. Why not join me? Kyle let out a sigh. It seemed Ares wouldn't believe him, even if he presented proof that he wasn't just flipping through pages. He nodded and turned to the young boy who straightened up under his gaze. I've almost read everything one needs to know about the celestial realm. I know the ruler's influence here and how this place is divided into multiple factions. But can you tell me why there are only celestials in this place? I believe even celestials give birth. His words froze the trio, so he was truly reading at such a terrifying speed. Ares stared at him, shocked. Cashin's lips twitched upwards. Now he was even more determined to recruit this young man. The boy before him adjusted his spectacles and cleared his throat. He wasn't young, he just appeared that way due to a natural law he had learned. So he understood where Kyle's question came from. You want to know what happens to those born in this realm because there's no way all of them are born celestials, right? Kyle nodded and he continued. It's simple. Celestials rarely have children. The birth rate here is low. After all, they are the strongest beings, making it difficult for them to conceive easily. Also, even before birth, it's clear if a kid will be born celestial. If they are good, they stay here. If not, they are sent to the lower universes until they reach the celestial realm on their own. A deep frown creased Kyle's brows. He didn't like this practice. It seemed cruel to send newborn children so far away just because they were born weak. Don't their parents help them? Who established this rule? I know this realm is more powerful than the lower universes, so ordinary people can't survive here. But can't the parents shield their children with barriers to keep them here, since the kids can grow stronger more easily in this environment? Ares chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. You actually sound naive asking that. You think no one has tried what you suggested. Not all Celestials are heartless. Many loved their kids even if they were born ordinary. He waved his hand and a book flew from the distance before landing in Kyle's hand. Read this. You will get your answer. Kyle glanced at him, wondering who had instructed him a while back to ask the young boy questions instead of flipping pages. With a nod, he flipped through the book. A few seconds later, his eyebrow raised. So the rule that only Celestials can stay here wasn't set by the rulers or anyone else. The Celestial realm automatically rejects anyone below the Celestial rank. Even if a Celestial wants to keep someone below the Celestial rank here, they can't for more than a day or two, even with all their efforts. Therefore, it was better to send their child away to a safe place on their own, instead of watching their child suddenly vanish to an unknown place due to the realm. I see that's the reason, he muttered. Ares finally believed that he could read everything at such a fast pace, the boy floating before Kyle talked next. You don't need to worry about this matter. There are old Celestials here who oversee those children and at the request of their parents and elders, help them cross the final boundary of the Celestial realm. Kyle shut the book in his hand. And those old Celestials take natural crystals in return for their service. The boy nodded and returned the book in his hand to its place on the shelf, where Ares had taken it from. Kyle turned and picked up another book. This time the book he chose wasn't about the Celestial realm. Instead, it was about natural laws. Ares stared at him, speechless. You're reading again? I thought you would be finished after knowing everything about the Celestial realm. You are a member of my clan now. Didn't Silver tell you that you have a duty to fight the corrupted beasts? Kyle gazed at the bookshelves around him. Clan leader, there are many books here. It would be a shame to leave so soon. As for my duty to the clan, I'll take care of it in due time. No need to worry. After all, it's just a matter of dealing with beasts, right? Ares, his face a mask of irritation, clicked his tongue and vanished from the library. How could someone be so boring? He had wasted a lot of time here, and this brat had yielded no useful information. To top it off, he had even refused to be his disciple. Just you wait. I'm going to put your name on the clan missions list, and that will teach you a lesson. A bit of suffering is needed to make him accustomed to this place. After he left, silence returned to the space, broken only by the sound of pages turning. Kyle was absorbing knowledge with every passing moment. Due to the silence, even the young boy began reading again. He shifted uneasily when Cassian suddenly arrived beside him, floating close to him. He was sure those crimson eyes were secretly watching his every move. A calm voice whispered beside him. Why not join me? This clan won't offer the resources you need to truly grow, but if you come with me, you will become stronger. If you ever want to stand against Nathaniel, staying here won't make that possible. Kyle's gaze drifted toward him, but the latter's eyes remained fixed on the book in his hand. Cassian flipped a page, the rustle of paper the only sound in the silence. Don't worry, no one can hear us. His hand stilled in surprise when he heard the hooded man's next words. I know. I noticed the energy flow change when you put a barrier around us. Cassian chuckled. This man was weaker than him in terms of overall strength, but he could still sense when he used his energy. Well, he already knew he wasn't ordinary. So what's your answer? Kyle noticed the forced smile on the man's face. It had been a while since he had seen such a blatant act of insincerity. Thanks, but I have to decline. It's not Nathaniel I want to stand against. I do dislike him, but he is someone else's target. He paused, weighing his words carefully. However, if you're still around when I feel like I can no longer grow in this clan, I might consider joining you for a while. Since I'm new to this realm, I need a guide. Cassian's grip on the book in his hand tightened. If not for his self-restraint, he would have already reduced it to dust. Who did this bastard think he was? He was just someone Cassian wanted to use. How dare he think he would wait around for him like a servant and tour him around the realm? Kyle's eyes crinkled at the sight. I had a feeling this person wasn't new to this realm, and I think I was right. I wonder what his history with Nathaniel is. It seems that man had stirred the ire of many people. Chapter 873, Time for some training. Cassian walked out of the library huffing. His red eyes were filled with anger, yet he took a deep breath and composed himself. I can't get riled up because of a young person who isn't even 50 yet. His gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in every single detail. A flicker of old memories danced in his eyes, remnants of the time he had spent in this very place. We both started here, didn't we? A laugh escaped his lips, a mirthless, cold, detached, chilling sound. That sounded very familiar to Kyle, who had followed after him secretly after getting curious about him. It reminded him of those obsidian eyes that always stared at him with emptiness. Cassian's lips twisted into a smile, yet his eyes remained cold. He felt desperate, so much so that he wanted to end everything and everyone just to kill the person who had made him the way he was today. Yet how ironic. How ironic, he muttered under his breath, staring into empty air as if looking at a faraway place. We began here, but one has soared to the top, reached the seat that is highest of all, while the other is at the bottom again. Cashin disappeared. Kyle stared at the empty space where he had been for a long moment before turning and re-entering the library. The boy wearing spectacles noticed his return, but this time he ignored Kyle. However, the young boy caught the faint words the hooded man had spoken as he picked up another book on natural laws. Don't talk about irony, just reach the top and kick the other down from the top. The fall hurts most when you're dropped from the highest position available. Kyle lost himself in the book once again, his brow furrowed in concentration. The young boy floating behind him watched his back for a long moment before speaking. My name is Zehan. I believe I didn't introduce myself, so I'm doing that now. Kyle's eyes lifted from the book as he acknowledged the introduction. You already know. But I am Kyle. Silence descended once more as Kyle, captivated by the towering bookshelves, wandered through the vast expanse. He couldn't access many of them due to the barriers surrounding them, but what he could were enough for now. He even learned a new natural law. It was the natural law of isolation, similar yet different to the natural law of space. Kyle only left the library when it was time for him to perform the clan duties. He had to go fight the corrupted beasts. That was the only thing he needed to do for now as one of the members of the clan. He stretched his body, the hood of his hoodie slipping off his head to reveal his dark hair and ordinary yet deep eyes. He had tweaked the teardrop symbol he engraved at the back of his neck, making it more powerful to hide his true appearance after reading a lot of advanced books on arrays he discovered in the library. Time for some training, he murmured, his lips curling upward. Too much reading has made my body sluggish, I need to move. He no longer needed anyone to guide him. He already knew everything one needed to know about the celestial realm. Bending over slightly, his eyes blazing, he suddenly vanished. Of course, he didn't use instant teleportation. He was simply moving at a speed that was double what someone of equal strength could achieve. A streak of icy glow was left in his wake as he swiftly moved through the houses and celestials moving around inside the clan. Heads turned as the celestials he passed felt a sudden icy chill. One man narrowed his eyes, watching the fading figure. Who was that? A nearby celestial answered. The newcomer, don't you recognize that hooded figure and dark hair? He's the one who bested Gvet in his own game. The first man's eyes widened, but then he let out a boisterous laugh as he glanced in the direction Kyle had vanished. He's finally out of the library. Clan leader was angry because of him a week ago. He put his name in all the battles this month as his missions. Do you think he'll win? The celestial beside him scoffed. Win? That's a long shot. He has to survive first. Those battles are against other clans, mostly to settle claims on some dungeons. Do you think his opponents will let him win? He just arrived in this realm and has already rubbed the clan leader the wrong way. He lowered his voice. We all know Ares is very petty. A collective grimace swept through the crowd as they heard his words. They were already lighting a candle for the newcomer. News always traveled like wildfire in the clan thanks to its close-knit community. And Kyle was already famous, known for his victory against Gvet, an impressive winning streak in many games in the city, earning him countless natural crystals. So when Ares, their clan leader, put his name on multiple difficult missions, they knew exactly who the newcomer was. Unaware that Ares had plotted against him just because he rejected the man's offer to become his disciple, Kyle left the clan city, which was shrouded in a golden barrier. His calm eyes briefly flickered toward the towering green mountains outside the city. The same mountains that were occupied by the old Celestials who had shredded a part of his senses when he arrived in the clan. He tilted his head. How much stronger do I need to become to get a place in one of the mountains? A fourth stage Celestial, a chuckle escaped his lips. No, I don't need a small place. I will kick them all out and take the entire place for myself. That's more like me. His gaze swept through the place, taking in everything he could see. The old people on the tall mountains shuddered, a feeling of unease washing over them. But before the old Celestials could pinpoint the source of this disturbance, he had vanished. Chapter 874. I am not delicious, all right. Kyle exited the clan gate, adorned with jewels and towering over the space. He already knew he wouldn't be able to pass through the walls surrounding the clan, so he didn't even try and simply used the gate. The people standing guard in front of the gate noticed him and gave him a nod. One of the women with bird-like wings approached him with a polite smile. Where are you going? Kyle turned to her. To kill some corrupted beasts. She nodded and left him alone. The clan didn't keep their members tied down. They were allowed to go anywhere, they just had to report to the guards before leaving, although only if they were going to return. If not, there was no need for even that. Kyle disappeared into the sky. Soon, he crossed the energy barrier that enclosed the floating mass of Earth he was on. He inhaled a lungful of air. The natural energy outside the barrier he had flown out from was twice as potent. This place is full of natural energy. He looked up. The sky outside the floating mass of Earth was a breathtaking expanse of azure and white, dotted with many other massive structures enclosed in barriers. Then he looked down and far, far below a sprawling land of emerald green, the real land of the celestial realm stretching out as far as the eye could see. Kyle's ears twitched. The moment he emerged from the barrier, he had noticed that someone had appeared behind him. He did not turn, however, waiting for the other person to make a move first because he did not sense any hostility from them. Finally, a cough sounded behind him. He swiveled back, meeting the eyes of an old woman with white hair braided into two braids on either side of her shoulders. She wore a set of gray armor with dark patterns that clung to her body like clothing. The woman didn't smile nor did she greet him. Instead, she went straight to the point. "From the clan, a new member," he nodded, and she continued. "Here to kill the corrupted beasts," he nodded again, and she took out a steel brush and bracelet from her mind space. "Name, Kyle." With practiced ease, the woman inscribed his name on the front of the bracelet. Then she tossed it toward him with a quick nod. "Wear it. It will record your contributions as you kill the corrupted. That way I will know how much to pay you when you are done." She paused, watching him put on the bracelet on his wrist before leaving. "Follow me." She made sure to keep her pace equal to what a second-stage celestial could follow. Skylar followed behind her. He wanted to change his clothes to fresh ones since he hadn't done that in so long. Yet, he couldn't now that he had to follow someone else. A sigh escaped his lips, along with a feeling of irritation at himself for being so messy. Coming to the celestial realm was so hectic I have neglected my comfort. His nose wrinkled a minute later when he sensed an acidic, pungent smell in the air. As Kyle heard the sounds of battle, metal striking against flesh, and looked ahead, he understood where the disgusting smell was coming from. In the space in front of him, countless individuals were fighting dark beasts made of impure natural energy. The monsters' bodies were uneven and grotesque, their forms twisted in multiple angles. His stomach churned violently as he realized he had to fight those things. He would be damned if he even let those ugly monsters touch him or let their dark, murky, foul blood stain his clothes. The old woman hovering on his left side noticed his discomfort. Not surprised, she had seen new Celestials react worse than him when they first encountered corrupted beasts. His reaction was far more normal. She coughed, drawing his attention. "My name is Zami, your superior in this place. You can find me if you need help," she pointed at the monsters. "These things come out from the cracks that formed in nature around. They can't be allowed to live since they attack the barrier around the clan territory and grow stronger with time, eventually becoming powerful enough to consume even a celestial." Kyle nodded absent-mindedly. He had read about the corrupted monsters and already knew just how dangerous they were. His question was something different. "How many of these corrupted beasts do I need to kill to fulfill my duty to the clan?" Zami looked at him and sighed. "As long as you assist the clan clear out some, that's enough. The clan rules aren't strict. Members come here to earn natural crystals awarded by the clan for killing the beasts or to get stronger. Because when a corrupted beast is killed, its body turns into natural energy benefiting those nearby." Kyle unclenched and clenched his hands, then took out his spear. He would stay far away from a fist fight. The monsters were too grotesque for him to touch. "All right, I understand." Before he left, he heard the old woman speak again one last time behind him. "Be careful when fighting them." Surprised by the sudden warning to be careful, he nodded and vanished. The old woman didn't linger, turning to her tasks. The monsters were gathered in one place, held back by an array she had to maintain. She was responsible for everything in this sector. The area outside the clan territory was divided into 3 sections, and Kyle had simply entered hers when he arrived. Moreover, sometimes the beasts around the other clans would travel towards them, and she had to keep an eye on that to make sure the shield protecting her clan wouldn't be breached while she wasn't looking. Kyle entered the battlefield. The space thrummed faintly and his eyes widened in surprise. For some reason, the moment he entered the vicinity of the monsters, they all paused and fixed their countless moving eyes on him as if he were a treat. "Damn it, I am not delicious, all right." Chapter 875, I despise those who steal. Kyle jumped back midair when one of the monsters leaped toward him, trying to bury him underneath its body. In that moment, while cursing, he noticed a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Amidst the people from different races fighting around him, he saw Cashin. Kyle dodged another beast and spun his spear. The power of the natural law of ice and cold erupted, freezing a monster into a statue. Then its body shattered like glass, surprising many people around him as he removed his hoodie and tossed it away. It fell down in the vast space below him. His gaze lingered on Cashin's figure. "What is he still doing here? I thought he would have left the clan already." He wondered aloud and watched as the man killed one beast after another. Cashin's crimson eyes were so focused that it felt as if he couldn't sense anything. Kyle's gaze narrowed as he sensed the man's overall power rise, albeit faintly. Interesting, he is using a natural law to absorb the energy of those he is killing. His interest was piqued. He spun the spear in his hand, a whirlwind of wind and cold. And then, with a roar that seemed to shake the air, familiar icy flames erupted from his body, engulfing him. The space around him became a freezing vortex of cold, driving back the monsters. Jaws of the many celestials around him gaped in shock at the sight of the flames. Their eyes widened, and shouts of what type of flames he was using echoed. They could tell it was a skill, but they had never seen such skill that operated solely on the power of nature, that was untamed. This young person possessed something truly extraordinary. Something only those who had been given permission by nature to wield the natural laws of ice and cold to their absolute extreme limit could wield. Naturally, they all possessed many natural laws, even if their celestial lake didn't have many colors. They also had multiple skills and even knew powerful celestial spells. Yet they knew nothing could compare to the cold, blue flames they were witnessing. They could just tell, those freezing flames themselves were born of nature. Their soul wielder didn't acquire them from a source. He was born with that power. He was born to wield that power. One of those rare individuals who are born only once every 5 or 10,000 years. However, those people die immediately at the time of their birth because their young bodies can't handle such immense power, even if they have celestial physiques. The young man before them, however, clearly looked like he had worked hard to reach the level of physique he possessed. Just how had he survived, stayed alive for so long? These questions swirled in the minds of many as their gaze wandered toward him from time to time, even while fighting. He floated in the flames he created like a being out of their reach. Many felt jealous. He was clearly weaker than many of them, just a second-stage celestial. Then why on earth did they feel threatened by his aura? Kyle naturally remained unbothered by the gazes on him. He was used to it already. He moved through the monsters, freezing and shattering their bodies with a speed that no second-stage celestial present could follow. He was feeling a rush of adrenaline. It's only been a short time since he fought with Azazel, who would have thought he would crave to fight so much. His gaze was on Cashin, though. Even though he was fighting and killing a lot of monsters, he was attempting to pick up the pattern of natural law Cashin was using to absorb the power of those he killed. I need to get closer. I cannot grasp it. He felt an urge to touch the air around Cashin. That would be enough for him to understand what he was unable to by just watching. Yet just as this thought crossed his mind, he met those crimson eyes. They stared directly at him as if they knew he had been watching him and all his plans. Kyle's eyes crinkled in amusement and he disappeared from his spot. He was already caught, so why hesitate? But the man was already gone when he reappeared to touch the space around him. He stared intensely at the empty space and then looked up. There above him, Cashin floated, a cold expression on his face as he gazed down. What do you want? Kyle tilted his head, confused. You already know, do not you? I am just trying to understand something that does not even matter. Cashin let out a humorless chuckle. Doesn't matter. It does matter for your information. My laws are mine. No one else is allowed to steal them or learn them. And let me tell you something more. I despise those who steal what belongs to others. His words were met with an amused smile that infuriated him so much he wanted to punch the hell out of the man below him. Kyle straightened up and stared at him. I too despise the people who steal what belongs to others, yet I have done it many times in my life, and I am sure you have too. Does that make us hypocrites? Cashin's fists clenched tightly. Fury bubbled within him, ready to erupt. Before he could retort, though, many corrupted monsters attacked Kyle. Even though there were many other celestials around that the monsters could attack, it was almost as if Kyle was their favorite. Cashin just watched as the man valiantly fought to not let the beasts trap him. A low hum escaped Cashin's lips as the corrupted beasts, with a ferocity he had never seen before, chased after Kyle. Are they attracted to him? Why? The beasts are drawn to the celestials, yes, but only to the aura of strong celestials. Is his aura more enticing than the others, even more than those stronger than him? His eyes glowed briefly. I know that he has many colors in his celestial lake, but there's also something else unique about him, something related to the icy flames. I just can't sense it. Chapter 876, The Missions, Part 1. Kyle recoiled, a faint hiss escaping his lips as his hand brushed against the corrupted beast. The slimy, repulsive touch sent a jolt of revulsion through him, making him jump back far away from them as if burned. Damn it. Don't touch me, he snarled, his voice laced with irritation. Fight from a distance, would you? What about my personal space? His words left many speechless. Even Cashin felt his eyebrow twitching. All around him, the Celestials looked at their clothes. They were stained with the dark, viscous blood of the corrupted beasts. Well, they were on a battlefield. Cleanliness was a luxury they couldn't afford with the beasts surrounding them. Then they looked at his clothes. Unlike theirs, his clothes, though wrinkled, were still clean and pristine, even though he had been fighting the beasts for more than an hour now and had even killed many. Yet he was still dissatisfied. How ridiculous! He was even reprimanding the monsters just because he himself had accidentally brushed his hand against one. Of course, Kyle didn't share the Celestials' sentiment. He was already irritated that he hadn't taken a good bath for so long. What just happened only ticked him off more. He counted the number of monsters he had killed so far in his mind. It was well over 100. Surely that would be enough to contribute to the clan for a month, right? The old woman said that as long as I help the clan clear out some, that's enough. He muttered under his breath, engulfing himself in the flames. As he disappeared from sight, his eyes closed, recalling the time he saw Cashin wielding a law. Slowly, he replayed the scene in his mind, remembering every single detail. The way Cashin's natural energy flowed out of his body, the specific type of energy it was, it all came back to him. It was a challenge to grasp with only a superficial understanding, but he concentrated deeply, drawing on the natural laws he had already mastered. His eyes snapped open after a long time. A familiar green color blazed within them, then faded into the dark depths. A smirk touched his lips, curling upward. The natural law of assimilation. Outside the dome of blue flames, a shiver ran down Cashin's spine as he overheard Kyle's faint murmur that didn't escape his senses. His red eyes darkened ominously. Ha ha ha, no, you aren't allowed to learn what is mine, how dare you? He charged toward the icy flames, a whirlwind of fury and desperation. He would eliminate Kyle, or if that proved impossible, he would destroy his memory of the natural law. That law was his, he had found it first. Yet as the icy flames dissipated, his eyes saw nothing but a chilling emptiness with no trace of him. Kyle had vanished. A vein throbbed on Cashin's forehead, a crimson pulse of rage as he roared in frustration. Kyle, far away, Kyle sighed at the loud shout. He shook his head and glanced at the old woman floating before him with a smile. I have no idea why he is shouting. Zami stared at him. She had witnessed everything that transpired. As the overseer of this area outside the clan territory, she was naturally a very powerful celestial. This young man was truly peculiar. She had multiple questions, like how he could learn a natural law just by watching another. But she wasn't the curious type, so she didn't ask him anything. The old woman simply checked the bracelet she gave him to see how many monsters he had killed. 167, it's a high number. You killed so many in such a short time, those things don't die easily due to their sturdy forms. Zami muttered and then nodded. This much is indeed enough for you to be done with your clan duties for this month. I will give you 1670 natural crystals for your achievement and work hard. She handed him the crystals, and Kyle tossed them into his mind space without even counting. Then he turned around to leave. Before he left, Zami spoke again. Come back whenever you are free. Your presence was really a help. I will increase your reward if you come often. Kyle's eyes crinkled with amusement. He had actually profited today. He hadn't just learned a new natural law, but the energy emanating from the beasts he had slain had greatly benefited him, even when he hadn't actively absorbed it like Cashin. For sure, he vanished just as Cashin arrived at the scene, sensing him. The man's eyes were calm, a deadly calm that barely concealed the remnants of his earlier outburst. Zami stared at the second peculiar man she had encountered that day. She sighed and pointed toward the clan territory after checking Cashin's bracelet. Seeing he had killed 240 corrupted beasts and giving him the natural crystals he had earned. He went to the clan. Cashin didn't need to be told twice. He disappeared after him, his eyes shadowed with a simmering frustration. He had never thought a person could be so infuriating that he wanted to punch them so badly. I thought he would be a good chess piece. He wouldn't be. He would take everything I have and make me the chess piece in the end. That infuriating tall bastard. Fully aware of the man trailing him, Kyle strolled leisurely into the clan territory, his gaze scanning the landscape for a suitable spot to meditate. He craved the sanctuary of quiet, a respite from the constant buzz of the clan, before pushing himself to the limit in the caves and training grounds. He should make his physique stronger. But just as Kyle walked into the clan, he was surrounded by multiple celestials. He assumed a defensive stance, ready to fight or flee, but sensing no hostility from them, he halted. His gaze was on the crowd. A familiar face walked out. Jivet, the celestial who had lost all his wealth to him in the fortune dice game. A grin played on his face as he greeted him. We have been waiting for you. Newbie. It was only then Kyle noticed that all the celestials around him were those who had lost money to him in different games. His brows furrowed slightly. Were they trying to intimidate him to get back their money? He let out a tentative, "Why?" Jivet chuckled, sensing his unease. "Relax, we're not here to collect our debts. We are law-abiding celestials. We accept our losses. We are only here to help the new guy find his way to the mission hall." His grin widened with a predatory gleam. "You probably don't know this, but the clan leader has already put your name down for a whole bunch of missions. As a member of the clan, you are expected to complete them all whether you want to or not." Kyle blinked, confused. What? Despite his question, no one answered. He could only follow them to the mission hall, hoping to find out what was going on. Chapter 877, The Missions, Part 2. A while later, Kyle stared dumbfounded at the massive wall before him, cluttered with numerous mission postings, speechless. 1, 2, 3. 12 battles, he counted, his brow arching slightly as he scanned the multiple mission pages where his name was written in bold. He could not believe Ares had put his name on so many battles. He was just a new member of the clan. What was wrong with that man? Next to him, Jivet chuckled softly. The man reached out to shake his shoulder to console him perhaps, only to trip when Kyle moved back and avoided his hand. Jivet's smirk stiffened, but he let it go and forced out a polite smile as he looked at Kyle. Don't worry much, we will cheer for you from afar, just return back intact. Kyle's lips twitched violently, return back intact. Did that mean there was a chance he could lose a limb or two in these battles? He glanced back at the wall cluttered with missions, and could not help but wonder if this was Ares' way of getting back at him for refusing to become his disciple. If so, the man was truly petty, even more so than him, or maybe not. He let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. At least the saving grace was that according to the missions his opponents would be similar strength as him or at most only a stage above him. That would be fine, he could handle that much, he was sure. Reaching out, Kyle tore all the missions with his name from the wall one by one. Then he turned to Jivet. How do I reach the places mentioned on the missions? I know the directions, but I believe there should be a convenient way. Jivet gave him a reassuring look. There is a teleportation portal nearby, but we would take you to the mission locations. You are going to participate in some battles to settle claims on some dungeons we want for this month. These battles are important, so some of us have to watch anyway. Kyle nodded and briskly followed the man who was offering insincere reassurance. To him, the Celestials around him seemed like nothing more than bored spectators, eager to see him beaten up, because he had won a lot of their precious natural crystals. I need to prove to them all that I am not someone they can push around. I have to win in all of these battles to ensure that no one tries to interfere with me in the clan. Azazel is enough to get on my nerves. I don't want others to do the same. As he left the small building he was in, surrounded by many Celestials, his gaze met the familiar, furious crimson eyes. Cashin had finally caught up to him, only to find him surrounded by so many people. A grin played on Kyle's lips as he tilted his head, a casual amusement in his gaze. You want to join us? Cashin clenched his fists, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Damn it, I can't touch him in front of so many. The clan's rules are clear, no fights between members unless they officially challenge each other in the arena. Kyle chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. His lips moved, forming a few words that nearly made Cashin want to spit blood. Thank you for sharing one of your natural laws. I will make good use of it. Then he turned and followed after Jivet, who was on about how Kyle need to change out of his clothes into a more formal attire since he would be representing the clan. Kyle hummed softly. Ultimately, only he, Jivet, and 10 more Celestials remained as they finally reached the location where the teleportation portal was present. All clad in fresh clothes they had changed into when they stopped at Jivet's place on the way. Unlike everyone else, clad in gray, silver, or brown robes adorned with intricate, golden, thread-like patterns, Kyle refused to wear the dark silver robe they had given him. He opted for a combat suit he had, a pair of comfortable dark trousers and a golden shirt, lined with silver patterns at the collar and cuffs beneath a dark waistcoat. Jivet regarded him with dissatisfaction. His clothes were different from theirs, but even so, he had to admit this young human looked too handsome for his own good. Even with so many Celestials around him, he was the tallest. Someone anyone could spot in a crowd, even from a distance. Tusk, Jivet clicked his tongue inwardly. He was handsome as well and had the charm of the Celestial, but in front of Kyle he looked rather ordinary. How strange when he was the stronger among them. He wasn't the only one comparing his looks to Kyle's. All the other Celestials around him were also feeling annoyed at how the human stood out among them. It was as if he was a young master and they were his servants. The thought alone made them furious. Kyle rubbed his tingling neck, ignoring the stares that were drilling into his head. He eyed the stable blue portal before him. Should we leave? Jivet nodded and motioned for him to enter the portal. He was already late for the battles. They couldn't waste any more time or else the battles would be postponed and they would lose the chance to fight for the dungeons they wanted this month. Giving one last glance to the man who had been trailing him around, Kyle stepped into the portal and vanished. After him, the rest also disappeared into the flickering portal. Cashin gritted his teeth in frustration. He slammed his fist into a towering tree, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Instantly, the tree was reduced to splinters, dissolving into a cloud of dust. That damn thief, he roared to himself, his voice fading into the eerily silent space. But before he could consider how to get his hands on Kyle and reclaim the natural law the man had stolen, his shoulder was tapped rather calmly. He spun around, only to be met with a pair of calm eyes staring at him with a smile. Cashin shuddered when a sudden dread crawled into his spine as the old celestial before him held out his hand. You destroyed my tree. I have been selling the spot beneath it as a mediating spot. Now pay up before you regret it. A silent curse ripped from his throat as he vowed to make Kyle beg for mercy one day. Damn it all. Chapter 878, The Missions, Part 3. Kyle inhaled a deep breath as he stepped out of the portal, only to feel the air around him suddenly become sparse. It was as if the natural energy in the place he had just arrived was faint, almost non-existent. He frowned, however, his tension eased as he saw the field of flowers beneath his feet. Different, delicate, soothing fragrances filled the air, calming his senses, yet he knew better than to let his guard down. Behind him, the other Celestials in robes hurriedly stepped out of the portal, leaving the territory of the Golden Guardians clan and entering the domain of another. Finally, Kyle turned to acknowledge the Celestial who had materialized on his left side. He hadn't acknowledged him before because the latter was sleeping when he stepped out of the portal, but sensing him, he had jolted awake. Kyle smiled politely, but his words were anything but polite. Good morning. Jivet, who was about to speak to the Celestial and explain the reason for their arrival, froze upon hearing the calm, deep voice. With two simple words, the human had easily made the Celestial he had just met feel extremely embarrassed. Why? Because he was sleeping on duty. The Celestial, with a pair of deep golden eyes like the sun, scales that shimmered like a tiny mirrors, and a pale glow around him, stammered, trying to explain himself. No, I wasn't sleeping. As a Celestial, I don't need sleep. It's related to the natural law I have been studying. That's why. Kyle blinked, realizing that he had just spoken without thinking. He knew it was because of the man's eyes, so similar to those of Nine, his friend, that his tongue had blurted out a casual remark. He sighed and changed the topic. We are from the Golden Guardians clan. The Celestial let out an "oh" and nodded, fiddling with an artifact in his hand. Could you tell me why you're here? I need to make a note of it. This portal connects to many different places. I'm responsible for recording who visits the clan. Kyle nodded, sensing a subtle but potent power in the air. Though he could tell that the clan they had arrived at was very small and lacked much natural energy as he extended his senses. The scent of danger, tempered by captivating fragrances, told him that many powerful Celestials resided here. We are here for the monthly battle your clan had against us, the battle to reclaim the right for a dungeon for this month. Hearing him, the golden eyes narrowed at him and then at the rest of the Celestials. Kyle realized with a raised brow that the Celestial was checking their strength. He watched as the man's lips curled upward into a smirk as he opened his mouth. I see, I will guide you to the clan gate. The man began to float. Kyle chuckled, amusement dancing in his dark eyes as he followed the floating man with Jivet and the others. What a welcome. The man had already deemed that they would leave in defeat just after sensing their power. My apologies, I suppose. I'm not here to lose. I'm here to demonstrate my strength and ensure that at least those who are my equal in power wouldn't stand in my way. He mused inwardly and zoomed closer to the man. His eyes flashed with a familiar glint that Cashin would have recognized immediately, because it was eerily similar to the one that appeared when he wanted to steal the man's natural law. And he did. If you don't mind me asking, could you tell me about the natural law you are learning? I am quite intrigued. What type of natural law is it if it's related to sleep? The Celestial narrowed his golden eyes. Jivet and the others following them were also taken aback, surprised by his question. It was common knowledge that Celestials didn't share their natural laws. Even if they did, few others could understand them, as each and every natural law was unique. Yet this young man dared to ask about another natural law so casually. Jivet wanted to rebuke him. Before he could, the golden-eyed Celestial chuckled and relaxed his narrowed gaze. He actually responded to Kyle's outlandish question. Maybe he thought his natural law was too unique for anyone else to grasp. If only the poor fool knew, he would regret this thought very soon. Maybe in just a minute. It's not actually related to sleep, but rather to one's subconscious. Like conjuring. The man struggled to find the right words, so he held out his hand to reveal a touch of the unique, darkish purple natural energy he had discovered and been trying to tame. He had only grasped a part of its essence. Kyle's eyes were immediately drawn to the flicker of light dancing on the man's palm. Jivet and the other Celestials were awed by his ability to manifest the natural energy associated to his law. It was a very taxing process even for powerful Celestials. They showered him with praise, but Kyle's gaze remained fixed on the darkish purple hue that emanated from the man's hand, a color reminiscent of a starry night. It was calm, alien, and strangely alluring. The man closed his hand, scratching his head in embarrassment as they landed in front of the gate of the Dawnfeather clan. This is as far as I can take you. Go, the guards at the gate will let you in. With that, the golden-eyed Celestial turned to go back to his duty. Kyle stayed rooted in his place with a dazed look in his dark eyes. The scene of the bright starry night played in his head. The alluring sight of the sparkling stars that dotted the cloudy sky. And then his dark eyes glinted with a familiar hue. Jivet had already stepped forward to speak with the guards stationed before the towering gate, which was shorter than the gate of their own clan but still a sight. The others followed him with confused eyes after they failed to nudge Kyle forward. So they were completely unprepared when the golden-eyed floating celestial, who was going back to the teleportation portal to do his duty, suddenly lost his balance midair and dropped face first on the ground. They gasped alongside the guards who were stunned to see the man fall so suddenly. But the golden-eyed celestial did not care for his image, nor did their gaping jaws. His face was filled with horror as he snapped his head toward Kyle's dazed figure so fast his bones creaked. He seemed to have heard the human whisper something that sent a jolt through both his body and soul. A shrill cry escaped his lips. "What did you just whisper?" Kyle finally snapped out of his daze and hummed as he heard the shout. He tilted his head back with innocent eyes as if he hadn't just stolen another natural law. The natural law of dreams and illusions. You can bend others' dreams to your will. With that, he turned and sauntered into the Dawnfeather clan's towering gate that had swung open, leaving behind a slack-jawed, golden-eyed celestial still sprawled on the ground in a bewildered crowd. Chapter 879, The Missions, Part 4. Just as Kyle stepped into the Dawnfeather clan, he was greeted with a different scene from the Golden Guardian clan. There were no mountains inside the gate, no city, but only towering old structures scattered in a vast terrain filled with all kinds of flowers. He glanced around the place, oblivious to the shocked gazes of Jivet and the other Celestials trailing behind him. It took them a moment, but they understood what he did in front of the clan gate. He had learned the natural law of that golden-eyed Celestial. The question was how. That Celestial didn't even explain his law properly, just showing him a wisp of energy, and Kyle grasped his law. A law that man would have probably spent years to learn. The Celestials drew in sharp breaths. Inwardly, they vowed to never reveal their natural laws in front of Kyle again. This person was simply a monster. A monster who could learn others' natural laws as easily as taking a stroll in a park. Kyle turned his gaze to Jivet, and the Celestial visibly flinched, which amused him. He didn't press the matter, instead cutting straight to the point. "Where do we need to go for the battle?" Jivet wiped his sweaty forehead. He and the others had come with Kyle to watch him fail, but after what they had just witnessed, the Celestials weren't so sure anymore. "Wait here. I will go speak with the clan." He vanished. Kyle watched his receding figure and stepped forward. Some of the clan members took notice of him. Given his attire, tall stature, and striking features, it was difficult not to notice him. However, they kept their distance because of the many Celestials surrounding him. Kyle felt a sudden tingling warmth brush his leg as he took a few steps inside the clan. He looked down and saw a dark crimson flower unlike any other around. Casually picking it up, he turned to the Celestials near him. "This is..." Their jaws dropped as they looked at him and then at the flower. They were shocked once more that the man had just casually found a treasure, not just any treasure, but one holding the power of the fire element. One of the Celestials jumped forward. His main natural element was fire, the element his celestial lake held. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled nervously at Kyle. "It's a good natural treasure, how about you sell it to me? I will pay with natural crystals." Kyle's lips curved upward. Of course, he knew it was a natural treasure, however it was useless to him since he already knew the natural law of fire. Also, he would never consume it, considering how many people had likely stepped on it. Luckily, someone took the bait and wanted to buy it. "Okay, pay me and it's yours." The Celestial gave him 100 natural crystals and the crimson flower was his. The other Celestials could only watch in stunned silence as a powerful fire treasure, valued at thousands of natural crystals, was bought by someone for a mere 100 natural crystals. They all felt regretful, wishing they had been the ones to offer to buy it. But it was too late. The deal was done. Someone had already bought it. Meanwhile, the numerous Celestials of the Dawnfeather clan who had just witnessed Kyle casually finding a treasure in their land, the very land they walked on, and selling it right before their very eyes. Kyle strolled into the clan, surveying the ancient structures scattered around him. The flowers brushed against his legs, yet strangely, they remained unharmed even when stepped upon, as if protected by an unseen natural power. Only when he bent down to pluck them did they yield. The other Celestials from the Golden Guardian clan followed him. Jivet had instructed Kyle to remain put, but they couldn't, for some reason, ask him not to roam around. It was as if there was an unapproachable aura around him that made them seem small in his presence. Kyle didn't walk for long before Jivet returned, his expression grave. The man looked as though he had suffered as he looked directly at him with a sigh. "The Dawnfeather clan leader told me that they are ready for the fight but are sending a third-stage Celestial for the battle. Are you sure you can take him? The outcome of this battle will determine which of our clans will claim the dungeon for this month. If you aren't confident I or anyone can fight," he was cut off mid-sentence by Kyle. "I will handle it. It's my mission." Jivet wanted to say more, but seeing the nonchalant look on his face, he swallowed his words, shaking his head solemnly. All right then, come with me, the battle stage is ready. We just need to go there. He began to float. Kyle and the others from the Golden Guardian clan followed suit. But this time, several Celestials from the Dawnfeather clan, who had been observing the handsome Celestial, also trailed behind them upon learning the group was from the Golden Guardian clan, here for the monthly battle. Generally, they avoided these fights, as their clan usually won, but this time, the arrival of a new face had lit their interest. So why would not they place bets on whether he would win or lose badly? Kyle noticed the growing crowd following them. Ignoring them, he increased his pace. In no time, they all landed in the center of a clearing where there were no structures, but only elevated platforms for battle covered in silver barriers, surrounded by flowers. His opponent was already present. A tall, handsome man enveloped in golden light that shimmered like molten gold. The man sat cross-legged on one of the platforms, eyes tightly closed in concentration. Behind him stood a few elderly figures in robes with expressions of boredom, likely the representatives of the man's clan, who, like Jivet and the others, would oversee the battle to ensure no one cheats. Kyle stepped onto the platform, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt. He hadn't extended his senses, knowing many strong Celestials were around. Now, however, he spread his senses to gauge his opponent's power. He nodded to himself. His opponent was indeed a third-stage Celestial because he couldn't sense his true strength at all. I can defeat him. The closed eyes finally snapped open. Deep, mesmerizing eyes, one shimmering gold and one blue, stared at him amusedly as the owner chuckled and rose to his feet. Can you really? He smirked, his gaze sweeping over Kyle's form as a pair of brass knuckles appeared on his fingers. He cracked them together, a sigh escaping him as he sensed his power. A second-stage Celestial versus a third-stage Celestial. Does the Golden Guardian clan not want the dungeon this month? If so, they should have said so. Why waste our time on this meaningless fight? Kyle raised a brow. The man was indeed stronger than him. It was true, but he could tell that he could easily defeat him. Why? Because the natural aura around the man was way weaker compared to him. He tilted his head with a smirk. I would like to say the same. His opponent, visibly angered, grunted in response, then turned to his clan members. Elders, commence the battle. I want this over quickly. I don't have time to waste. I'd rather use it to learn more natural laws. Kyle let out a mirthless chuckle, a brilliant gleam of green flashing in his dark gaze. This man was now pissing him off. He suddenly raised his hand as one of the Dawnfeather clan representatives started floating to commence the battle. Half a minute, no, 10 seconds. I will end this battle in 10 seconds so as not to waste your precious time. His opponent's eyes trembled with rage. You, how dare you? Can't you see the power difference between us? Know your place. It will be me who throws you out of this stage in seconds and ends this fight. The people of his clans rallied behind him, throwing disdainful looks at Kyle, who had no idea about the vastness of the world. Jivet and the other Celestials who had come with Kyle simply wiped their brows, hoping he wouldn't be too badly beaten. Why? Because unlike him, they knew his opponent wasn't just any ordinary third-stage Celestial with no foundation. He was one of the disciples of Dawnfeather clan leader. Kyle just shrugged his shoulders. The elder floating above the platform shook his head with a sigh at the arrogant Celestial and without a word initiated the battle. First, state your names, then begin. Kyle met the dual-colored eyes. Myself, Kyle. His opponent let out a snicker. Rion Wales. Then, with a burst of speed, they charged at each other, harnessing the power of natural laws. Two streaks of light, one blue and one golden, blazed across the small platform, but what happened next silenced everyone. Their lips fell open in utter shock. Kyle used the strength of the natural laws of wind and thunder, and Rion was flung off the stage. And it didn't even take 10 seconds. Chapter 880, That Foolish Jerk Better Not Die. Kyle halted in the middle of the platform, casually brushing his clothes with a smirk. He tilted his head to gaze at the stunned elder who had commenced the battle. Shouldn't you announce my victory? His words snapped the gathered crowd out of their stupor. They gasped at Rion's figure, who was sprawled outside the platform, the man's expression a mixture of disbelief and shock as he stared at Kyle's tall figure. Jivet hurriedly closed his gaping mouth and cheered for Kyle. The other Celestials from his clan followed suit immediately. The elderly Celestial finally shook off his daze and announced to everyone loudly. The victor is Kyle. Rion leaped to his feet indignant. Bullshit, I don't agree to this. He cheated. Or else how can a second-stage Celestial defeat a third stage? He is definitely hiding his true strength, this deceitful bastard. Kyle met his dual-colored eyes directly, his demeanor calm, collected, and even casual. Rematch? I apologize, but I don't have so much useless time to waste. Regardless, he trailed off and looked at the elders. If the overseers of the match think we should, then we can have a rematch. Rion seethed with fury, yet he didn't climb the platform again. Though his anger was evident, he wasn't a fool. Kyle had finished the battle with just one blow. However, who knows how much this infuriating tall man would beat him the second time. The spot he had been struck still ached. There was no way he was climbing back up to fight. Why you? Just you wait. After saying this, he vanished as if running away with his tail tucked between his legs, making the shocked crowd speechless. The Celestial who had commenced the battle cleared his throat, embarrassed. He really couldn't believe this scaredy-cat was one of the disciples of their clan leader. There was no foul play. Kyle didn't cheat. I watched the battle. It ended rather quickly, but he defeated Rion fair and square. All those who had witnessed the battle, unlike the weak Celestials, and saw just how Kyle had defeated Rion with the speed of the natural law of wind and the raw power of the natural law of thunder, agreed with him. Still, no one from the opposing side cheered. They indeed liked good battles, but why would they be happy when their clan had just lost face, and very brutally at that? Many eyes were glued to Kyle's back as he jumped down from the platform casually, sauntering towards Gvet and the rest. All of a sudden he halted, casting a look back that made many collectively flinch. His voice, laced with a strange kind of natural authority, cut through the air. I believe that the natural dungeon this fight was for belonged to our clan for this month. One of the elderly Celestials from the Dawnfeather clan nodded his head. Indeed, it belongs to your clan. He paused for a second and smiled. If you ever want to leave that clan and join another, our gates are always open. Our clan leader is generous and gives the new ones many resources. You wouldn't regret it. Upon hearing him, Gvet immediately jumped forward to hide Kyle, but being shorter, he couldn't fully conceal him. Still, he bristled with a hiss. It was quite common for people to steal members from other clans if they thought those people had a lot of potential. But he never thought this old hag would actually have the audacity to try it so blatantly. Has the Dawnfeather clan lost all shame? Don't you have any fear of our leader left, trying to steal his future disciple, huh? Behind him, Kyle's eyebrow twitched. When did I even agree to be Ares' disciple? That petty man is spreading fake rumors. The Dawnfeather clan elders shrugged. One of them glanced straight at Kyle. The decision rests with the young man. If he decides to leave, who can stop him? Gvet's eyes widened in disbelief, and he whipped his head toward Kyle like the other Celestials who accompanied them, waiting for him to reject the Dawnfeather clan offer. But to their shock, Kyle simply nodded. I will keep the offer in mind. The Dawnfeather clan elders nodded at him, secretly looking at each other smugly. They would talk with their clan leader and make this young Celestial join their clan. If only they knew Kyle was merely trying to provoke Ares with his words, aware that his actions would surely reach the man. It was revenge for giving him so many missions. Kyle turned to the dazed Gvet. Let's not waste any more time and leave. I still have 11 more battles to fight for the day. He began to float and disappeared towards the clan's exit without another word. Gvet and the other Celestials could only trail him silently, already inwardly sending telepathic messages to their clan members to inform Ares that Kyle was actually extraordinary and that others were trying to steal him. As they left the Dawnfeather clan, ready to use the same portal they had arrived from to journey to another clan, under the aggrieved stare of the golden-eyed Celestial whose natural law Kyle had stolen earlier, the air abruptly became heavy with pressure. Kyle nearly collapsed to his knees, but he forced himself to remain standing, even as blood trickled from his sealed lips. Around him, everyone fell to their knees. A resounding shout echoed from within the Dawnfeather clan, commanding all to bow. The rulers are passing by, bow down. The voice was rather young. It was the voice of the Dawnfeather clan leader who had sensed the overwhelming presence of some rulers and didn't want any of his clan members to incur their wrath, lest they be utterly annihilated and wiped out entirely. He had no clue at all why the rulers had arrived above his insignificant small clan, but whatever the reason, he would rather stay 1,000 paces away from them. Gvet and the others, who had fallen to their knees and were struggling against the heavy pressure, stilled in their spots upon hearing the sudden announcement. Their hearts pounded as they lowered their eyes. Even the golden-eyed Celestial bowed. One of the Celestials tried to force Kyle to his knees, but like a wall, he didn't budge. Wiping the crimson stain from his lips, he turned his head, his eyes like shards of ice as they instantly locked onto the ethereal figures, 2 men and 2 ladies floating above the Dawnfeather clan's territory. The 4 of them hadn't actually stepped inside the barrier around the clan, but even then their pressure was immensely powerful. Also, they were surrounded by numerous winged beings, all clad in white attire, their presence radiating an otherworldly aura. Kyle's eyes glazed over, turning entirely green as he noticed a familiar figure. His heart hammered against his ribs and a mirthless, cold laugh escaping his lips. He never expected to see the man so soon, not before Azazel got his hands on him. Haha, hearing him, Gvet and the hearts of all those kneeling around him sank. Only one thought ran through their heads: they were going to die. The rulers were going to end them all because of this insane bastard. Kyle wasn't deterred, though. He watched the man, his eyes narrowing to take in the familiar features he saw in the illusions he had watched in the Lost Treasure tomb. A pair of familiar cyan eyes, now deeper, combined with the platinum blonde hair, which now had a hint of silver in it. He was tall, even taller than Kyle's current height, clad in a luxurious, expensive outfit. He portrayed the very picture of an honest and kind man with an aloof expression. Kyle sealed his lips shut when he wanted to laugh again at the irony. His eyes crinkled with mirth, dancing within their depths. It was him, Nathaniel, it really was. The very man who began the destruction of his universe and the suffering of Azazel. He didn't lower his cold gaze, even as he struggled to breathe. His eyes were riveted on the man. Maybe he was too insignificant for someone so powerful to notice or even acknowledge, but the tall man never looked back. Floating so high like a mighty being, looking so clean and pristine when he had reached that stage by stealing and killing. How utterly laughable, truly. Kyle's ears rang as a winged individual in white, one of the many figures surrounding the four ethereal beings, abruptly shouted. We didn't intend to intrude upon the clan without warning, but the four esteemed rulers are in pursuit of a dark celestial. The man paused for a second. A being of immense power. He infiltrated the ruler's territory and attempted to cause chaos. However, before he could succeed, the rulers swiftly subdued him. Despite his injuries, that celestial managed to escape by exploiting an ancient, vile natural law. The four rulers are searching for that celestial and stop to survey the clan's domain. Hopefully, the clan leader doesn't mind. Instantly, the Dawnfeather clan leader responded without hesitation. You must be jesting, why would I mind? But have you all sensed that dark celestial around or inside our territory? The winged man shook his head. Unfortunately, he's not here, even though he rushed in this direction. Then we shall take our leave, clan leader. With that, the four rulers and everyone with them vanished into thin air just as abruptly as they appeared above the clan territory. Kyle gasped, but he didn't have time to worry about that. His eyes were wide. An injured dark celestial. Don't tell me Azazel bulldozed his way into the ruler's land without planning to kill Nathaniel. He gritted his teeth and disappeared just as Jivet had risen to his feet to smack him for what he did in the ruler's presence. That foolish bastard better not die, he is not allowed to, only I can eliminate him. Jivet stared at his hand and the empty space before him, then he cried out. Where the hell did Kyle go? Did he follow the rulers? Find him before that madman brings about the end of our clan. Chapter 881. Now what? Traveling at a speed that defied logic, a man with a pair of deep cyan eyes looked back at the Dawnfeather clan territory. A frown etched his handsome face. The ethereal beauty floating effortlessly next to him noticed his troubled gaze. What troubles you, Nathaniel? He turned to her with a hum. Have you felt a hostile gaze upon us? She blinked, then burst into a chuckle. On us? Who would dare? Cease your paranoia. You are one of the most formidable beings in this realm. Nathaniel shook his head. I am not being paranoid. I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck when we were above the Dawnfeather clan, as if an unknown being had fixed their gaze on me. However, when I scanned the whole area, I only detected weak celestials. The woman rolled her eyes. Forget it, focus on the dark celestial who trespassed into our territory. Regardless, are you certain you don't know that celestial? He was quite persistent, and possessed too much potential to be simply ignored. Her eyes glowed white. Also, I couldn't see his future. That's the most dangerous aspect about him. He may be weak now, but if left alive, who knows how powerful he could become. Nathaniel's lips twisted into a sardonic smile, and he offered a careless shrug. How could he possibly remember or keep track of every single person he had stepped on so far? He usually killed them, a necessary evil to maintain his impeccable reputation. Still, a few tenacious survivors always managed to escape his grip like cockroaches. Therefore, he was sometimes forced to exterminate the persistent nuisances. I haven't a clue, you know I am a paragon of virtue. That dark celestial likely entered our domain for someone else, not me, the woman sighed, failing to notice the smile playing on his handsome face. Right, you are so kind. Maybe I or one of the other rulers are probably at fault. Simultaneously, miles away, Kyle expanded his scent perception, casting it as widely as possible as he traveled at full speed in the direction from which the four rulers came. He was cautious, retracting his skill at the slightest hint of a superior being nearby. Yet, blood still spilled from his lips as the formidable celestials in the vicinity sensed his probing skill and shredded it to pieces. Fortunately, they did not chase after him. Kyle spat a curse. Even then, he didn't stop checking the countless scents around him, trying to find the one he was looking for. He better not be dead. After searching through various clan territories and even vast expanses of land, he paused at the threshold of an area filled with corrupted beasts. Darkness enveloped the space dotted with fissures. Far below, the land of the true celestial realm lay. According to the vast knowledge Kyle had acquired inside the Golden Guardian clan's library, he knew the ruler's territory lay just beyond this area, crowded with the most corrupted beasts he had ever seen. No way, he can't be here. With a sigh, Kyle stretched his neck, the joints popping in protest. What in the hell was he even doing? Scouring the celestial realm for his greatest enemy he wanted to kill so the man wouldn't die on his own. I am only doing this because he should not die under Nathaniel. He had to eliminate that man, so I can finally claim his life. Calming his mind with those words, which he was sure were somewhat nonsensical, he spread his scent perception skill toward the area filled with corrupted beasts before him. His nose scrunched at the disgusting smell, but he extended his senses further while maintaining a safe distance from the ugly beasts so they wouldn't sense him. A short while later, he was about to leave, contemplating whether Azazel had hidden elsewhere. Why would the man venture into an area teeming with corrupted beasts when he was already supposedly badly injured? But before he could leave the area, Kyle's sense of smell detected that familiar aura. It was faint, almost non-existent. However, he could never mistake that darkness, not even if he were to lose his sense of smell. His lips twitched as he eyed the beasts. Really? You must be kidding me. He rubbed his temples with a groan. Couldn't that bastard find a better hiding spot? Regardless, considering 4 rulers were after him, this is actually the safest place near their territory where he could remain hidden. After all, who would think someone would dare to hide among the beasts that could very well devour him? Drawing a long breath, Kyle drifted toward the many beasts, but just as he expected, the instant those formless, ugly creatures detected him, all hell broke loose. They lunged at his figure from every direction as if their lives depended on it. He gritted his teeth, ensuring the beasts didn't touch him, and vanished deeper into the area filled with the repulsive scent. He cursed for the umpteenth time, only appearing for a split second to confirm he was following the familiar aura's direction correctly before vanishing again. Perhaps it was because he was floating in the vast space, surrounded by nothing but formless beasts, but teleporting without colliding with one was proving difficult. After struggling for a while, he finally saw it. A massive lump of darkness hovering above the familiar, beautiful purple flower, its petals still tainted by red and dark spots. In stark contrast to the way the corrupted beasts lunged at Kyle as if he were a treat, not a single one dared to go near that lump of darkness. Instead, they were actually keeping their distance from it as if it were something they utterly disliked. Kyle retreated to a safe distance when he sensed that the person floating within the lump of darkness was breathing. His state was dire, but he was still very much alive. Now what? He said if he saw me here, he would kill me. Should I just leave? Anyway, can I even do anything with his essence surrounding his body so protectively? Chapter 882, I'm giving you the chance. End me, pain, searing, soul-ripping pain. It devoured Azazel from the inside out the moment he found the familiar, calm face he had waited thousands of years to see once again. Yet that man's face held a smile. That wretched, casual smile, like a blade twisting in his gut. The bastard looked at him with the detachment of a stranger, as if he had never known him, as if he had never used and discarded him like trash. Only Azazel remembered the betrayal that had shattered him. He laughed, a maddened, broken sound. Destroy, destroy, obliterate everything. Those words echoed relentlessly in his pounding mind, and for the first time he unleashed all his power without restraint. He wanted to grab that smiling face, drag him down, and make him suffer through hell until that bastard remembered him. Only to drag him through another hell for remembering, then again, and again, until he could finally let go of the rage and hatred he had carried for so long. Although he knew he was already broken beyond repair, incapable of ever letting go of his rage and hatred, he still pressed on. The air trembled. The rulers were stunned by the magnitude of power he unleashed. Alone, he invaded their territory, sowing chaos and destruction. He obliterated one of the grandest castles within their domain, and oh, the pure joy he felt upon learning it belonged to Nathaniel was unmatched. His power wiped the amused expressions off the faces of every ruler watching him. But the moment he appeared to be a true threat, one that couldn't be controlled by those guarding their domain, the rulers finally stepped in. The so-called bastards who had been observing from a distance. He believed he could take them on, that he would kill them all for standing in his way, for stopping him from reaching Nathaniel, but he failed. A single strike from them was enough to send him hurtling through the air. His eyes widened with a burning, dark intensity. Still, he didn't give up. He attacked again and again, yet with each blow more injuries tore through his body and soul. The rulers just snickered, amused by his futile resistance. When his battered form finally crashed down from the sky, they moved in to finish him, but his mind screamed no, he couldn't die, not yet. Not before fulfilling the goal he had suffered for over thousands of years. Calling upon the full force of his celestial essence, he violently warped space, tearing at his own flesh to shatter the golden walls they had conjured around him. The fabric of space tried to bind him, but he sacrificed another piece of himself to break free. That's how he escaped alive. Regardless, Azazel didn't make it very far. His body was too broken, his mind too clouded. His body collapsed outside the border of the ruler's territory, surrounded by swarms of dark, corrupted beasts, and he fainted. His essence enveloped him, trying to heal and repair his body, ensuring his survival. Azazel didn't know how long he remained unconscious, only that it wasn't long before his senses stirred at the presence of a very familiar aura nearby, an individual he had warned never to appear before him again. But he couldn't move. His essence had deemed his broken body beyond saving. It had just shattered what remained of it and was now forging a new one, a vessel for his soul, which hovered above the familiar, tainted purple flower. Azazel felt the familiar presence draw closer and let out a hollow laugh, silent and stripped of sound, carried only by his emotions. What irony, he couldn't move, couldn't fight back. All he could do was lie there and wait for Kyle to finish him off. And why wouldn't he? He was at his weakest, so vulnerable that even a first-stage celestial could end him. And Kyle, the very man he had once vowed to kill on sight. If there was ever a perfect moment for Kyle to eliminate him, it was now. Azazel's thoughts spiraled. Was this how he would die, so pathetically, without reaching his goal, without finding peace, without ending the pain? Yet he felt calm. So calm and composed, all because it wasn't Nathaniel killing him. That bastard wouldn't get the satisfaction, never. If he was going to die, let it be by Kyle's hand. And if Kyle failed to finish the job, Azazel would kill him. Yes. That's it. He closed his senses, surrendering to the inevitable, offering the familiar presence full permission to do whatever it desired. I'm giving you the chance, end me. Simultaneously, Kyle narrowed his solemn eyes as the dark mass hovering above the tainted purple flower stirred faintly. He had just resolved to approach the dark mass and shatter the space surrounding it and the purple flower to take it away. After all, he knew that sooner or later, the rulers would return and pass through this place. There was no way they all would overlook what they had missed the first time. I'm only doing this to help you, so don't wake up like a ghost and start attacking me. Tusk, what a nuisance this is. He felt conflicted. To be truthful, he could have taken this chance to try to kill him. No, not now. Not when he's defenseless. I'll kill him when he's facing me, not like a coward. His life shouldn't end this easily, not like this, not because of Nathaniel. Kyle's eyes turned white as he invoked the natural law of space around him. Obeying his command, the fabric of space warped, and within moments the area surrounding the purple flower began to fracture. In no time, the area was broken, like a chamber floating in another dimension, simply cut off from the rest of the world. Haha, his essence didn't attack me. That made things a lot easier. But the question is, where should I take him? Kyle raked his fingers through his hair, eyes narrowing in thought. He hadn't expected to get this close, not with Azazel's essence guarding him, but he had. He scanned the surroundings, weighing his options. Should I take him back to the clan? A beat passed, then he shook his head. No. That would be a terrible idea. His gaze drifted downward to the land of the weak celestials, far below the vast sky where the various clan territories floated. That's when he made his decision. He would take Azazel to the land of the celestial realm and toss him into a place so remote, no ruler would ever think to go there, a truly bad and forsaken spot. With his scent perception skill, it wouldn't be difficult to find such a place, as long as he avoided trouble and stayed focused. With that thought, he vanished, taking the isolated pocket of space with him. A faint, mischievous smirk curved his lips as he discovered the perfect spot, a ruined mountain steeped in a foul, black tar-like liquid that exuded a repulsive stench. Nice. Nice, Kyle pinched his sensitive nose, mentally congratulating himself on a job well done. His eyes gleamed with a wicked glint as he tossed the pocket of space into the ruined mountain. He laughed and left before the foul smell stirred the dark celestial awake. He's going to be furious when he wakes and sees where he is, but who's going to tell him I did this to him? Chapter 883. Why hadn't he killed me? After a long time, Azazel finally stirred. His celestial essence had successfully crafted a new body for him. His senses returned as he blinked his eyes open. The purple flower beneath him dissolved into his body and vanished completely. His figure fell down, landing amidst something sticky and foul-smelling with a wet splash. The first thought that drifted through his foggy mind through all the confusion was, I am still alive. A weak, disbelieving chuckle slipped from his lips as he raised his trembling fingers, now restored, flawless, and without a scar. Kyle hadn't killed him, the very person he had tried to kill multiple times, humiliated and used many times. The person he had beaten relentlessly, each time just to vent his frustration. The person he had warned never to show his face before him again. The person he had threatened, vowing to one day return and annihilate his universe. Yet despite having the perfect opportunity, that person had not killed him. He hadn't. But why? As soon as the question took root in his mind, his cold smile faded completely. Why hadn't he killed me? But before Azazel could think any further, a stench so disgusting it seemed to claw at his nostrils slammed into him. It was thick, putrid, and overwhelming, like 1,000 corpses left to rot under the blazing sun. His stomach lurched and he doubled over, gagging, only to clamp his nose shut as he realized his body had fallen into something revolting, a foul, tar-like, pitch-black liquid. Fuck. Who the hell? A sudden curse slipped from his lips as he scrambled to escape. But since his essence had just created a new body for him, he fell into the dark liquid again when it suddenly unleashed a strange, natural pulling force. The wet splashing sound that echoed next struck a nerve he never knew he had, nearly causing him to collapse again. In that brief moment, unaware of how he had forgotten everything, the weight of every burden, he focused solely on cursing the one who had thrown him here. The one who was surely wearing a smug smirk right about now. Kyle, he shouted loudly through gritted teeth, dragging out each syllable of the bastard's name, the one who had dared to cast him into such a smelly and wretched place. He tried to vanish using his natural laws, only to realize he was completely trapped. The foul, dark liquid around him had been formed by a strange natural law, one that emitted a pulling force powerful enough to neutralize the power of other natural laws. Damn it, his natural laws were powerful, but his essence had only just finished crafting a new body for him, leaving him temporarily weakened. Worse still, the quantity of the dark liquid around him was too much. In the end, Azazel had no choice but to clench his jaw and trudge through the foul liquid, quickly making his way out of what appeared to be the ruins of a mountain. When he finally emerged from the ruined mountain and stepped into a bustling area filled with various celestials, he looked no better than a beggar dragged through hell. His once-proud, tall figure was coated in sludge, his hair clumped and dripping, and the smell radiating off him made everyone recoil with clearly scrunched-up noses. A vein flared on his forehead as he caught the pitying, wide-eyed glances from those passing by him, the first-stage celestials who had the audacity to whisper, knowing full well he could hear every damn word. Look at that pitiful man. Oh my gosh, did he fall into the dark cursed mountain? How did he even survive that stench? Just a wisp of it can knock one unconscious. Good thing the foul smell can't leave the mountain. But how unlucky must he be to fall into such a wretched, vile place? Azazel raised his glowing, dark, furious eyes, and his gaze alone was enough to send the celestials around him fleeing. He wiped his face, and with a flick of his finger, the tar-like black liquid coating him vanished. Even his clothes were replaced with a fresh set of pants and a shirt, yet even after that, he couldn't shake the feeling that the foul odor still clung to him. In the end, he vanished and took an actual bath in a quiet lake he found, though as a celestial it was entirely unnecessary. He sucked in a deep breath, adjusting the collar of his shirt and brushing away dust that wasn't even there to begin with. I will remember this, he muttered, the words heavy with quiet fury, yet despite his words he did not rush to find Kyle. He had said that if Kyle failed to kill him he would kill that man, but now when the time came his resolve shifted. Later I will deal with him afterward, right now I need to focus on growing stronger. His voice hardened with determination. If I want to get my hands on Nathaniel I must become far more powerful. At this moment I am no match for him, I have to reach the pinnacle of the celestial rank. With that, Azazel waved his hand, quickly creating 3 fake bodies of himself and sending them off to search for treasures. Then he vanished to strengthen his natural laws and seek new natural laws to master, and if he couldn't find any around him, he would simply devour them from others. A cold glint flickered in his glowing eyes as Nathaniel's face came to mind, the face of someone who looked at him as if he were a stranger. Yet strangely his mind was calm, a lot calmer than before at least. Well, it was always like this whenever his celestial essence forged a new body for him. He felt composed, unnaturally so, as if the chaos within had been caged behind glass, even though his mind still bore the scars of everything he had endured for so long. For now, he was steady, cold, focused. At the same time, Kyle was laughing his head off in the Golden Guardians clan. He had returned a few days earlier after disposing of Azazel's body in a suitable place and was summoned by clan leader Ares for disappearing when he was meant to be completing his assigned missions. Kyle accidentally laughed in Ares' face while imagining how Azazel would react upon waking from his long slumber and was promptly punished for his insolence. He was politely escorted, or rather, badly thrown into one of the clan's dungeons and tasked with mining natural crystals. And right now, that was exactly what he was doing, pickaxe in hand, since using physical strength and natural laws to take out the crystals caused them to shatter. The Celestials mining nearby all cast bewildered and quiet glances his way. This was the 9th time he had burst into laughter to himself, causing them to keep their distance, unnerved by his behavior. Kyle noticed the Celestials moving away and waved his hand, clearing his throat. Don't mind me, really. I'm just thinking about something, PFFF. He burst out laughing again, making the already gloomy atmosphere even heavier. The Celestials were now thoroughly convinced that something was wrong with his head. After all, who in their right mind would be laughing this much while toiling away in a damp dungeon, surrounded by nothing but cold crystals and silence? Chapter 884, No Need to Follow Me. After a grueling week of mining crystals without pay, Kyle finally stepped out of the dungeon. His laughter was entirely gone. Why? Because just before he could make his escape, those bastards, Gvet and the other Celestials who had accompanied him to the Dawnfeather clan, showed up. They all stood behind him, ready to drag him off and make him finish every mission he'd left unfinished after he vanished abruptly. Kyle ran his fingers through his hair, clearly frustrated. Damn it, I thought Ares would have found someone else to handle the missions after sentencing me to a week of punishment. But no, he only wants me to do them. Gvet cleared his throat beside him. You shouldn't have annoyed him, there's no point in regretting it now. Clan leader Ares is very petty. Just do what he asked and get it over with. He will forget it. Kyle shot the Celestials a sharp look over his shoulder, clicking his tongue in distaste. A green glow flickered in his eyes, causing those around him to flinch instinctively. Like I care. Clan leader Ares can be as petty as he wants, but make sure you tell him this. If I ever decide to get petty, he'll regret ever crossing me, trust me on that. Gvet was stunned by the sudden threat. But before he could dwell any deeper on Kyle's words, the tall man turned to face him with a calm, emotionless expression. For the past week, no, since the moment he arrived in the celestial realm, Kyle had been acting candid and relatively easygoing around everyone, trying to blend in. Perhaps that's why Ares had started picking on him. But now he knew better. He needed to pull himself together and grow stronger fast or risk being left behind. He had far greater goal than wasting time on tasks like these. Maybe the realization was finally sinking in since he met Azazel, just how much he'd been slacking. Azazel had already started exacting his revenge. And him, he was still stuck at the second stage of celestial rank. Still too weak to face Azazel head-on. I will handle all the missions myself now that I know how to reach the destinations. There's no need for you to follow me. Gvet wanted to argue, to tell him that Ares had ordered them to follow him so he wouldn't disappear like before. But the eyes staring back at him said otherwise. Icy and composed, they sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder what the hell had happened. Why had Kyle's good mood shifted so drastically? Kyle was laughing in the dungeon, mining crystals, a short while ago. So what caused the sudden change? Lost in thought, he didn't even notice when the tall human disappeared before his eyes. Gvet and the Celestial's eyes widened. He shouted a loud order to those around him as he vanished, chasing after Kyle. Everyone follow him, but it was too late. Kyle had already used instant teleportation. The moment Gvet was lost in thought was enough for him to cover a distance impossible to track, even for the third stage Celestials. Unless they expended their senses, which was actually an unspoken taboo in the celestial realm. No, not for every celestial. Powerful celestials could always extend their senses, but weaker ones could not. After all, the more powerful beings were easily offended by the probing senses of the weaker celestials, and they would quickly shred those senses if detected. Gvet let out a frustrated groan as he hovered midair within the clan territory. Where did he go? He's only a second-stage celestial for this realm's sake. How did we fail to follow his movements and find him? The many other Celestials floating around him exchanged equally perplexed glances, their faces reflecting the same uncertainty. Gvet shook his head and turned around. Let's just wait. He said he would go and complete the missions. If we don't receive news that he's visited the other clans in a day, we'll inform the clan leader. If he has, then we can let him handle the missions. Everyone agreed with him. After all, they had witnessed Kyle's power firsthand. He had taken down a third-stage Celestial in the Dawnfeather clan with a single strike. It made sense to let him handle all the missions he was assigned on his own. The only problem was the clan leader, who had ordered them to follow and watch him, who knew what Ares would do if he found out his orders hadn't been followed. That man was really childish in this matter. The group didn't notice, but floating at a distance, Cashin overheard their entire conversation. His crimson eyes narrowed dangerously. Finally, Kyle was alone, the bastard who dared to steal his law. His lips curled into a cold smirk. He had thought long and hard, weighing countless factors, the strange anomaly surrounding Kyle, his formidable abilities, and the fact that he had vanished after Nathaniel. He already knew Kyle had a bad past with Nathaniel, but killing his prey was a no-go. If Kyle killed him, then what was the point of Cashin's existence? Going through all he had endured, Kyle had to be eliminated. I will give him a painless death. If he can't be a useful pawn, he shouldn't be the one to lead this narrative that is mine either. I am the one who will put an end to that man. His eyes glowed brightly with an eerie light, shimmering like crystals ablaze with fire as he disappeared, setting off to locate Kyle. Gvet turned back, sensing a sudden movement far away, his eyes narrowing. Did I make a mistake, or was someone really eavesdropping on us? He frowned but brushed the thought aside, hurrying to his small hut to await news of Kyle. Fortunately, or perhaps not, he and the other Celestials soon received word. Kyle, the second-stage Celestial from the Golden Guardians clan, was going through many clan territories where he was meant to fight for the monthly rites of dungeons in order to finish his assigned missions. He defeated every opponent effortlessly, with just 1, 2, or at most 3 strikes, before vanishing without a trace, quickly building a reputation in those clans. Soon, requests began pouring in, asking for Kyle to be transferred to the clans where he had secured victory in exchange for treasures. Clan leader Ares, who read through all the requests, spat out the tea he was drinking, the very tea he had treasured for years. I wanted him to suffer, not become so famous. What the hell is going on here? At that very moment, an old woman from the Dawnfeather clan arrived with a similar request, and Ares snapped sharply at her. Do you think I would sell my people for mere treasures? Never. Get lost. Chapter 885, Hell's Lair. 2 long days later, Kyle floated out of a massive clan's territory, his posture relaxed and his expression calm, as if the weight of 1,000 burdens had just been lifted. That was the last mission, he muttered to himself. Finally, done, he exhaled, savoring the moment. At long last, he was free of those missions, free to focus on what mattered, growing stronger. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. A flicker of danger prickled at his senses, and he vanished instantly. Not a moment too soon, because just as he vanished, a familiar sword tore through the space he had just occupied, slicing so cleanly it left a faint ripple in its wake. Kyle raised a brow as he reappeared on the far side of the vast dark expanse, his gaze locked with a pair of glowing crimson eyes. The sword that had nearly taken his head off hovered briefly in the air before gliding effortlessly back to its master's hand. Kyle tilted his head, his gaze eerily calm. What, no hello first? Cashin chuckled, a deep hollow sound that echoed like wind through a crypt. Dead men don't need greetings. In the blink of an eye he vanished, his emotionless voice lingering in the air. My apologies, but I have decided that you're a threat that needs to be erased. Kyle blinked, genuinely puzzled. Why? Because I learned your law, Cashin didn't respond. Instead, gripping his weapon tightly, he continued forward. His gleaming blade instantly tore through the space in a perfect, graceful arc, aimed directly at Kyle's neck with lethal precision. But the moment steel met steel, his crimson eyes narrowed in surprise. A golden sword that had materialized in Kyle's hand in a flash had intercepted the powerful attack with flawless timing, the 2 blades locking in a thunderous clash. The clash unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the void, violently hurling both of them backward through the air. The resulting explosion thundered across the surroundings like a deafening storm. All the Celestials in the vicinity jolted, their attention instantly drawn to the sound. The sheer intensity of the raw power unleashed was far too overwhelming to simply ignore. Even the Celestials from the clan Kyle had left just moments ago snapped their gazes skyward, surprised by the surge of energy shaking the space outside their territory. Kyle wiped the blood from his lips. That was close, he muttered, his eyes darkening, but he had no time to think. Cashin was already above him, crimson eyes gleaming wildly with murderous intent as he brought his blade down, aiming to cleave him in 2. Once again his attack was intercepted. This time, however, only Cashin was sent flying back. The 2 first strike had caught Kyle off guard, but when it came to sword fighting, his mastery was unmatched. In his mind, only Alec could rival him. No, even Alec would suffer against him now. Kyle gripped his sword tightly and instantly shot after Cashin's hurling figure, his eyes cold and unflinching as he used his sword art, clearly intent on ending the man's life. This is for wanting to kill me, he uttered, his voice low and deep, but his words were lost beneath the rising roar as he flooded his blade with so much natural energy that it quivered, moments before unleashing the last move of his sword art. His art, which had long evolved from a 3-star to a 7-star sword art after he had mastered all 4 of its moves perfectly. A low murmur drifted through the chaos, barely audible amidst the surge of power. Void of silent darkness. Kyle's blade was completely shrouded in dark shadows, gliding through the air with elegance, pulsing with raw, natural power. With a swift, precise arc, the blade shot toward the man before him, whose eyes widened in shock. Yet just before it could strike and swallow Cashin in a void of nothingness, a hand seized the blade. Kyle's eyes dilated when the impact of his own attack being stopped so effortlessly sent him flying backward. Warm, crimson blood slipped from his lips as he coughed, the force knocking the wind out of him. He couldn't stop his body from hurling backward, only barely managing to hold himself in midair after several seconds. His wild, dark eyes locked onto the figure who had dared to stop his attack, who had dared to stop him from killing the man who wanted to kill him. But he froze the instant he met a pair of eerily familiar cyan eyes. He wasn't the only one who froze. Cashin did too, but for an entirely different reason. Between them floated a familiar man, tall, platinum blonde hair cascading like light, an aloof yet kind look etched into his face. In that instant, both their minds loudly screamed a single name: Nathaniel. Cashin almost laughed at the irony. The very man responsible for his death had just saved him. How funny, how revolting, how disgusting. He would have preferred death at Kyle's hand over being saved by Nathaniel. At least then, it wouldn't have been him he owed. He wanted to rewind time, simply to rewrite that ending, because starting over from nothing felt less humiliating than this. But he didn't have the power to turn back time, not in the presence of a damn ruler. Kyle hovered in his place, his gaze icy. Every fiber of his being screamed to scowl, to fight, to kill, to unleash the raging storm simmering within him. But he held back, for now staying still was for best. Nathaniel shook his head. Behind him stood an army of Celestials, flanked by several other rulers, the people he had taken along to hunt the Dark Celestial. "What has the Celestial realm come to?" he muttered with a sigh, yet only a select few noticed that his voice was disdainful. "Fighting near a clan's territory, ha." He glanced first at Cashin, then at Kyle. His cyan eyes gleamed with calculation. Both of the young men radiated far too much power for his liking. How irritating. What irked him even more was the way these weak, pathetic Celestials dared to meet his gaze with burning defiance, icy eyes filled with the desire to rip him apart. Was it because he had stopped them from tearing each other apart? After all, he didn't even know them. Ha, how troublesome. "You both are young, I can tell," he said, his voice sharpening. "So you should have settled your petty dispute peacefully. Disturbing the peace of the celestial realm has consequences, and your punishment will not be light." Kyle stiffened. Cashin did too, their eyes boring into Nathaniel with searing intensity. If looks could kill anyone, Nathaniel would have already died 1,000 times over. The other rulers accompanying Nathaniel chuckled. It was clear to them why he was punishing the young Celestials. Nathaniel had sensed too much potential in them. And it could one day become a threat. The rulers couldn't kill them outright, not without reason, so Nathaniel was simply taking a more roundabout approach. A familiar, beautiful lady floated toward him, her voice laced with amusement. "What punishment should we give them? It's not every day we stumble upon little fledglings making such a mess," she teased, and Nathaniel let out a quiet sigh, faking reluctance, as if handing out punishment was a burden he loathed. But the words that slipped from his lips next sent a shiver down everyone behind him. "Throw them into hell's lair. If they survive, their punishment ends. If not, they've only themselves to blame." Chapter 886. Even crazier than me. Kyle didn't know what hell's lair was. He hadn't come across anything about it in the library where he'd studied everything about the celestial realm and the rulers, and he had no intention of finding out either. All he wanted was to vanish from the scene. But before he could even use teleportation, an overwhelming pressure slammed down on his shoulders, pinning him in place with a brutal grip. Kyle couldn't move a muscle. His eyes trembled as they flicked toward Cashin, only to see him frozen as well, caught under the same crushing force. "Fuck it." He tried to summon his natural energy but froze when a satisfied chuckle cut through the silence like a blade. His dark eyes, now darker than a storm-laden night sky, turned toward the platinum-blonde man, the person radiating the suffocating pressure, pinning both him and Cashin in place like insects. The one who had delivered punishment as if they were not celestials but mere slaves. Nathaniel. Kyle clicked his tongue, the sound loud, sharp, and sudden. It surprised everyone. A vein throbbed on Nathaniel's forehead as his cyan gaze sharpened, and he increased the pressure on Kyle's body without mercy. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, and all eyes turned solemnly toward the tall, young, handsome Celestial as agony bloomed within him. Yet the young, unknown Celestial didn't flinch. He simply stared into Nathaniel's eyes, his smile unwavering and fierce. "I had no direct grudge against you," Kyle said, his voice hoarse but steady. "Clearly, you're not meant to fall by my hands, but I'll remember this, I swear." His words broke off in a hiss as his lower body was suddenly sliced clean off, like a loaf of bread under a butcher's knife. And still, through bloodied lips, Kyle chuckled again, a manic, defiant sound. "I'll make sure to return the favor." Cashin's crimson eyes crinkled as he let out a laugh at Kyle's determined words, the sound ringing through the air boisterous. A strange sense of euphoria washed over him, knowing that Kyle didn't want to end Nathaniel. Just knowing that was enough for him to forgive him for stealing his law. The rulers looked at him as if he had lost his mind, bewildered by the joy in his laugh. Yet his red eyes remained fixed on Kyle. "Even crazier than me, I see. I take back what I said earlier, I won't kill him. After all, Kyle's goal seems different from mine." Nathaniel waved his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping over the Celestials behind him. "Take them away. What are you standing around for? Do I personally need to hand out invitations for you to do your job?" The Celestials flinched, then rushed into action to carry out the ruler's command. They seized Kyle and Cashin, effortlessly dragging them off to cast them into Hell's Lair, one of the most accursed places in the celestial realm, a perilous place from which no one had ever returned alive. The other rulers floating around Nathaniel remained silent. They were about to leave as they had yet to locate the dark celestial when a loud voice suddenly stopped them. All eyes turned toward the short celestial who had just appeared on the horizon. Everyone present recognized the man. It was clan leader Ares, the leader of the Golden Guardian clan, one of the most ancient and respected clans in the celestial realm. a figure who had long since made a name for himself. His gaze landed on Kyle and Cashin, and his expression immediately hardened. He had only left them alone for a little while. How had these two newcomers already managed to cause so much trouble? Sighing, Ares bowed to the rulers. Esteemed ones, these two belong to my clan. They have just arrived in the celestial realm and are still unfamiliar with its laws. Please, I ask you to show mercy. It would be greatly appreciated if you could forgive whatever mistakes they may have made. His amethyst eyes met those of Kyle and Cashin, both of whom gazed back at him in silence. Cashin already knew that Ares would do anything to safeguard those who had joined his clan, as this was the second life in which he had met him. But even he hadn't expected him to go so far as to beg. Kyle, on the other hand, felt a surge of anger. He disliked the clan leader. Yet who would have thought the man would go this far for someone he barely knew? Whether Ares succeeded in saving them or not, he vowed to remember his act of support. Yet Nathaniel showed Ares no respect. It didn't matter that Ares was well known or had many powerful connections. He might be able to intimidate other clans with his clan's influence, however, not the rulers. Moreover, it was no secret that Ares's clan had recently weakened, mostly due to the old Celestials hoarding all the resources. Clan leader Ares, Nathaniel smiled at him. Ares wanted to raise his head, but an unfamiliar pressure forced him to remain bowed. All he could do was grit his teeth and listen quietly. Don't make me out to be the villain here. The punishment has already been handed down, and I won't take it back. If these two are new Celestials, you should have ensured they didn't leave your clan's territory before being properly educated. But you failed. So I'm simply making an example of them. Ares clenched his fists. We know each other, don't we? You joined my clan when you first arrived in this realm with nothing. Can't you let this go for the sake of our shared past, Nathaniel? Yet he was met with indifference. Clan leader Ares, Nathaniel's tone was cold and cutting. Don't mistake history for leverage. I may have once needed your clan, but sentiment has no place in judgment and mistakes deserve no mercy. And one more thing, address me with respect. Since when did Celestials start calling a ruler by name? He waved his hand dismissively. Leave before I am forced to make an example out of you too. Chapter 887, Azazel is here, for you. Ares shut his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally raised his head as the pressure over him lifted. He glanced at Kyle and Cashin, muttering an apology. He couldn't endanger his entire clan for them, yet his eyes burned with resolve as he secretly sent one final message to them. Stay alive, I will come for you. You join me, it's my responsibility to protect you. Then he turned and left. If Ares wanted to save the two, he would need to gather more allies, powerful ones. Kyle watched his fading figure, his vision blurring from the pain tearing through his body. But there was no way he would let Nathaniel leave without a parting gift. So with a deceptively innocent expression, he looked at the man. He didn't speak aloud, just smirked and silently mouthed the words before being dragged away. Azazel is here for you. Nathaniel blinked, watching as Kyle and Cashin were effortlessly dragged away. What was he threatening me? He didn't catch Kyle's seemingly innocent parting gift right away, understandably so, as it had been too long for him to recall the names of those he had harmed in his past. He turned away with a shrug, a faint smile playing on his lips as the two rulers beside him praised his wise judgment. Obviously, they had no idea how wicked he truly was. He had mastered the art of doing terrible things under the guise of righteousness. But just as they moved a little farther, Nathaniel suddenly froze in his tracks. The name finally registered. His cyan eyes widened in disbelief. Azazel, did he just say Azazel? He placed a hand over his mouth as the name echoed in his mind like loud blaring alarms. A sharp breath escaped his lips. Impossible, he's alive, but how? The rulers with him noticed the sudden shift in his demeanor and paused as well. The beautiful lady among them stepped closer and gently patted his shoulder. What's wrong, Nathaniel? We shouldn't waste any more time. It's been days and we have yet to find the dark celestial who caused chaos in our territory. Let's search for another day and then just call it quits. Hopefully he's already dead somewhere. Yet instead of responding to her, Nathaniel vanished, rushing after the Celestials who had dragged Kyle and Cashin away earlier to carry out the punishment he'd ordered. The lady was stunned but sighed and turned to leave with the other ruler. He must have remembered something important. Let's head back to the castle. The other ruler glanced back. What about the dark celestial we were searching for? She shrugged casually. Do you think I care? Nathaniel likes to be absolutely sure. He eliminates anyone who might pose a threat just to avoid risk. I only follow him because he is one of the rulers who holds a celestial crown. Let's just go. If he needs us, he will contact us. The other ruler chuckled. Just admit he's the strongest around your type and you like that tainted smile of his. Her lips curled upward. Perhaps. But I know one thing, in the end, we're all just using each other in the pursuit of absolute power. I'm no different, neither are you. Everyone is corrupted. It all began when the rulers discovered there's an end. Yet the other ruler simply sighed. The end, but doesn't that mean another beginning? Isn't it just a myth? Who even knows if the ancient texts are accurate? Simultaneously, Nathaniel arrived at the entrance of Hell's Lair, a vast wormhole surrounded by dark, chaotic currents. He muttered to himself as he looked around. Impossible. Azazel is dead, I made sure of it. How did that insect know his name, and did he say Azazel is here for me? He scanned the area for the Celestials who were supposed to throw Kyle and Cashin into Hell's Lair, a place no one knew who had created or left behind. It had existed since the birth of the very first Celestial. When he finally found them, he realized he was too late. The two young Celestials he had punished had already been thrown into Hell's Lair before his arrival. He shot an icy glare at the Celestials responsible. The one time I don't want you all to be efficient, you go and do the job perfectly, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. Now that the Celestial who mentioned Azazel was gone, there was no way to uncover how that insect knew the name, much less why he claimed Azazel was here, or how he knew about their past. Just when I start to think things are settling down, another pain shows up. Nathaniel turned and left. If it was true that Azazel was alive and had come for him, shouldn't he welcome his old friend properly? Yes, he should. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I don't know how you survived or even managed to enter this realm when I sealed the gate with my own hands, but if you've really crawled your way so far, my friend, don't blame me for being ruthless. His gaze darkened. Azazel was the only name from his past he still remembered, because the power he had taken from him was the strongest and most exquisite. Nathaniel absently rubbed his collarbone, where a familiar purple flower shimmered faintly, pulsing with a quiet, radiant glow. He had been wondering why it had been acting up lately. Now he understood. It was because its true owner was nearby. I can't stand anything that threatens me. Besides, I'm sure you're still very weak. No Celestial can advance beyond the fourth stage in the lower universes, no matter how hard they try. The lesser universes simply lack the resources to fuel that kind of growth. His lips curled into a cold, cruel smile. I'll find him and erase him before he becomes a threat. Convenient, really, the idiot doomed to die in Hell's Lair handed me the news on a silver platter. That's why I always say lower beings are plain foolish. They just never learn their lowly place. Chapter 888, Usefulness Even in Chaos. Kyle screamed as the dark, chaotic energy surged in from every direction, tearing into his body and soul without a hint of mercy. The last thing he remembered was being thrown into Hell's Lair, a dark wormhole. After that, there was only agony, pain so overwhelming that it drowned out all else, until he lost all sense of time and self. Unlike him, Cashin didn't scream. He simply coughed as his body was torn apart, glancing at Kyle through his fading consciousness with a bloodied smile. Still, so young, you'll get used to this. Eventually, really, you'll. Just like I did. Kyle didn't hear his words. He was too far gone. He had endured many forms of pain before, but this was beyond them all, and he hated pain. Why did it always have to be this way? Wasn't there some law, some power that could dull it, simply erase it completely as if it had never existed? Just how strong, how powerful did he need to become to finally stop feeling it? Cashin's gaze trembled as he saw Kyle's form begin to glow with a bright, cold light, piercing through the darkness, overflowing with chaotic energy they were falling into. What? What are you doing? He screamed at him, his voice raw with panic as he saw the impossible unfold. There's no natural law in this place. I've spent countless years here in the past. You'll make us both cease to exist. He struggled against the falling pressure, trying to reach the cold glow coalescing into a cocoon around Kyle's golden soul. Kyle's soul was seeking a new body, his current one far too broken to hold it. But with his mind blank, it wanted to use the surrounding chaos to forge a new one. The glow pulsed erratically, a desperate attempt to preserve something hidden. Cashin coughed up more blood. Stop. What are you trying to grasp? That's suicide. He gritted his teeth, dread clawing at his gut. After Nathaniel had betrayed him, he had spent countless years trapped in this cursed, dark place. He knew better than anyone that no one could survive this. He had always known Kyle was different, that icy, piercing energy surrounding him. It was something unmistakably celestial. A celestial essence Kyle had been born with, but never, not even once, had he imagined that Kyle's essence possessed a will of its own, bold and unhinged enough to defy the very laws that governed existence itself. Kyle's soul craved something dangerous, and his icy essence was attempting to fuse with the surrounding dark, chaotic energy to forge a new body for him, as it desired. Instead of relying on its own power, it was greedily absorbing more, striving to grow stronger, even though it knew what it was taking in was chaos and nothing else. If the process succeeded, it could trigger a catastrophic explosion that would entirely erase everything from existence. Cashin knew because he had tried it before. This place was called Hell's Lair for a reason. It harbored a unique dark power that, upon contact with any type of energy, would erupt into a devastating explosion, obliterating everything in its path before returning to its original dormant state. And yet, Cashin froze when the icy light, Kyle's essence, began to fracture like glass. It simply wasn't strong enough to contain the power it sought to absorb. But just as he thought they would both die before he could even take his revenge on Nathaniel, another color emerged from Kyle's form. Then another, and another, each one reinforcing the icy glow, aiding it in achieving the impossible. Insane! All the natural laws nature has granted him permission to rule are leaving his celestial lake on their own, aligning with his icy essence to match its power. Cashin's mind spun in disbelief. How is this even possible? How can Kyle's natural laws be this strong when he's only a second-stage celestial? No, more importantly, how does he even have so many colors in his celestial lake? Cashin had seen it once before, back when they first met. But seeing so many colors of nature again now sent a fresh wave of shock through him. After all, understanding a natural law isn't enough to add a new color to one's celestial lake. One only gains it when nature itself grants them the absolute right to govern that law. Even he didn't have that many, and this was his second damn life. Yet this young man, not even 50 years into his life, had gained so many colors that Cashin could hardly count them. Among the numerous colors, he suddenly noticed the hue of the law Kyle had stolen from him, now merging with the others to strengthen the cocoon around his soul. Cashin let out a strained, bitter laugh. Crazy, crazy. Just what are you? His voice trembled with emotion. The natural law of assimilation, my celestial lake doesn't even carry the color of that law, and yet you who stole it just by watching me use it only once wield it as if it always belonged to you alone. He wanted to ask Kyle, wasn't he the real thief? Then why did it feel like that natural law had never been Cashin's to begin with? His crimson eyes locked onto the vibrant cocoon around Kyle, whose essence had already begun successfully absorbing the chaotic energy. With the power of so many natural laws converging around him, Kyle no longer felt like a mere celestial, he felt like something vast, something ethereal. Should I even be watching this? Don't people who see something forbidden end up dying? Should I use the law of rebirth? The sudden thought flickered through his mind as his consciousness began to fade. Unlike Kyle, he didn't possess an essence mad enough to defy all reason for his sake, nor were his natural laws strong enough to give him the power to forge a new body. If he even tried to mix his energy with the surrounding chaos to gain its power and grow stronger, he was sure he would likely trigger an explosion and die on the spot. Kyle was truly one damn lucky bastard. How could he manage to find usefulness even in chaos, a place everyone dreaded? On the other hand, all Cashin could do now was endure and wait for a chance to escape this hell just like he had in his first life. It was truly really so unfair. Nature favored Kyle far too much. Chapter 889 Luck SSS Plus. It was quiet, peaceful, and so incredibly comfortable. Kyle shifted slightly, trying to find a better position to sleep. His body felt heavy and languid, strangely pleasant, yet drowsy, as if he were exhausted to his very core. He had been asleep for a long time, that much he could tell. What had happened to his body, his soul, his consciousness, he couldn't remember, it was all a blur. Whatever occurred before he drifted off had completely slipped from his memory. But when Kyle finally opened his eyes, they were no longer dark. They glowed with a brilliant, familiar green, clear and sharp, like crystals catching light in the darkness. Long silver strands of hair cascaded over his bare body, smooth and flawless, untouched by even a single scar. He emitted a familiar celestial aura. Kyle rubbed the back of his neck. The teardrop-shaped symbol engraved on the back of his neck was gone, its power no longer enough to conceal his true form. He sat up, strands of hair clinging to his shoulders like threads of light. There was no pain, no chaos. No pressure crushing him from all sides, just stillness. Beneath him floated a cold platform shaped like an ethereal and pretty snowflake, its intricate edges shimmering with numerous colors as it effortlessly supported his weight. His hand flexed on instinct. The strength flowing through his veins was unfamiliar, raw, refined, and terrifyingly vast. Something had changed. He could feel it in every fiber of his being. He shifted a bit, and the darkness around him seemed to bend in response, pausing, almost reverently, as if acknowledging his presence. There wasn't even a trace of the chaotic energy he suddenly remembered, energy that had once made him scream in agony before he lost all sense of self. Where was he? How had he survived? He had truly believed he would die or lose his mind entirely to the chaotic energy. After all, the pain was maddening. Now he found himself gazing at his reflection in the smooth surface of the snowflake beneath him. The eyes were unmistakably his, familiar in shape and color, but the immense, terrifying power flickering within them felt utterly foreign. The body reflected back at him was his, however it was vastly unfamiliar, he remembered. Whenever his essence created a new body for him, all his scars and injuries would vanish completely. Had his essence forged a new vessel for his soul after he lost consciousness? If so, then the ethereal change of his current form made sense. Still, the only thing he felt deep within was a whisper, not of fear, not of confusion, but of calm and quiet joy. He blinked. But just as he reached for his natural laws to form comfortable clothing around himself, he paused, surprised. The countless colors shimmering at the intricate edges of the snowflake beneath him suddenly surged outward like glowing particles, weaving themselves into a white sweater and trousers around his body. Oh, Kyle stood up, and the moment he did, the ethereal snowflake beneath him shattered into countless luminous cold particles. Its delicate, prismatic edges fragmented into a cascade of colors that swirled around him like a living aura, dancing across his skin. Then one by one, the tiny particles flowed into his body, silently and seamlessly as if they had always been a part of him. He blinked, then tugged at the front of his sweater. There between his collarbones, a glowing image of the snowflake shimmered briefly, elegant and pulsing, before slowly fading into his skin as though marking him with something ancient and sacred. He felt thrilled to see it, excited. A sudden, unfamiliar warmth spread through him, not from heat but from a euphoric surge he couldn't quite name. Just how powerful have I become? He placed a hand over his chest, silently feeling his heart thudding beneath his palm. Haha, finally, I've gotten stronger, Kyle's eyes sparkled brightly. The anger, helplessness, and pain from before were already forgotten. He turned his head, pure anticipation buzzing in his chest, ready to see the image showing his stats. And he laughed again when he saw it. The sound was loud and unrestrained, joyful, echoing with pure exhilaration. Name, Kyle Race, Celestial Bloodline, Celestial, Soul Rank, Celestial, Stats, Strength. Celestial, Mana, Unlimited Divine Energy, Unlimited Spiritual Energy, Unlimited Natural Energy, Celestial, Agility, Celestial, Current Physique Rank, Celestial, Talent, Celestial Luck, SSS plus Unique Ability. Nature's chosen, one who can learn and is granted permission to use all of its laws to their limits, unlocked due to SSS plus Rank Luck. Skills, Bloodline Ability, Celestial Snowflake. Celestial Rank. A passive ability in which the power of the celestial essence, along with every natural law the bearer has mastered, manifests as an ethereal snowflake, designed to protect and heal them in moments of danger when they are unable to defend themselves. Kyle's gaze scrolled down, then further down. The more he read the information showing, the more thrilled he became. His race had evolved into a full celestial. Unlimited mana, divine energy, and also spiritual energy, just like Azazel. Even though he couldn't determine exactly which celestial stage he'd reached due to all the question marks, he could feel it. He was just as powerful as Azazel had been the last time they faced off in their universe. He had even awakened a new skill, and to top it off, all his skills lower than celestial rank had ascended to celestial rank. Of course, he didn't breathe a word about his luck stat skyrocketing from S+ rank to SSS+, let alone the fact that he had gone from nature's favorite to nature's chosen. What if he jinxed it? He wasn't about to take that risk. Not now, not ever. Kyle ran a hand through his hair, willing the long silver strands to shorten with a blink. Instantly they obeyed, trimming down to reveal his entire face without obstruction. As a celestial, shaping even the smallest aspects of his form was effortless. Amazing, he grinned to himself. Raw power pulsed under his glowing skin, and he was already wondering where he could go to check his new strength. And finally figure out which stage of the celestial rank he'd reached. This stat image useless now, he muttered, nodding thoughtfully. I need something stronger, something that can give me a clear read without all those damn question marks. But does anything like that even exist out there? Kyle's self-talk came to an abrupt end, and he jumped in surprise when a very familiar voice echoed from behind him. Damn, so you were hiding your true appearance? Wow. I didn't even notice. He slowly turned around, only to meet a familiar pair of crimson eyes, though for some reason they now had dark circles beneath them. Cashin was watching him. No. He had been watching him since the moment he woke up. Cashin's brow twitched. I can't believe we both went through the same hell. I almost died, and you're glowing and somehow got even stronger. Chapter 890. How about we call it even? Cashin floated closer, stopping a short distance away from Kyle's figure. His crimson eyes swept over him slowly, their glow unreadable, filled with a mix of curiosity, disbelief, shock, and something else Kyle couldn't quite name. He had blacked out while Kyle's essence was attempting the impossible, but when he came to, the chaotic energy that once ruled Hell's lair had vanished entirely. Only darkness remained. And within that vast darkness he saw a cocoon glowing brightly in the void. Cashin could have left then, nothing was stopping him anymore, but curiosity held him in place. He wanted to see just what would emerge from that cocoon. And he had to admit he wasn't disappointed. The first thing that emerged from the quiet cocoon was the familiar icy flame, but this time its edges shimmered with a spectrum of colors, each hue representing a different law, dancing together in perfect harmony. Then it melted into a massive, radiant snowflake, elegant and intricate. At its center sat Kyle, his eyes closed tightly. He looked unfamiliar, like something that no longer fully belonged to even the celestial world. And when Kyle finally opened his eyes, Cashin felt it, an instinctive, bone-deep fear prickling across his skin. But that fear quickly twisted into something stranger: submission. The moment Kyle's icy blue celestial aura flickered to life around him, it was as if the very laws of existence had acknowledged his sovereignty. Cashin's body stiffened. His instincts screamed at him to obey. He felt as if he would obey anything this being commanded, without question, even if it meant giving up his life. He knew that feeling too well. It was the kind of commanding aura only a true ruler could emit, an aura he too has as a celestial. And yet his current celestial aura felt pitifully faint in comparison. Kyle's, on the other hand, radiated with such force, it rivaled the majesty he had attained in his first life at the 5th stage of celestial rank. This wasn't just power, it was command, which unsettled Cashin, but thankfully this was his second life. He wasn't easily swayed by Kyle's cold, commanding aura. He forced a smile and held out his hand. You know. How about we call it even and start fresh, maybe as friends or at least acquaintances? But what Cashin got in response wasn't a yes or no, just a solid punch to the gut. His eyes widened as the air was knocked out of him and he was flung backward. Kyle was just too fast for him to even see the attack. Why you? Cashin clutched his aching stomach, a vein pulsing at his temple. Kyle looked at him with an unreadable expression, and repeated the very same words Cashin had once thrown at him back when the man had tried to kill him. Even, my deepest apologies. I don't make peace with dead men. He vanished and Cashin's heart sank. Was he really going to die now? After everything, he had come so far. He had even survived Hell's Lair without activating his natural law of rebirth. How could it end like this? Still, he tried his best to reason with the Celestial, clearly prepared to bury him. Wait, but another punch slammed into his face before he could react, sending him flying. He groaned, spitting blood. His body had only just begun to recover after waking up and finding the chaotic energy gone. Listen to me first, damn it. Kyle clearly had no intention of listening. Cashin had once directed a murderous aura at him, had tried to kill him. If their roles were reversed, would Cashin have simply forgiven someone like that? Not a chance. So Kyle beat the crap out of him. Now that he was stronger than before, it was only fair he returned the favor to those who had wronged him when he first arrived in the celestial realm. After all, he was very, very petty. He never forgot old grudges. Cashin's vision spun. This bastard, if only he could fight back, he'd have given him the exact same beating. But in the end, he resorted to his final card to survive. Clearly, Kyle was destined for greatness. It was better not to end up on the bad side of someone like him. After all, he still had his own revenge to take, his own fight to fight. So the moment Cashin caught a second to breathe, he activated a unique law. Kyle finally paused, silently eyeing the powerful energy swirling around him, though his fist stayed raised, ready to strike the instant he learned what law Cashin had just invoked. Cashin let out a breathless laugh, his bloodied figure moving away from Kyle. You greedy bastard, you have already got so many natural laws, yet you want more. When the hell will you be satisfied? Kyle lifted his gaze, his eyes flickering with satisfaction. The slight, wicked curve of his lips made Cashin curse under his breath. You already figured it out. It took me 10 years just to realize what law it even was. Kyle blinked, feigning innocence. The law of dimensions, he mused, his tone almost casual. It's definitely useful. You can fold and create dimensions with it. How did you even discover it? That first law you used back then was pretty unique too. Cashin wiped the blood from his face. You really want to know? Kyle actually lowered his fist, curiosity flickering in his eyes, only for his face to deadpan at Cashin's next words. It's a secret. Kyle let out a dark chuckle. You're done? He flexed his fingers, prepared to end this man once and for all. Like hell, Kyle cared about some stupid secret laws. He could just find more natural laws on his own. Cashin quickly raised his hands. Okay, kill me, but just know, I have many other unique laws and I know something you'll never be able to find, not in this life. He flashed a crooked grin. You see, I'm very useful. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Was this really the same man who had once tried to kill him just for stealing one of his natural laws? What changed? Was it because Kyle was stronger now, strong enough to kill him? Was that why Cashin changed his mind? Still, there was something else that had been really bothering him for a while now. Hey you, Kyle muttered, narrowing his eyes. Don't force a fake smile. If you can't smile, then just don't. That crooked grin of yours reminds me of someone I truly can't stand. Chapter 891, This is My Second Life. Cashin's smile faltered instantly. He lifted a hand to his cheek, eyes suddenly hollow. Is it that bad? Kyle's irritation flared. Why did people like Azazel and now Cashin turn their pain inward, choosing to destroy themselves instead of the ones who betrayed them? He had suffered too, yet his smile always managed to return, because deep down he knew there were still numerous people who would come for him if he ever needed help. Family, friends, and a beautiful wife. Azazel and Cashin had no one, and it showed. They were hollow, empty shells chasing the grave, hoping to die alongside the ones who broke their trust into pieces. It's worse than bad, Kyle said with a cold look. It's unbearable, Cashin blinked, a flicker of realization passing through his tired eyes. Really, I see, I'll try not to smile then. Kyle's cold expression softened slightly, only slightly, and he let out a quiet sigh. He knew he wasn't the kindest person alive, heartless, even, but despite everything, a small part of him had never truly seen Azazel as just an enemy to be killed. He had known, deep down. And now the man before him wore that same expression, those vacant eyes and that forced fake smile, as if he had long forgotten what it meant to truly smile. Kyle's voice came low, almost soft. "You're doing it again," only to wave his hand dismissively. "Anyway, how about you explain how exactly you're useful? If you really are, I might consider not killing you, but only if you stay far away from me and never try anything funny again." "Now speak." Cashin's gaze flickered with confusion. He could already tell from Kyle's gaze that the man no longer intended to kill him. He should have been relieved, grateful even that Kyle showed him a shred of mercy. However, instead, a sharp, weird bitterness twisted in his stomach, and he just had to go and ask something meaningless when he had already achieved what he wanted. "Are you pitying me?" Kyle pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering to himself under his breath. "He always said we were alike, and now I see there really is someone just like him." He lifted his head, locking eyes with the crimson gaze fixed coldly on him. "Pity, don't flatter yourself." Kyle narrowed his eyes. "I don't pity those I intend to kill. I said I would consider sparing you, but how long that lasts depends entirely on you. After all, we may be somewhat alike in some ways, but deep down we're nothing alike." Cashin tilted his head, though the cold edge in his gaze had faded. He liked Kyle's response. He could see it in his glowing eyes. The man meant every single word. "But, Kyle, who are you really talking to?" A genuine smile flickered in his eyes. "It's like you're not speaking to me." Kyle's eyebrow twitched. Wow, Cashin's perception was very sharp, damn it, so he chose to simply change the subject. "Why are you talking so much? Just get to the point. Why are you useful?" His words were cut off mid-sentence by Cashin's sudden revelation, one that left him confused until the realization dawned. "This is my second life." Cashin noticed the way Kyle's eyes widened and his eyes crinkled slightly. "You're quite sharp, aren't you? Not even asking just what I meant by second life." Kyle scratched his chin, frowning. "Second life. I'm guessing you don't mean you simply rebuilt a new body after your old one was destroyed, right? To kill a celestial, both their soul and consciousness must be completely erased, so they cease to exist." He paused for a second. "Also, there's no afterlife in this realm, so how are you still existing? How is it even possible that this is your second life?" Cashin touched his broken nose and turned away. Now that he had Kyle's full attention, there was no need to rush. "Let me clean up and heal first. I'm a mess thanks to someone beating me so much. Pretty sure half my bones are broken." Kyle was left speechless. Just when things actually start getting interesting, you decide to be annoying. With a flick of his fingers, he activated one of his bloodline abilities, encasing ice. A second later, Cashin hissed as a layer of shimmering frost began to envelop him. The ice crawled up his body, sealing over his skin, his limbs, and finally his eyes. In moments where Cashin once hovered, there now floated a perfect ice statue. Kyle smirked, examining his work. Honestly, he was just testing the skill. It had grown significantly stronger. The time limit had been reduced from 6 months to just 6 short days, and now he could also use it to heal others. Another flick of his fingers and the frost encasing Cashin shattered into glittering particles. Cashin, who felt as though he had just brushed past death, frozen into a statue before he could even lift a finger to resist, glanced down at himself. Silently. His body was not only completely healed but glowing, as if infused with pure natural energy. The smooth, unblemished skin felt unfamiliar. Not a single wound remained, not even a scratch. Who would have believed he'd been beaten badly just moments ago? So Kyle possessed yet another terrifying ability, one that even surpassed Cashin's natural law of healing, aside from those icy flames. Just how many such abilities did he have exactly? Surely there were more. Suppressing the tremble in his hands, Cashin steadied his breath and waved a hand. In the next moment, a fresh set of clothes materialized on his body, almost identical to what Kyle was wearing. He hadn't meant to copy him, they just looked comfortable, not that he'd ever admit they suited Kyle a little too well. Kyle folded his arms. "Now let's continue our conversation." But of course nature had other plans. A familiar male voice echoed from above, drawing both their gazes upward. "I don't want to jump in. Why do I always have to be the one to suffer? I just want to save my people, but I am too weak." There was a brief pause before the voice rose again, laced with clear frustration. "Esteemed elders, why don't you all go in first and find my 2 clan members? I gathered you here for that very reason." Cashin shook his head at the voice. "That's clan leader Ares," he muttered, then turned to Kyle. "How about we head out before they come in and realize the Hell's Lair is gone? I am guessing you don't want the rulers to find out your icy essence devoured the chaotic energy here. We can always talk later." Kyle rubbed his forehead with a sigh. "How long has it been since we were thrown into this place?" Cashin thought for a moment. "Roughly 4 or 5 months, I'd say." Kyle blinked, clearly surprised. And you stayed here that long, Cashin shrugged. Well, curiosity got the better of me. Chapter 892, he'll be out soon. Outside the entrance to Hell's Lair, Ares was busy pushing the elderly Celestials he had gathered toward the dark wormhole. His face radiated righteousness, but his words were laced with forced sweetness. I said, elders, you all jump in there first. I will be right behind you, promise. Really? Unsurprisingly, no one believed him. Obviously, his plan was to have them jump into that deadly place first, while he simply waited outside for moral support. They had known him long enough to know that. Ares had gathered these Celestials from various clans that were indebted to him for past favors he had done for them. He claimed he needed their help to rescue two of his clan members who'd been cast into Hell's Lair. The rulers were involved, which made the task all the more serious, but because they were indebted to him, the leaders of those clans clenched their jaws and reluctantly sent their elders to assist. But now, this shameless brat was really pushing his luck. He wouldn't enter Hell's Lair himself, yet expected them to leap into that cursed place head first. Where was the justice in that? Whose clan members were they even risking their lives for again? Ares dramatically wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, eyeing the unmoving elders with exaggerated exasperation. Even after trying to shove them, not one had budged. Elders, it took me months to gather you. We're wasting time. What if the people I'm trying to save die? Please just jump in. One of them looked at him flatly. Clan leader Ares, you are the strongest among us, so stop pretending to be weak and just lead the way. The Hell's Lair isn't somewhere anyone can charge into blindly. If we truly want to find and help those who were thrown in, we'll need to go together. Ares facepalmed. There was a reason he had gathered them. The reason. He had no intention of entering Hell's Lair himself. Sure, he wanted to save Cashin and Kyle, but he hated pain. The chaotic energy inside that place would tear his body to shreds. No way was he going in there. He took a deep breath. You've left me no choice. Everyone assumed he had finally stopped being stubborn and was about to go in first. Unbeknownst to them, Ares was actually preparing to unleash his strongest natural law to forcefully hurl them all inside. After all, once they were in, they would have no choice but to do what they were here for. But before he could act, a calm, familiar voice echoed from behind them, instantly freezing everyone in place. No need to go that far. Ares's gaze snapped toward the speaker, only to meet a familiar pair of red eyes. Cashin shook his head as he took in the scene, and with just one look at Ares, he knew exactly what he was about to do. You never change, kind, but he didn't say the rest aloud. A scaredy cat, yet for some reason everyone present understood the part Cashin left unsaid, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that someone had emerged from the Hell's Lair on their own, and even more shockingly, they'd come out in one piece. One of the elderly Celestials eyed Cashin from head to toe, the glow radiating from Cashin's body, the calm aura surrounding him. And not a single scratch in sight. How? He muttered, disbelief lacing his voice. Truthfully, everyone was thinking the same thing as they stared at the ethereal-looking Celestial floating before them, his flawless skin unmarred by even the tiniest blemish. Cashin clicked his tongue in annoyance. It wasn't just the fact that he had emerged from Hell's Lair that drew all the attention, it was that he had come out unscathed. As much as he hated to admit it, all the credit went to Kyle. That terrifying healing ability, the one that had frozen him into a statue, had completely healed his body. To make matters worse, the pristine white clothes Cashin wore only made him look even more untouched, like he'd just come back from a retreat instead of Hell's Lair. Perhaps copying Kyle's outfit hadn't been the smartest choice after all, he sighed. Suddenly, Ares materialized in front of him, tightly clutching both of his shoulders, his wide amethyst eyes gleaming with relief. I knew you'd make it out alive, Cashin's eyebrow twitched. I doubt that. Obviously, he didn't say that out loud. Ares gave him a few enthusiastic shakes, smiling brightly. Unlike the other Celestials, he didn't ask how Cashin had survived, clearly not wanting to pry into whatever powerful law had helped him escape. Natural laws were precious. Not many were willing to share theirs. Then finally, Ares looked past him. His smile faded when he saw no one else. Where's Kyle? Cashin blinked and glanced behind him. Wasn't Kyle just right there? Why hadn't he come out yet? What was he up to now? He brushed Ares's hands off his shoulders. He'll be out soon, Ares frowned. Are you sure? Cashin gave him a flat look. Please, nothing gonna happen to him. If you had seen what I did, you wouldn't be wasting your worry on that guy. Ares raised a brow at his words. It sounded like he had missed something interesting. Maybe he should have jumped into Hell's Lair after all. Regardless, regret wouldn't help now, and Ares knew himself he still wouldn't jump in even now. So they started waiting for Kyle to come out, and waited, but even after an entire day there was still no sign of Kyle, not even a shadow. Ares stared into the Hell's Lair with a solemn expression before glancing at Cashin. How about you go back in and drag him out? What the hell is that prick even? But before Ares could finish, a sudden suffocating pressure exploded from the Hell's Lair, tearing through the air. The shockwave sent everyone outside flying. The space around the wormhole warped and groaned under the sheer force. Then, without warning, a massive, monstrous dark entity surged out of the wormhole. The creature was a chaotic mixture of shadow and natural energy. It roared in anger, the sound shaking everything. Cashin regained his balance, his crimson eyes widening as he took in the sight of the creature, or more specifically, the massive empty space between its shoulders where its core should have been. He turned to Ares, who wore the same horrified expression. "I think I know what Kyle was doing." Ares let out a strangled laugh of disbelief. "That bastard found an ancient, sleeping void spawn in there and stole its core." The surrounding celestials stiffened. After all, those creatures had long gone extinct. Chapter 893. If only Bia were here. A while ago, Kyle had watched Cashin leave the Hell's Lair. Around him, there was nothing but endless darkness. They simply had to fly up and leave through the same wormhole they were tossed in. But how could he just leave without exploring this strange place first? So Kyle stopped midway. He closed his eyes and activated his scent perception skill, carefully ensuring it didn't extend beyond the bounds of the Hell's Lair. At first, he sensed nothing. The place seemed completely empty. But just as he was about to withdraw his skill, he felt it, the presence of countless spatial pockets hidden deep within the silent darkness. But unfortunately, his skill, or even his senses, were unable to enter those pockets. His eyes crinkled with mirth as he rubbed his hands together, betting on his luck stat. "All right, don't fail me now." If he was right, the spatial pockets had likely formed on their own because of the chaotic energy, since the other elemental forces in this place needed somewhere to gather and condense. Hopefully, he would find some good natural treasures inside. And he had to admit his SSS plus rank luck didn't disappoint. The very first pocket he entered was overflowing with gray natural crystals, the currency used by Celestials. Good, I'm not poor anymore." He chuckled, swiftly storing all the natural crystals inside his mind space. Though he didn't find any other type of natural crystals, only those related to the space element, it didn't dampen his excitement even a bit. If anything, it made him dive into the next spatial pocket even faster, eyes gleaming with anticipation, since it was only natural to discover naturally formed treasures in a place that had formed on its own. But what he failed to consider was that these spatial pockets might not have formed naturally. Someone or something powerful could have created them. That's why he froze in surprise upon entering the second pocket. Instead of a hollow, empty dark void, Kyle was met with glowing, ancient golden texts etched into the space in every direction. "Huh," he blinked, looking around. He had seen multiple languages in his life. He was the best array master anyone could find. But these golden texts were entirely foreign, unlike anything he had ever encountered. He landed at the center of the space, crouching down as his fingers reached toward the glowing text beneath him. The moment he touched it, the symbols shimmered, then rippled like water, but before he could react, the text flared and began slithering up his hand. Kyle jerked back instantly, eyes wide with surprise. "What the hell?" he began to float. Rather than take any risks, he decided to memorize the golden texts. It wasn't easy, the texts looked like complete nonsense to him, but Kyle had always been a quick learner. After a few minutes, he had them all in his memory. Then he turned to leave, muttering, "I will try to understand this strange language if I ever get the chance." But just as he left, the spatial pocket self-destructed, sending him flying. It collapsed in on itself, leaving behind nothing but fading golden sparks that slowly dissolved into the darkness. Kyle steadied himself, eyes fixed on the fading remnants. Was memorizing those texts a good thing? Or a terrible mistake? Ultimately, he shrugged and moved on. Whatever, he would find out eventually. The next spatial pocket he entered was also filled with gray natural crystals, but the one after that made him freeze again. This time, there were no glowing golden texts, only 3 faded images engraved into the space, arranged in a triangular formation, each one facing the others. Kyle narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of them. The images were quite blurry, but one thing was clear: they were depicting strange, unfamiliar shapes. The moment this thought emerged, he made sense of one of the images. One of them, it looked like an hourglass or something close to it. The other 2, however, were far too ruined to decipher. Kyle moved back with a sigh. "I have only been in this realm for a few months, and I'm already uncovering stuff like this. Tusk. What have the Celestials been doing all this time?" Napping. Shaking his head, he left the pocket. He expected it to explode like the other one, but it didn't. Maybe it had lost its power. Regardless, Kyle quickly moved on to the next spatial pocket. But this time, he didn't just freeze, he broke into a cold sweat. Before him rested a colossal, slumbering creature made entirely of darkness, giving off a celestial aura so intense it made him instinctively want to flee its vicinity. He could instinctively tell the creature was at least 5, no 10 times stronger than him. Holding his breath, Kyle began retreating the exact way he came, cursing inwardly. What happened to my SSS plus rank luck? Did it already expire? He would have left right then, since he wasn't stupid enough to risk dying at the hands of some ugly creature, especially after barely escaping death not long ago. But no, his eyes just had to lock onto the multicolored, shiny core floating between the creature's shadowy shoulders. It was absorbing energy from the surroundings, silently growing stronger on its own. His gaze zeroed in on it. That thing was overflowing with natural energy so much that he was certain absorbing it would skyrocket his power to the next level. Kyle smiled bitterly. I see, my luck's still working just in the most dangerous way possible. He wiped the sweat from his palms and stopped backing away. Instead of fleeing, he decided to take a gamble. The creature was in a deep sleep. If he could move fast enough, grab the core hovering within its non-solid body, and then immediately use his instant teleportation skill to disappear, maybe he could actually pull it off. Kyle crept closer to the creature. Suddenly, he missed his bonded beast. If only Bia were here, I could have made her do it. With her tiny form, she could have stolen the core without a problem. Still, thankfully, his teleportation skill had advanced along with his power, allowing him to teleport much farther than before. And against all odds, he actually pulled it off. He snatched the core and vanished. Of course, he didn't stick around to see whether the creature woke up or not. He didn't even realize that his actions had caused chaos outside the Hell's Lair. Chapter 894, I'm Not a Newcomer. Kyle arrived outside the Golden Guardians clan's territory, the glowing core clutched in his hand. He burst into laughter, tossing the glowing core lightly between his palms. Damn, that was exciting. His eyes gleamed as he tossed the core into his mind space, then looked down at the floating stretch of land beneath him. All right, time to find a good place to meditate and get even stronger. And he knew just the spot, the energy-rich green mountains he had seen the first time he stepped into the Golden Guardians clan. Stretching his body, he smirked, fully ready to have a good fight with the old Celestials who had dared to harm him back then. I'm sure Ares isn't back yet. And he knew he was right, clan leader Ares was probably still outside the Hell's Lair. As for what he was up to, Kyle didn't dwell on it. Thinking too much might make him feel guilty, and that was the last thing he needed. Besides, Ares wasn't weak, and he wasn't alone either. Cashin and many other powerful Celestials were with him, so they would be fine, probably, even if, let's say, a massive creature just happened to burst out of the Hell's Lair. Right. He straightened his clothes and quickly stepped through the barriers guarding the Golden Guardians clan's territory. Though invisible, their presence was unmistakable. Immediately, the familiar air filled with natural energy greeted him, and the same green landscape stretched out before him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear right in front of the clan's gates. But the familiar guards stationed outside didn't greet him as they usually did. Instead, they pointed their weapons at him. One of them came forward and gave a polite nod. Who are you, esteemed one? State your purpose for visiting our clan. Only then did Kyle finally realize that his appearance had changed. He had entered the clan under a disguise. Now that he was here showing his real appearance, it made sense the guards didn't recognize him. He looked at his hair, unsure how to explain. Also, what was up with the title, esteemed one? Was he being called that because he was stronger now? Then again, power had always changed how people were treated. He cleared his throat. I'm a member of this clan. The guard in front of him raised a brow, though he didn't look all that surprised. A new clan member? Did the clan leader find and recruit another newcomer? Well, it's been a few months since the last ones. Another guard behind him muttered. But where would he find someone this powerful? Some of the guards are already getting dizzy from the aura he's giving off. Hearing him, Kyle quickly suppressed his celestial aura. The aura had an enchanting effect, one that compelled anyone weaker to instinctively submit to its wielder. He should have hidden it from the beginning, but since Cashin hadn't been affected, he assumed no one else would be either. Sighing, he was just about to clear up the guard's misunderstanding that he wasn't some newcomer when a familiar figure suddenly flew out from the clan gates. It was Silver, the gatekeeper of the clan. She wore a flowing robe similar in style to the one he had first seen her in, though the hue was different this time. Her figure was still draped in an almost excessive amount of jewelry, each piece catching the light as she angrily snapped the wooden fan in her hands shut with a sharp flick. What's all this commotion? Her eyes, visible through the flowing veil covering her face, flashed with irritation. Can't you understand I was resting? Yet the moment her eyes landed on Kyle, Silver's demeanor changed in an instant. She blinked, paused for a moment, then casually turned away to smooth her hair. A moment later, she floated down in front of him, unfolding her fan with ease, as if the one shouting earlier hadn't been her. I didn't realize we had an esteemed guest. My apologies for overlooking the presence of someone so ethereal, but you are. Her gaze flicked toward the guards, only to find them all just as clueless as she was. Kyle was left speechless. Wasn't the shift in her attitude between their first meeting and now too extreme? He shook his head. I'm a member of this clan. Before he could finish, Silver snapped her fan shut, realization flashing in her eyes. A new member, did my dear? Did clan leader Ares send you here? Kyle's eyebrow twitched as she added, please don't misunderstand, clan leader Ares and I have no special relationship. so he replied politely. I'm married, she blinked, then glanced at his hands. But you are not wearing a ring, and Celestials often take multiple wives considering how long they live. Kyle was forced to glance down at his hands. Sure enough, there wasn't a ring. He should have gotten one for Yue and for himself. But after their marriage, they had both been busy with saving their world. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. She probably resented him for that, didn't she? He'd left without even giving her a ring. How could he be such a bad husband? He glanced at Silver, a soft smile curving his lips, one that made everyone dazed. Thank you for pointing that out. Really, I should get rings. And not just any kind, but the most beautiful ones I can find, so I can give one to my wife when she arrives here. Unfortunately, his soft smile faded soon after he finished talking about his wife. Also, I'm not a newcomer. I joined the clan months ago. Kyle, does that ring a bell? My hair and eye color just changed, that's all. Silver blinked, stunned. Huh, that Kyle, the plain-looking one who just had his height. No way, how? But Kyle was already walking away, speaking to the leader of the guards. I'd like to go in, he said calmly. The head guard straightened at once. The instant he saw the identity card Kyle took out, personally given by Ares, he shouted. Open the gates, chapter 895, we should stop him. Kyle halted at the boundary of the Green Mountains after entering the clan gates. They stood tall just as he remembered, still occupied by the many old Celestials who were now warily observing him. Suddenly, a shocked gasp echoed through the mountains, followed by another, then another. He smirked. It seemed many of them had recognized his familiar aura. Good. That saved him the trouble of introducing himself and wasting time. Now he could jump straight into a fight, a perfect way to test his current strength. Still, the first thing he did was spread his senses to fully envelop the mountains, as if daring the old Celestials to destroy them like they had the day he arrived at the clan. And he would shred them apart in return. Silver, who had snapped out of her stupor, finally appeared behind him, only to nearly collapse at the sight before her. Kyle, stop. Sure, I can tell you are stronger than me now, but that doesn't mean you can go around doing something this insane. Obviously, he didn't pay her any mind. She tried to drag him away but couldn't even get close. A powerful cold barrier shimmered in a 10-meter radius around him, hurling her back each time she tried to approach. In the end, all she could do was watch the chaos unfold with a horrified expression. This crazy guy. All the old Celestials within the mountains flew out, their eyes fixed on the bold young man who seemed intent on starting a war with them. Among them was a woman who had once dismissed Kyle as nothing more than a good seedling discovered by Ares. Without any words, she lifted her hand and launched one of her most powerful attacks toward him, her gaze cold and merciless. None of the others moved to stop her. They merely watched, certain she would crush Kyle without much effort, and that his defeat would serve as a warning about the consequences of challenging them. Even Ares had to think twice before ever crossing them, so who did this fledgling think he was, trying to intimidate them? Yet their eyes widened in shock as Kyle casually sidestepped, letting the powerful attack sail past him. He casually brushed the dust off his shoulder, debris from the destruction behind him, then faced them with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Too slow, my turn now, right? However, the old woman who had just attacked him snarled in defiance. And who decided that? Behind Kyle, Silver, who had narrowly survived the devastating attack thanks to being on the other side, went rigid like a statue. Did she almost die just now? Immediately, she vanished to a safe distance, then finally let her jaw drop. Oh my gosh, he's awesome. The guards and clan members who had gathered due to the commotion instantly nodded in agreement. Realizing what she had just said, Silver's face turned red. I mean we should stop him. Of course, everyone shot her side eyes. They all already knew what she was like, but no one dared to comment. After all, she was snappy, and as the gatekeeper, she had the power to take the tiny huts they had been assigned in the clan. Worst of all, they couldn't even complain to Ares about it. From the crowd, Jivet, the same man who had lost his natural law of fortune to Kyle, edged closer to Silver after being nudged by those eager to place bets. Who is that guy anyway? Someone the clan leader brought in to challenge those unreasonable elders. But didn't Ares say we should just leave the elders alone? Silver snapped her fan shut with a chuckle, then suddenly turned Jivet's face with its tip toward the direction where Kyle was. Idiot, don't you recognize him? You were practically following him around before. She sounded like she had recognized him at a glance, which only deepened Jivet's confusion. Then she added casually, That's Kyle. Jivet's eyes widened. What but the hair and eye color? He abruptly covered his mouth as the realization finally dawned on him, and judging by the faint, shocked murmurs behind him, it had hit the others too. He was hiding his real appearance. Still, the real question was how? How had he managed to conceal his true appearance from them when so many of them had been stronger than him before? And how had he grown this strong when Ares had already told them that he and Cashin were thrown into Hell's lair? But they didn't have time to find answers. Because Kyle, who had been dodging the attacks of one of the old Celestials, who continued to attack him although he had said it was his turn, finally retaliated. And unlike the old celestial woman, his attack was devastating. The woman had actually been holding back, careful not to damage the clan's territory. After all, she was still a part of it. But Kyle had no such reservations. His eyes glowed as he flew upward. With just 2 words, everything within the Golden Guardians clan trembled. Ice domain. Then, before all the spectators' eyes, the towering mountains, along with Kyle and every single old celestial, were swallowed by a huge ice dome that materialized and descended from the sky. As it fell, icy gusts of wind surged in every direction, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. Jivet narrowed his eyes. Should we go inside the dome? I can't make out anything from the outside. However, those already placing bets on whether Kyle or the old Celestials would win quickly yanked him back. One of them, Jivet's old friend, chided him sharply. Are you insane? What if we end up as collateral damage? Don't interfere in battles between powerhouses. Another chimed in with a nod. Honestly, it's better this way. Kyle sealed off the area he will be fighting in. At least that will keep the destruction contained. Jivet nodded his head absent-mindedly, then turned to Silver, who had also joined the betting pool to earn natural crystals. Shouldn't we inform the clan leader? He was met with unimpressed stares. This was the most thrilling event they had seen in ages, and they finally had the chance to place bets on a battle of this magnitude. Why would they report it to the clan leader and risk him showing up to ruin all the fun? Instead of Silver, the head guard, who should have been guarding the clan gates but had come inside to watch the show, casually patted Jivet on the shoulder. Clan leader is busy, let's not disturb him and just support his judgment, from afar. Jivet stared at him blankly. Indeed, after years of hard work, Ares had filled his clan with just weirdos, each one incredibly skilled but just a little unhinged. Chapter 896, If I Know a Law, It's Mine. Within the domain, Kyle stared at the old celestials surrounding him. Unlike the people outside, he could hear and observe everything happening beyond the domain. The domain was transparent from within, offering a clear view of everything outside. He smirked at the old celestials who had left the mountains and instantly closed in on him the instant his domain descended. So who do you think will win the bet, those betting on me or you guys? The woman who had attacked him earlier scoffed, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Isn't it obvious? You're just a 4th-stage celestial and you're alone. Do you really think you can take us all on? She eyed the ice blanketing everything around them, a smirk tugging at her lips. This trick of yours might work on the weaklings outside, but it won't fool us. He blinked, genuinely surprised. I am a 4th-stage celestial, so Azazel was a 4th stage when we fought last time. He rubbed his chin, dodging the attacks thrown at him. His gaze shifted toward the old woman, who seemed to be studying his domain as if trying to memorize his skill. Do you guys have something that can measure someone's power, like a stats image? My old one is no longer useful. The woman gave a sweet, mocking smile. Even if we did have something like that, why would we tell you? You are going to cease to exist soon anyway. He arched a cold brow. Right, I guess it's time to get serious. And with that, he vanished. In the next instant, the icicles suspended throughout the whole domain hurtled toward the old celestials like a barrage of deadly spears, each one striking with chilling precision. They all activated their natural laws. In a way, this young man sealing off the space was a good thing. It meant they could go all out within the domain. Now he would die in his own domain, but they soon realized how wrong they were. Kyle reappeared before the woman in a blink, silent, deadly, and impossibly fast. She was manipulating the natural law of gravity, bending everything around her with crushing force, trying to anchor him down and completely crush his body. But Kyle walked through it, not struggling, not resisting. He walked as if her gravity meant absolutely nothing. The space around him fractured under the pressure, time collapsed, and even the air itself evaporated into wisps, yet he moved forward, unbothered and impossibly fast. Before the woman could summon another law, his hand was already around her neck. In the next breath, he hurled her across the domain like she weighed nothing at all. She smashed against the ice dome with a loud, thunderous crack, groaning in agony as the shifting frost crawled across her body. All of it, every movement, every action took place in less than a second. Instantly, complete silence fell over the mountains. The remaining old celestials froze, their faces contorted in disbelief. One of their strongest had just been tossed away so effortlessly and in full view of them all. Then Kyle spoke, his voice calm. If I know a natural law, it belongs to me. No one has the right to use it against me. A chill ran down their spines. Then they finally noticed his eyes were pure white. He wasn't just wielding a single law, he was actively controlling more than 10 natural laws at once, something utterly impossible. Every element around him bent to his will, the air, the land, the space, even the natural energy flowing around them. One of them tried to shatter his domain, only for Kyle's eyes to crinkle with mirth. He felt powerful, overwhelmingly so. Like he could do anything, control anything, and this was only the power of a 4th-stage celestial. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, then reappeared before the old man, attempting to destroy his domain, sending him flying with a single, effortless strike of his leg. You think you can scratch my domain where everything is under my control? The woman he had thrown aside earlier wiped the blood from her lips, angry eyes blazing with disbelief as she shouted. Impossible. How can you wield so many laws? You are just a fourth stage celestial. Most of us here are already at the fifth. She trembled as the white glow in his eyes faded, revealing a sharp, piercing, glowing green that locked onto her, predatory and feral, like a beast sizing up its prey. How? Kyle smiled sweetly, just like she had done earlier, his gaze laced with mockery, then almost perfectly mimicked her own words. Why would I tell you? You are going to cease to exist soon anyway. Though, oh right, I can't kill you because of Ares, so how about leaving you half dead instead? She instinctively backed away. You, then panic surged through her as she turned and loudly shouted at the others. What are you all doing? He's just one person, attack together, overwhelm him. Instantly, dozens of powerful natural laws surged toward Kyle, as every old celestial around him gathered and unleashed their full strength without a hint of restraint. In stark contrast, Kyle calmly rolled up his sleeves, a smirk tugging at his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched the storm of power hurtling toward him. The force behind the combined assault shook not just his domain, but the entire territory of the Golden Guardians clan. He cracked his neck. Good, I was starting to get bored. With that, all hell broke loose. Kyle blinked just once, and in the next moment the familiar icy flames erupted around him, engulfing everything in sight. Their vibrant, multicolored tips spread throughout the entire domain, flooding it with a suffocating, overwhelming power. Then Kyle vanished, moving at a speed none around him could hope to match. Screams followed. Loud, agonized cries echoed throughout as his clenched fists struck them. The ground trembled with each blow, the air heavy with the scent of fresh blood and frozen flesh. And he made sure everyone heard them. As a result, the guards and clan members, bedding and eating melon seeds outside the domain, winced at the sounds, wondering who was enduring such a brutal beating. But one thing was clear, it wasn't Kyle. After all, his voice was pleasant, a stark contrast to the cries echoing from within. Then Kyle's laughter echoed cold and merciless, and those outside shuddered. None of them ever wanted to experience whatever was unfolding inside the dome. As the ice began to seep outside, freezing everything in its path, many fled the area. Maybe they should have informed the clan leader after all. Unfortunately, it was too late and there was no use in regret now. Chapter 897, A Celestial Symbol. Within the trembling domain, while Kyle continued his brutal assault on the others, the old celestial woman desperately tried to crawl away from the glacial flames that had engulfed her arms and legs, freezing them solid like blocks of ice. Her eyes widened in horror when her frozen limbs cracked, then shattered into glittering particles of frost. A cry tore from her throat, disbelief laced with pain in her voice. Instantly her power surged to life, desperately trying to mend her body, but her mind was screaming, impossible, utterly, absolutely impossible. How could a mere fourth-stage celestial possess this much power? How could someone so young make her, a majestic fifth-stage celestial, feel this helpless? Every shred of logic rebelled against what she was witnessing, but the pain told her the truth. This wasn't a battle anymore, it was a one-sided, brutal beating. And Kyle, he wasn't just strong, he was something else entirely. But how was he this powerful? How did he wield such formidable skills and otherworldly freezing flames infused with the very essence of nature itself? Her thoughts came to a screeching halt amid the chaos, because finally she saw it. Floating within the cold flames was a massive snowflake, majestic, beautiful, its edges pulsed with multiple colors, and then, realization dawned. Why Kyle was so strong. Why a fourth-stage celestial could overpower those in the fifth, her heart sank. A pure celestial symbol, but how? Only those who have reached the final stage of the celestial rank and earned the crown of a ruler bear the celestial symbol on their bodies since they're closest to the end. The old woman's voice trembled, barely a whisper beneath the chaos around her. Her words rang out, but she knew no one would understand her shock. They couldn't, because they didn't know what she knew as the oldest celestial among them. Suddenly, a long-forgotten story stirred in her mind. A tale buried in myth, passed down in broken fragments from the oldest texts. Long, long ago, before there were cities, clans, or even a structured realm to rule, before natural laws had names, three beings had first ascended to this plane. The very first celestials. They were absolute, the rulers of both chaos and order. Each of them had been born with a unique symbol etched onto their bodies, symbols that pulsed with primordial natural power. These marks shaped their destiny, carved their path, and declared to the world their undeniable right to reign above them all. A flower, an hourglass, and the third, her thoughts faltered as dread coiled tightly around her heart. A crimson ice crown. Not just any ice crown, but an intricate, searing one. Its ever-shifting edges were layered in colors one could barely register, each end unique and impossibly detailed. They were, by nature, symbols of the end, not acquired, but born into the very flesh of their bearers. The end was something only the rulers had ever described, never found. Yet two of the bearers of those symbols fell betrayed by those closest to them. The third, heartbroken by their deaths, abandoned the world and shattered its existence, merging with nature itself. In the end, their power faded. And with it, the end itself vanished from the records. After them, no one, not even the people naturally born as celestials, was ever born with a celestial symbol on their body. It was as if nature had lost the will to choose another. From then on, one could only earn a symbol of nature by reaching the final stage of the celestial rank. And yet, right now, before her very eyes, a celestial was wielding a celestial symbol, despite not having reached the final stage of the last rank in existence. The celestial rank, did that mean he was born with it? Had nature, after eons of silence, finally decided to find the successor to the empty thrones of the three fallen supreme ones? She let out a strangled laugh. Who would have thought she would live long enough to witness this? The end wasn't merely a force, it was the very balance of existence, and only those chosen by nature could reach it. Only they had the power to bring realms to stillness. And that snowflake floating within Kyle's flames, majestic, glowing, commanding everything around it like a living judgment, was one of the symbols of the end. One he didn't earn but was born with. A mark that signaled the rise of a new supreme. Her breath hitched. He isn't just powerful, this kid is the successor of the end itself. He is already this powerful as a fourth stage celestial, so what would happen when he reaches the final stage of the celestial realm? Would anyone ever be able to reach him? She could tell clear as day. Even at just the fourth stage of the celestial rank, he was no longer bound by nature. It was already too late. Nothing and no one could stop him now from rising to the very top, from becoming the strongest. She choked. They were fighting the will of the end itself, and she had thought they had a chance of winning against that. How utterly foolish. Her thoughts screeched to a halt when she noticed the eerie calm around her and the looming shadow above. He had been there the whole time, listening to her murmurs. When she turned, Kyle lowered his head to meet her gaze, eyes calm and unreadable. "Keep talking," he said, his voice low. It was rather interesting. Yet instead, she immediately lowered her head, her body trembling, her expression a twisted mixture of fear and reverence. I submit. I will follow you in this life, without question. Please spare me." Her voice broke, desperation lacing every word as she dropped her gaze, forehead pressed to the cold, trembling ground. She dared not lift her gaze to meet his again, not when she had just realized the truth. She wasn't before a mere celestial, she was before a force close to the end itself. Kyle blinked and tilted his head. "Weird. I remember saying I wouldn't kill you. I'm just giving you all a taste of your own medicine. So why do you already look like you have given up, like you can't even stand before me? Is it because of what you were muttering earlier?" He paused for a moment. "All right, that's enough." His gaze swept across the area, taking in the bloodied figures scattered around him. "All of you heal up and gather. This place needs cleaning so I can meditate in peace." And he turned to the old woman. How about we talk a bit more about the end you mentioned? Chapter 898. I didn't do anything, I swear. After a long and exhausting day of battle, Ares drifted toward his clan, looking more battered than a beggar. No, even worse. Dried blood clung to his hair, and wounds marked every inch of skin visible through the ragged remains of his clothes. "I almost became someone's meal," he muttered, recalling how the void spawn had tried to swallow him whole just before it finally died. Fortunately, his instincts had kicked in at just the right time to save him. The Celestials he had gathered from the other clans to help save Cashin and Kyle trailed behind him, looking far more worn and drained from their sudden clash with the void spawn, a celestial beast of myth. Unlike someone who had spent most of the battle running around and asking them to do something, they had actually fought. Their dark, solemn gazes were like sharp daggers aimed at clan leader Ares' back, because this bastard was that someone. He had gathered them to enter the Hell's Lair and save his people, but who would have thought they would end up fighting a bloody battle against a mythical creature, one believed to have long gone extinct. And worse, they didn't gain anything from that fight, since the Voidspawn core had been stolen by the one who awakened it. A vein throbbed on Ares' forehead. "Those damn pricks, just let me see them again. I'll smash them into dust." Clearly, he wasn't just talking about Kyle, the one who had stolen the Voidspawn's core and vanished without a trace. He also meant Cashin, who had quietly slipped away the very moment the battle began. Ares winced as he adjusted his dislocated shoulder, wanting nothing more than to go to his meditation spot in the clan and sink into its familiar warmth. He cast a glance at the elders floating wearily behind him. "You are all welcome to rest in my clan. I will have my people prepare a meditation spot for you, one rich with natural energy. It's the least I can offer in gratitude." The elderly Celestials quietly exchanged surprised glances. It seemed clan leader Ares still had a shred of conscience left in him. They nodded at Ares hurriedly. Why would they refuse such a good offer? Just as they reached the territory of the Golden Guardians clan, a faint chill crept into the air. The temperature had dropped just slightly but noticeably. Of course, the change didn't affect them in the slightest, yet it was unusual enough to catch their attention. One of the elders frowned. "Strange." The temperature around here never changes, it's always stable unless someone has activated a natural law. The others nodded in agreement, but Ares shook his head dismissively. No way, who would dare start a fight outside my clan? Don't they know that beyond the territory, our members battle corrupted beasts under the watch of a powerful fifth-stage celestial? He continued toward the clan, but the closer they got, the colder it became. That's when Ares spotted two familiar figures floating outside the barriers that protected the floating clan territory. The first was Zami, the fifth-stage celestial he had just mentioned. She was responsible for handling matters related to the corrupted beasts outside the clan territory to prevent them from getting close to the barriers protecting the clan, as well as overseeing the clan members who came to battle them and rewarding them with natural crystals for killing the beasts. As usual, she wore a set of gray armor etched with dark patterns. Floating beside Zami was someone Ares was dying to punch, Cashin, still dressed in the same white clothes he'd worn when he emerged from the Hell's Lair yesterday. Cashin raised his hands the moment he saw Ares approaching, shouting before the man could even get any closer or kick him for fleeing after seeing the void spawn. "I didn't do anything, I swear." Ares frowned in confusion. "What did you do now?" His words were cut off mid-sentence as he followed Cashin and Zami's solemn gaze. Within the barriers protecting the Golden Guardians clan's territory, everything, even the grass, was frozen under a layer of ice. Huh? Cashin looked at Zami. He had only just arrived here and was seeing the icy scene for the first time, same as Ares and Zami, and he had no intention of being blamed for whatever had happened in his absence. "I didn't do anything, I just got here after wandering around the corrupted beasts." Yet Ares didn't hear a single word. The clan leader had already stormed off, his furious roar echoing through the air. "What the hell happened to my clan?" Cashin stared at the spot where Ares had been just an instant ago, surprise flickering in his eyes. Just now, Ares had moved with a speed far surpassing that of a fifth-stage celestial. Cashin could tell that since he had once reached the sixth stage himself, which meant, even during the battle with the Void Spawn, clan leader Ares had been hiding his true power. He covered his lips. "He has grown stronger." Zami followed after Ares, equally curious about what had happened inside the clan to freeze the entire territory in ice. The elderly Celestials trailed behind as well. After all, why miss out on something so unusual? Ultimately, Cashin was the only one left hovering alone in the dark, cold space. "It's been so long, of course Ares would grow stronger, unlike me who had to start from scratch. Damn, that really stings." He sighed bitterly and shook his head before quickly drifting after the others. The once lush, green land of the territory was now fully blanketed in ice and snow. This ice. Hopefully Kyle isn't behind harming the clan's natural environment. If he is, Ares is going to lose it. Suddenly, a genuine, amused smile spread across his lips when he had long forgotten. But watching him get beaten up by Ares wouldn't be bad either, serves him right. As he reached the clan gates, now also coated in ice, he was met by the guards stationed outside. They looked guilty for some reason, yet kept their mouths shut. Cashin raised a brow, but what he saw next made him freeze, just like Ares, Zami, and the elderly Celestials who had entered the clan gates just moments before him. Before them, atop the tall mountains once occupied by the prideful elder Celestials of the Golden Guardians clan, the weaker clan members were now quietly meditating. And on the highest peak sat a silver-haired man, legs crossed, eyes tightly shut in focus. Surrounding him, those same arrogant old Celestials were sweeping away the ice with brooms instead of just using their powers, as if they were being forced to do so. Chapter 899, I serve darkness, not nature. A wisp of smoke escaped Zami's lips due to the cold as she rubbed her arms, dazed. What even happened here? At that moment, one of the Celestials floating behind her muttered something that snapped everyone out of their daze. Wait, did that silver-haired guy conquer the Golden Guardians clan while the clan leader was away? The question hung in the icy air like a slap, making the silence somehow even colder. Ares let out a loud laugh, sharp, furious, like that of an enraged demon on the edge of snapping. His eyes burned with fury as he cracked his knuckles, ready to beat the crap out of the silver-haired stranger who was in his clan and acting like he owned it. He dare, however, just as Ares was about to charge forward, a pair of hands firmly grabbed his shoulders. Silver's familiar, sheepish voice echoed from behind him, laced with guilt. Clan leader Ares. I can explain. Another shock, one even greater than some stranger conquering his clan. Silver had just called him clan leader, instead of my dear, precious Ares. Now that was truly unforgivable. That's why even after hearing Silver's explanation, Ares didn't calm down. So what if he's Kyle? It doesn't give that prick the right to cover my clan in ice. He broke the clan rule, no fighting outside the arena. And instead of punishing him, you are trying to right his wrong just because he's letting everyone use the mountains. Silver cleared his throat. But Kyle finally put those arrogant elders, whom you failed to rein in their place. He did what you couldn't for years. Ares rolled his eyes. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with those greedy elders who were hoarding the clan's resources. Ares had just been planning to ship them off to the rulers in the future as laborers to make a massive profit, all right. Ares started to roll up his sleeves, only to realize they were too torn from his earlier battle with the voidspawn to roll properly. Embarrassed, he turned away. I'm giving that silverhead a proper thrashing. Only then will I feel better, he smirked wickedly. After that, I'll make him sweep every inch of ice he dumped on my clan with a small broom. That's his punishment for breaking the clan rule. And honestly, he brought it on himself by giving me such a good idea. Silver tried to stop him. Clan leader, he's very powerful, but it was no use. In the end, Silver, Cashin, and everyone else could only watch as Ares charged toward Kyle, radiating a dark aura. Yet instead of beating Kyle or punishing him, what Ares did next made everyone want to pretend they didn't know him. Yes, he was angry. Yes, he fully intended to thrash Kyle. But Kyle had heard everything from the mountaintop, so he was fully prepared. Just as clan leader Ares stormed up to him, radiating enough pressure to make mountains tremble violently, Kyle calmly pushed the multicolored voidspawn core he had been absorbing toward the man. He'd already absorbed half of the core's power, so he wasn't particularly worried. Wearing a straight face, Kyle said, "Clan leader, this is for you." Ares, mid-step and ready to punch, froze in place. His clenched fist hovered awkwardly in the air as his amethyst eyes dropped to the glowing core now being offered to him like a peace treaty or perhaps a bribe. Kyle added with a hint of innocence, "Think of it as compensation. For the minor inconvenience of me freezing your clan, it just happened accidentally." Ares blinked, once, twice, his outstretched fist slowly dropped. "I'll accept it," he muttered, snatching the core and vanishing in a flash to begin meditating. A voidspawn core wasn't just any ordinary treasure. The immense amount of natural energy it contained could strengthen one's soul and even enhance their celestial lake. Since voidspawn creatures had long been extinct in the celestial realm, such a core held immense value among the celestials. So obviously, he was going to snatch the voidspawn core and disappear before that foolish idiot had a chance to reconsider. As for the punishment, he'd deal with it later. It's not like he ever forgot a grudge. The elderly Celestials who had battled the Voidspawn alongside him could only stare blankly as Ares vanished, taking the core with him, before they even had the chance to ask for a share. In all honesty, that core should have been their reward for helping bring the beast down, not something Kyle could casually use as a peace offering. Suddenly, they were politely kicked out of the Golden Guardians clan by Zami, who claimed the clan needed a good cleaning and couldn't accommodate any guests. Wow, just wow, was this the reward for all their struggle? Swearing to remember the insult, they all vanished toward their own clans, fuming. Meanwhile, atop the tallest mountain, Kyle let out a huge breath of relief after the clan leader vanished. It seemed he had narrowly dodged a beating. Ares was stronger than him, he could tell, since he couldn't sense his strength at all, and that only happened when someone was far stronger than him. I'm a 4th stage Celestial. I can handle those at the 5th stage with ease, so just how much more powerful is he? Cashin's familiar figure appeared beside him, calmly settling down cross-legged. I wonder the same thing. Kyle raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a barrier around them to ensure no one could eavesdrop. He knew that if someone stronger than him wanted to, they could still eavesdrop, but he was confident that no one nearby would dare. The one who'd Ares had already left. I thought you knew. Cashin shook his head. No, I don't. The last time I saw him in my past life, he was just a 3rd stage Celestial who had inherited the clan from his master who adopted him just to dump the clan on him so he could finally roam around freely. Kyle nodded with a thoughtful look. Then he asked something unexpected. Why weren't you surprised? Cashin glanced at him. About what? When you saw my celestial symbol in the Hell's Lair, I found out from someone that it's not exactly ordinary to have one. Cashin chuckled, the sound hollow, as he rubbed the space between his collarbones. It's because that didn't surprise me. Actually, I have one too, but... He tugged down his collar, revealing a symbol of a golden clock. It was tainted with dark and red spots glowing faintly. It's just broken now. Someone stole most of it. Kyle's eyes widened slightly. Why does this look familiar? Then he remembered the tainted purple flower that had always protected Azazel and turned to look at Cashin. However, he didn't voice what was on his mind directly. Instead, he asked something that would indirectly confirm his suspicion. Are you a dark celestial? Cashin's lips curled into a wide smile. You just realized? A soft chuckle escaped him, sweet yet equally hollow. His eyes shimmered, their crimson glow flickering deeply as if they were weeping blood. Then came a hum, low, eerie, and almost melodic. I serve darkness. Not nature, he whispered. It came to me when no one did. Chapter 900, Cowardly Cats. Kyle closed his eyes as Cashin's voice faded into silence. The space around him shimmered, pulsing with unstable energy. He was trying to comprehend a unique natural law he had discovered back in his own universe in Avalon, where Alec and Regius had unsealed the second realm. At that time, when he had attempted to study the remnants of that unique law, his life force had begun to dissipate, plus, He had a battle to fight, so he had no time. The law was too difficult and eerie, so he had simply condensed some of its traces into a core and tossed it into in his mind space, because even touching it felt like it would devour him completely. Now that he was far stronger, he could try to learn it, perhaps he would succeed. Cashin raised a surprised eyebrow, his tone a mix of curiosity and taunting. What are you trying to grasp this time? His gaze dropped to the shadows coiling around Kyle's fingers, tendrils of darkness slowly but steadily eating away at the cold flesh, dissolving it into nothingness. What law are you chasing now? Is it really more important than the question that was left unanswered back in the Hell's Lair? His lips curled upward when a clear vein twitched on Kyle's forehead. Whatever Kyle was chasing clearly wasn't like the laws he had stolen from Cashin. Natural laws that had taken Cashin years to understand, yet had been laughably easy for Kyle to grasp. If it were, he would have already mastered it instead of getting distracted and annoyed by Cashin's voice beside him. "What is it?" he asked mischievously. "How about you share?" With that, he reached out toward the darkness coiling around Kyle's fingers. The black tendrils writhed, hungry and unstable, threatening to consume him, which only made his smirk widen. How interesting. Where had Kyle found such a strange darkness? No, when he looked closer, it wasn't the same as the darkness he himself had surrendered to. This was something else, something even darker. Still, Cashin had no plans to steal. He was feeling light, a bit unhinged. So he was just annoying Kyle, the man who had found out so much about him. After all, how satisfying it would be if his little interference made Kyle fail. But really, Kyle had only himself to blame for trying to comprehend a natural law so volatile and eerie. In front of someone like Cashin, did he really think Cashin would just sit back and let him learn another powerful natural law without interference? This was Cashin's revenge for all the beatings he'd endured at Kyle's hands. But the instant his hand brushed against the tendrils of darkness, his body, soul, and consciousness shook. For a brief moment, he saw his own death flash before his eyes, then blood began to trickle from them. He let out a breathless laugh, eyes locking on Kyle, who appeared perfectly fine, aside from his fingers being devoured by the dark tendrils slowly creeping up to cover him. "How are you enduring such pain without even flinching? You're so young, so how?" His question went unanswered. Because the moment the darkness he had just touched crawled up his own fingers, his consciousness was yanked into the abyss. Cashin gasped for breath as he found himself in a bleak, shadow-drenched land. Gloomy darkness loomed all around him. His eyes contracted as he felt his life force slowly being drained by the eerie darkness around him. The longer his consciousness remained in this place, the weaker he grew. How can a natural law have the power to pull someone into itself? I thought only laws tied to time could do that. His consciousness within the darkness started to break apart, also disintegrating into the surroundings, and he clenched his jaw, trying to bear the sharp, burning pain. "I need to get out of here before this space devours me completely. Whatever this is, no one should ever step into it." He stepped back, ready to sever the link with the tendrils that had crept up his body, darkness that had dragged his mind into the domain of the natural law it carried. But just then he caught sight of a familiar figure floating within the darkness far away, glowing as brightly as he remembered in an icy light, yet also steadily withering away. "Kyle," Cashin's eyes trembled. "Did he finally lose it after everything he's done? He wants to die in this place." He gritted his teeth and shot toward Kyle, attempting to stop the madman, who was laughing like a maniac even as his mind and life force vanished into nothingness. Damn it! At the same time, in the outside world, the mountain where Kyle and Cashin's bodies sat began to tremble violently. The tendrils of darkness around Kyle's fingers became more powerful, erupting in a chaotic wave that began devouring everything in its path. In its wake, only withered grass, parched earth, and a lifeless silence remained. The surrounding trees disintegrated into ash, their trunks crumbling into dry splinters. All the Celestials quietly meditating in the surrounding mountains fled at once, their eyes locked onto the dark aura descending from the peak where Kyle and Cashin sat. Silver's gaze sharpened, turning hard. What is Kyle doing now? The clan leader might have forgiven him for covering the clan in ice, but now he's harming the mountains. Ares is definitely going to kick him out. In no time, before the eyes of many, the once vibrant, tall mountain, brimming with natural energy, became a dry wasteland. Even the wind dared not stir the scorched air, as if the vibrant land itself were dying. Jivet appeared beside Silver. "We need to quickly stop Kyle before the damage spreads beyond one mountain." Cold sweat gathered on his forehead. "The clan leader's going to kill us all." Silver hurriedly pushed him toward the mountain where Kyle and Cashin sat. "How about you go stop him? You've got the most luck among us. Maybe you will survive that darkness." "I tried to send my senses in and it started devouring them." Jivet's face paled. "What? If you can't stop that darkness, how do you expect me to? You want me to walk in there and die? I would rather die at the clan leader's hands than perish here." With that, he vanished. Silver deadpanned. She turned to the other clan members, hoping to find another scapegoat, but the instant she looked back, the space behind her was empty. Everyone had already fled. Cowardly cats, at least call Ares. Chapter 901. Are you both done? Kyle let the gloomy darkness around him devour his life force, offering it as much as it demanded. The pain was excruciating, of course, but he had grown far stronger now and could endure it without losing his mind. In fact, the more intense the pain from the law became, the more exhilarated he felt, because if it demanded this much just to give its name, then it had to be powerful. Very, very powerful. A law that demanded pain, sacrifice, and unwavering will just to grasp its essence was undoubtedly worth mastering. Kyle's eyes trembled, yet he laughed. The pain and agony weren't in vain, they were proof that he was drawing closer, closer to grasping something incredible, a law powerful enough to destroy worlds, or remake them. If he could survive this, he would surely become powerful once again. It was a good thing he had taken traces of this eerie yet powerful law from Avalon, so he could study and master it in the future. But just as he felt he was on the verge of finding the name of the law devouring him, a familiar voice broke his concentration. "What are you doing?" Kyle's gaze trembled, not from agony but from frustration, as he turned and noticed Cashin's consciousness within the space. What the hell? How did this man manage to get in here? Kyle had forced the natural law to drag him into its domain so he could learn it. Did this jerk really take advantage of his efforts and sneak in here as well? His teeth clenched. The strain of enduring the law's torment was already enough. Now he had to deal with this unwanted man's interference too. Damn it. One wrong move and everything he had grasped so far could slip away like sand. Gritting his teeth, he growled. "Leave, I'm in the middle of something." But Cashin didn't back off. Actually, the darkness looming around Kyle had muffled his voice, so Cashin couldn't hear a word. "What? Your consciousness is scattering and your life force is being devoured. If we stay here any longer, we will both end up as nourishment for this eerie dark law." Kyle, who had barely closed his eyes again, had his concentration shattered once more. His irritation boiled over. With a snarl, he hurled a wave of darkness in Cashin's direction just to shut him up. "I'm a freaking fourth stage celestial. I have enough life force not to die, now get lost." Cashin's eyes widened at the sudden surge of darkness hurled his way. He had come here to save Kyle, yet that bastard was attempting to drown Cashin in it. And of course, thanks to the oppressive darkness muffling his voice, he still hadn't caught a word of what Kyle was saying. This prick. I am over 1,000 years older than him, and yet he has been getting on my nerves since day one. With a sudden surge of power, whether from instinct or sheer willpower, Cashin lunged forward and grabbed Kyle's leg. Kyle's gaze darkened. "Let go, are you insane?" And yet Cashin laughed. He didn't know why he found this so amusing, especially when the pain he was in was so intense it felt like he was dying. How long had it been since he felt this light, this? Okay, while in pain no less. Kyle kicked him, but he refused to let go. Kyle cursed in frustration. This bastard was wasting his time. He should have finished him off when he had the chance instead of treating him like a normal celestial. That way he could have simply avoided this entire mess. Thus began a chaotic, almost comical struggle in the heart of the darkness, one cursing and frantically trying to break free to grasp the law just within reach, and the other laughing as he did everything in his power to drag him along back to reality. Kyle had had enough, he snapped. In a burst of fury, all his power erupted outward, blasting everything around him. The shockwave sent Cashin flying, but in the process, Kyle also ended up destroying the darkness he had been trying to master. That was exactly why he'd told Cashin he was strong enough to pour his life force into the law devouring him and still come out unscathed after learning it. His furious gaze shifted to Cashin, who had been flung far by the blast. The man's consciousness was half erased, yet he still had the audacity to laugh like a madman. "You're dead. Know that you're dead?" He disappeared toward him, fist raised to strike, but just before Kyle could, Cashin extended a closed hand toward him. In his palm, hovering quietly, was a wisp of dark tendril, a fragment of the very force that had been devouring them moments ago. It floated serenely, radiating a dense aura brimming with condensed knowledge, as if it were fed up with them and had chosen to grant them the right to comprehend it. Somehow, it had ended up in Cashin's hand when he was thrown back. "You're the insane one," Cashin muttered, eyes gleaming. Grasping death itself, he laughed, half in awe, half in disbelief. He had lost a lot of power, but if he gained something this powerful in return, well, it wasn't such a bad trade after all. With that thought, his consciousness started to fade. Kyle snatched the tendril above his palm before dragging them both back to reality. "Who told you to interfere, huh? Couldn't you have just stayed outside and waited? I would have been done in a minute, then we could have continued our conversation," he snapped, his voice sharp. "Don't go blaming me now. If you had just left when I asked, I wouldn't have ended up wiping out half of your consciousness." Atop the mountain, Kyle finally opened his eyes, an eerie glow flickering within them. He had already absorbed the knowledge contained within the tendril he'd snatched from Cashin, adding a new color to his celestial lake, an eerie shade of death. Finally, spotting Cashin's unconscious body lying next to him, he let out a scoff. The man was likely suffering from the massive damage to his consciousness. Before Cashin could even open his eyes, Kyle kicked the man off the mountain. Remember, you had the nerve to call me a thief before, but you're no better. Be grateful you gained a powerful law thanks to me, Cashin coughed, barely managing to open his eyes. Still reeling from the backlash, he steadied his falling body before it could fall any farther and looked up with a smirk. I came to save your life and ended up stealing enlightenment. How noble of me. Kyle rolled his eyes. This jerk still had the strength to taunt him. Even so, he couldn't ignore the genuine smile on Cashin's face. At least it was better than the broken one. Next time don't try to play the hero. You are very terrible at it. Cashin raised a brow, him playing the hero, what a joke. Everything he did was for amusement. He winced as he stood up, yet before he could tell Kyle he was no hero, a familiar, heavy voice echoed from behind them. Are you both done? Both of them stiffened. Only then did they notice the destruction they'd caused while comprehending the natural law of death. The mountain they sat on had been completely drained of life, ruined. And now, clan leader Ares stood at its edge, looking every bit like a grim reaper. Behind Ares, Silver, Jivet, and all the remaining clan members were floating. Even without being told, both Kyle and Cashin could tell, they were all placing bets on whether the two of them would survive the day or perish under Ares. Chapter 902, already at the peak. Inside a dungeon filled with steam rising from fiery pits, Cashin wiped the sweat from his forehead as he mined wind and fire natural crystals with a tiny pickaxe. He stood on one end of a dangerously swaying plank balanced atop a rock amid the land filled with pits, while Kyle stood on the other, jaw clenched in frustration after being forcefully dragged there by Ares. One slight tremor and they could easily plunge into the searing chasms below. They couldn't use their powers inside the dungeon, doing so would trigger a deadly explosion. This was the most dangerous dungeon within the Golden Guardians clan, saturated with raw wind and fire energy. Nor could they float, as the wind and scorching updrafts made it difficult to maintain balance or control in the air. After noticing Ares, both had attempted to escape the clan only to be captured. That short bastard was very strong, standing at the start of the 6th stage celestial rank. Yet instead of beating them, Ares noticed the betting going on behind him. To defy everyone's expectations and win the bet, he didn't lay a finger on them. Instead, the clan leader dragged them to this dungeon and ordered them to mine crystals for 2 months as punishment for destroying one of the clan's most treasured mountains. He's strong, Kyle muttered under his breath, his gaze sharp as he grabbed a fire natural crystal. Instead of tossing it into the box behind him, he absorbed it. It wasn't like anyone was watching, he could just use them. However, not for long, just a bit more, just a bit, and I will be stronger than him. Cashin shook his head. Kyle had grown incredibly powerful in a short time, yet he still wasn't satisfied. What a greedy jerk. Still, nature seemed to be on his side, helping him get whatever he wanted. The nature that now seemed to despise Cashin just because he had chosen the path of darkness. Well, if nature had truly wanted his loyalty, then it should have come to save him when he needed it most. But instead, it simply watched him suffer. He felt the plank under him shake. Quit moving. I don't want to fall. Kyle raised a brow and then jumped. The scorching updrafts made floating difficult, but he could still manage it. He was powerful enough after all. The only one truly at risk of falling was Cashin. A vein bulged on Cashin's forehead. You itching for a fight, ha? Just say it directly. Why all this petty nonsense? Kyle hummed in response. You sure you want to fight? Silence. That was all he got, and he chuckled. Cashin was clearly weaker than him. His consciousness still needed time to recover, and honestly, if it came down to a fight, the outcome was already decided. Kyle would win rather easily at that. Cashin changed the topic. Anyway, you are at the start of the 4th stage of the celestial rank, right? No, I've already reached the peak, after absorbing half of the voidspawn core and gaining the dark, murky hue of the natural law of death in my celestial lake. Cashin blinked in surprise. He had also grasped the law of death alongside Kyle, but only just the edge. It hadn't granted his celestial lake a new hue. It was merely the first step, and it would take years before he gained enough knowledge to truly rule it. He knew Kyle was favored by nature, but wasn't this difference a bit too unfair? If the rulers got wind of it, they'd place a bounty on Kyle's head without hesitation, determined to eliminate him at all costs. Already at the peak, he muttered, then began to lecture. Don't you think your progress is way too fast? What if your physique and soul rank can't keep up? That way your foundation will be very weak and unstable, and you'll end up losing to others at the same level. Kyle just laughed at his words, his focus drifting to the frozen words forming in his mind space just as he willed, an ability he had forced the old Celestials of the clan to teach him after thoroughly beating them. Those frozen words accurately displayed his overall power by absorbing the natural energy within his body. They served as the perfect replacement for the stats image that could no longer gauge his strength. Now he didn't have to worry about misjudging his own rank or strength. Race, celestial bloodline, celestial 5th stage soul rank, celestial 5th stage rank, celestial 4th stage stats strength. Celestial 4th stage natural energy, celestial 5th stage agility, celestial 4th stage physique rank, celestial 4th stage luck. SSS plus the words didn't show his skills, only his physical power, race, bloodline power, and his body's capacity to absorb and contain natural energy by analyzing his body. Still, it was more than enough. After all, he didn't need anything to measure the power of his skills. The insight and knowledge he gained upon advancing them were enough to tell him how powerful they'd become. Getting no response from Kyle, Cashin frowned and turned to face his back. Do you understand the importance of a solid foundation, your body's endurance, or do you really plan to charge into battle one day and flee because your body can't handle the weight of the power you wield? Kyle rubbed his nose sheepishly. What if I told you, my physique and soul rank have always matched or surpassed my overall rank? I made sure of it once I understood how crucial they really are. He absorbed another natural crystal. Though I guess half the credit goes to my essence, every single time it forms a new body for me, it's stronger than the last. His words silenced Cashin, who let out a bitter smile. They had both been granted a celestial symbol by nature before reaching the peak of the celestial rank, yet the gap between them felt impossible to bridge. Why? Because one had never surrendered to darkness while the other had embraced it. No, that wasn't it, that wasn't the reason. Cashin knew Kyle was just different, special, unique. It wasn't just because nature favored him, it was his strength, his willpower, and his stubborn refusal to ever admit defeat even in the face of death. And that was why the very fabric of reality had chosen him before he could even begin to discover what he was meant to become. Really. Chapter 903, The Untouchable One. Kyle and Cashin both mined the natural crystals, each lost in his own thoughts. Cashin was thinking about how to share his story with Kyle and fulfill the promise he had made back in Hell's Lair, while Kyle's thoughts drifted to his family and friends. For some unknown reason, a flicker of unease stirred in his chest, worry for Yue, as if she were facing something difficult. He had no idea why he suddenly felt that way, but the feeling lingered all the same. I did leave a mark on her using my scent perception skill, but I can't sense her or tell what she's doing because of the wall between our universe and this realm. He sighed to himself, absorbing another batch of natural crystals he had just mined. Hopefully she was safe. Amidst their preoccupied thoughts, time passed, and after what felt like an eternity in a sweltering and unbearable place, their 2-month punishment, or rather, boring mining torture, finally came to an end. At last, they were both allowed to leave the fiery dungeon, dragging behind them boxes, artifacts with functions similar to storage rings, packed with the natural crystals they had mined. Sweat clung to Cashin's body and clothes, but he didn't complain, even if he was the only one in such rough shape. He had endured 2 months in that place alongside a celestial who didn't even break a sweat, thanks to his cold body that made him immune to fire, no matter how strong. So really, what were a few more minutes? Once Cashin had delivered the natural crystals to Ares, he could finally change into clean and comfortable clothes. His gaze flickered to Kyle, and seeing his clothes just as pristine as when they had entered the dungeon, he almost cursed. Cashin took a deep breath. Endure just 1 more minute. That was his mantra to stay calm and composed, and luckily, he succeeded. They both finally reached clan leader Ares' office and handed over the boxes. Ares lifted his amethyst eyes from the papers before him and glanced at them. Good, but if either of you ever cause any damage to the clan again, the punishment will be 2 years, not just 2 months. He waved his hand dismissively. Now go, I'm busy. Kyle and Cashin turned around, ready to find a quiet place to meditate or a training ground to train. But just as they were about to leave, Ares' voice echoed behind them. Wait a second, they groaned simultaneously. Now what? But when Kyle noticed Ares checking the amount of crystals in the boxes, he fled. Kyle didn't waste a moment, activating instant teleportation, space-related laws, and pushing his agility to the limit, all to ensure the clan leader wouldn't catch up once he realized why one of the storage boxes contained not even 1/10 the natural crystals compared to the other. Cashin glanced at the now empty spot beside him, dumbfounded, then turned to Ares, who looked mildly confused before fixing him with a rather blank stare. Which box is yours? Cashin understood immediately. After all, he had seen Kyle absorb 9 out of every 10 natural crystals he mined, so he replied calmly, wearing a smiling face. It's too late. You won't be able to catch him this time, unlike before when all your attention was on him. Just a few seconds are enough for him to reach the other end of the celestial realm, so give up. Ares' eyebrow twitched, so his punishment had turned into nourishment for Kyle, that prick, and worse, he couldn't even catch him. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply to keep himself from exploding. Fine, if he couldn't catch Kyle, he could at least give the jerk's accomplice, who stood by and did nothing to stop him, a good beating. But when he finally opened his eyes, Cashin was gone too, and he lost it. Why the hell do they know me so well, those little brats? Do they even realize how much those crystals were worth? His shout echoed throughout the clan grounds, sending everyone scrambling, some going to hunt corrupted beasts, others vanishing entirely. Anything was better than crossing paths with the clan leader when he was in a mood like this. Meanwhile, within the land of the celestial realm, far below the floating territories, Kyle wandered the bustling streets packed with celestials going about their business. He scratched his ear as if sensing Ares cursing him from miles away and tusked. If I go back, I just know he will bury me in even more mining work. Well, it was about time I left that clan. This is for the best. Of course, he was grateful for everything Ares had done, such as helping him when he first arrived in this realm and attempting to save him when Nathaniel was punishing him. But that didn't mean Kyle was bound to stay in his clan forever. He would repay that kindness someday if he ever got the chance or if their paths crossed again. Kyle looked around. A dark hoodie formed naturally over his body, concealing his face and silver hair from the many scrutinizing eyes around him. He also hid his icy aura. The celestial realm was vastly different from the lower universes. There were no restaurants, since celestials mostly didn't eat, and no shops selling everyday items. Only vast stretches of greenery or grand buildings shimmering with natural energy filled the land as far as he could see, each serving a specific purpose, such as rooms for meditation, natural law comprehension halls, and massive arenas where celestials sparred or settled grudges through duels. The air was dense with spiritual power, so thick it almost felt alive. Every side pulsed with energy, and even the ground beneath his feet was embedded with glowing veins of crystallized essence. Unlike the bustling and crowded cities of the lower universes, the celestial realm was far more quieter, kind of solemn, yet no less dangerous. He could tell just by looking around. Here, strength spoke louder than words, and status was written in one's aura. Kyle roamed around for nearly 2 years, discovering one energy-rich location after another. Along the way, he defeated many celestials who sensed his senses and got in his way, attempting to fight or kill him. Naturally, every time he fought, he left his name behind in the crowd that gathered to watch the silver-haired celestial battle. That's why it didn't take long for his name to reach the clans and the rulers dwelling high in the skies of the celestial realm. All the celestials dwelling in the land of the celestial realm called him the silver-haired phantom, both ethereal and dangerous. The untouchable one, always emerging undefeated, only to vanish without a trace. The one who walked between life and death, wielding both opposing laws. And then there was the frost, a terrifying cold that lingered after his battles, chilling even the most powerful celestials to the bone. Kyle, a youngling, yet his name was now whispered everywhere in awe, fear, and curiosity, all within a few short months. However, unfortunately, unlike the clans that were eager to know him and recruit him, the rulers were far from pleased. Chapter 904, The Lair of the Ancients. At the same time, outside a huge golden castle floating in the vast expanse of dark space, surrounded by many other towering castles that glimmered in the distance, the noise of countless agonizing screams echoed like broken records across the vast void. The agony they felt as they were crushed was beyond anything one could imagine. The deafening silence that followed was broken by a boisterous laugh, laced with thrill and chilling, dark excitement. Azazel floated at the very heart of the chaos, his dark hair drifting in the still air. His obsidian eyes, each glowing with 2 purple slits in the middle, were hollow yet burned with purpose as they locked onto the laughing false version of himself. His lips stretched wide into a twisted smile. Around his still figure, 6 imposing, tall, breathtakingly ethereal figures hovered in the dark void, each identical to him, each drenched in the deep crimson blood of the many celestials they had mercilessly slain. Their presence radiated madness and wrath, the aftermath of a desperate path Azazel had carved out for vengeance. 2.5 years ago, after waking up in the dark, foul-smelling place where Kyle had discarded him like trash, he had made a choice no sane being would consider. He shattered his soul into 7 pieces, each piece cast out to grow, to hunt, to evolve, becoming stronger at a pace no one in the celestial realm could ever hope to match. He killed, he stole, he hunted for forbidden treasures. He burned sacred celestial abodes to the ground and devoured natural laws, forcing even the skies above this pristine realm to mourn with storms of blood and ash. He wandered across more than 1/10 of the celestial realm, driven by a singular burning obsession, power, and strength. There was no rest, no peace, only the need to grow stronger. The craving was so all-consuming that he no longer cared about anything else, not even his sanity or soul, both weakening under a pressure far beyond their limits. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered, not pain, not death. As long as he could stand equally against his so-called dearest friend, the one who betrayed him, and give that bastard a fate worse than death, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant destroying himself. After all, he was already dead inside, so what was the point of trying to survive? He would go all out to reach his goal. Azazel glanced at the bloodied, crushed bodies strewn across the grand staircase descending from the floating golden castle, their souls scattering in terror. tilting his head with a twisted smile that sent shivers through even the powerful, fleeing souls of the winged celestial guards his fake bodies had slaughtered within the ruler's domain. He spoke in a dark, yet bewitching voice. "Where is he?" The impact was immediate. His voice froze everything and everyone around him. The purple and crimson aura that radiated from him was unlike anything else, similar to Kyle's in its pull, yet far, far darker. While Kyle's aura inspired devotion in the hearts of the weaker celestials who saw it, Azazel's demanded enslavement. It completely gripped the minds of all the celestials who even thought about serving him, drawn in by his ethereal yet eerie aura. Yet Azazel had no interest in enslaving those who had once served that bastard. So, as his voice faded, the celestial aura surrounding him surged outward, instantly wrapping around the necks of every fleeing soul, suffocating them with pure dread. The winged celestials, once the powerful guards appointed to watch over the ruler's domain, now shrieked in terror, their cries echoing through the vast, starless void. I said, "Where is he?" This time, the aura radiating from Azazel erupted outward. In the very next moment, the towering golden castle in front of him, a symbol of power and majesty, shattered and was obliterated, reduced to dust. The golden fragments scattered through the air, sending shockwaves of pure horror through the countless powerful celestials silently witnessing the chaos from afar. They had already branded Azazel, this unknown dark celestial, a madman. Not only had he dared to barge into the ruler's domain and slaughter the guards in their absence, but now he had taken it even far, obliterating one of the tallest and grandest castles, belonging to one of the strongest rulers in this part of the realm. Nathaniel, he was insane. Who else would dare to make enemies of the ruler so openly? They all watched in silence as nothing remained of the once glorious castle. Not even the servants or the souls of the dead inside had survived, each one obliterated, reduced to nothingness before Azazel. One of them shook his head. He's going to meet an ending worse than those celestials who were cast into hell's lair. Foolish. Why stir such chaos? With more time, he could have ascended from the peak of the 6th stage to the final 7th stage, becoming an esteemed ruler himself. The old man released a sigh. After all, even at the peak of the 6th stage, he's still leagues below the rulers. A single blow from them could easily kill numerous celestials at his level. This pitiful celestial. Why has he chosen such a doomed path? Many celestials near the old man nodded their heads in agreement upon hearing his words, yet none made a move to intervene in the chaos Azazel was unleashing. They were not rulers, nor did they involve themselves in the affairs of the rulers or their intricate politics, let alone concern themselves with the matters of others. They were old celestials who spent their days in deep meditation or slumber within secluded space pockets they had crafted, endlessly attempting to break through the bottleneck that hindered their progress, a limit no amount of power or treasure could overcome, as if nature itself had denied them the right to ascend any further. They only interfered when someone dared to extend their senses near their secluded space pockets, punishing those celestials who broke the unspoken rule forbidding the use of one's senses in the celestial realm. However, their old hearts jolted when, from behind the seated old man who had just spoken, a familiar, chilling voice echoed, "Right, such foolishness." Azazel caught the old man by the neck just as he tried to flee before his very eyes. The elder thrashed, only to gasp as his life force was relentlessly siphoned away. His eyes dilated as the dark figure behind him whispered coldly and without emotion, "So chatty, you seem far more informed than the others. Why don't you tell me where the person I'm looking for is?" The old man clawed at his hand, trying to unleash his natural laws, but every attack was swallowed by the swirl of purple and crimson energy surrounding Azazel. In the end, he could only choke out a few words. "The law, you're of the 3 ancients," Azazel raised a brow. "I was wondering why I didn't find a single ruler around. Turns out those bastards all went to grow stronger in that ancient place that opened 2 years ago, after the Hell's Lair ceased to exist for some reason." He tightened his grip on the old man's neck. When he vanished, all that remained of the old man was dust. Those who witnessed it shuddered and fled in fear. To think the old man was at the peak of the 6th stage of the celestial rank, equal in strength to Azazel, yet he was slain with such terrifying ease. Chapter 905, A Strange Voice. Part 1. Far below the ruler's domain in the lands of the celestial realm, a tall hooded figure stepped into a massive, lavishly decorated building where the rich and delicious smell of cooked meat and food lingered in the air. In the celestial realm, where restaurants were scarce, such a sight was exceedingly rare. Thus, this lavish establishment stood as a symbol of indulgence, catering only to the wealthiest of celestials who sometimes sought mortal food to reminisce about their past or mortal life, especially those willing to part with their precious natural crystals. So when such a tall celestial entered the building, the few celestials inside turned their gazes toward him. An elderly dwarf with beastly features promptly stepped forward to greet the hooded newcomer. The dwarf was a celestial, one who had chosen to settle down with his wife after they both failed to progress any further. Welcome, sir. You won't regret coming to our restaurant. The meat and food here is not only rare but absolutely delicious. He spoke eagerly, hoping the hooded man was a rich celestial, someone from whom he could earn a fortune. After all, it was rare for celestials, who often considered eating a waste of time, to visit a restaurant. Only after starting the business had he and his wife realized just how unprofitable it was. However, the moment the dwarf caught a glimpse of the silver hair and the glowing eyes beneath the hood, his heart stopped. His legs nearly gave out as he stuttered. "T the untouchable one." Everyone in the building choked on their food, their drinks, even their breath, just as they heard those three words. After all, who in the lands of the celestial realm could be foolish enough not to recognize that title? While shock spread like wildfire and eyes widened, one man seated at the far end of the tables in the lobby remained composed. Surrounded by a few companions, he alone didn't flinch. Instead, his lips curved into a faint smile, startling those seated around him, who hadn't seen him smile once in the past 2 years they had traveled together. Kyle, of course, sensed the familiar aura and presence of the smiling man, but he was in no mood for conversation, much less a greeting. He was in a bad mood. With a quick nod to the flustered dwarf frozen in shock before him, Kyle began walking toward the nearest empty table. Immediately, a calm voice greeted him. "Been a while." Kyle halted mid-step. Gripping the edge of his hood, he pulled it back, revealing his hair and face, causing the celestials in his surroundings to choke once more, as they instinctively attempted to shrink out of sight in the presence of the infamous Ice Celestial, whose name alone now sent many fleeing from battles in fear. No one dared to look him in the eye, let alone meet his glowing gaze. What if they fell under the spell of his aura and, like the rumors whispered, ended up worshipping this man as if he stood above all others? Just the thought made them shudder. Kyle's calm gaze turned toward the source of the voice, locking onto a familiar pair of crimson eyes staring at him with a smile. "Yeah, it's been a while, Cashin, the Hellbringer of Death." His words sent another wave of shock rippling through the restaurant. All eyes snapped to the man he had addressed. The Hellbringer of Death, what in the realms was going on? Why were the two most infamous figures, who had wreaked utter havoc throughout the celestial realm for the past 2 years, suddenly appearing in a normal restaurant and speaking to each other so casually? Were they friends, rivals? What if they started fighting just to test their powers? Would the whole place be destroyed in a heartbeat? Just the thought had celestials bolting out of the building. And so, within seconds of Cashin and Kyle's casual greeting, the lavish restaurant, which had only a few customers to begin with, now stood completely deserted save for Cashin, his companions, and Kyle. The dwarf standing at the entrance finally regained some composure, though a flicker of bitterness crossed his face at the sight of the fleeing customers. If he had a choice, he would have run too. But abandoning his livelihood wasn't an option, especially not with his dear wife still busy in the kitchen, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. So despite sweating profusely, he hurried over to Kyle, who had already taken a seat, determined to take this powerhouse's order. All the elderly dwarf could do now was pray that these two powerful celestials wouldn't reduce his humble establishment to rubble. After all, if a battle truly broke out between the unstoppable one and the Hellbringer of Death, what could a mere dwarf, barely a beginner second-stage celestial, possibly do? Interfere? He'd be swatted like a fly. The dwarf stood before Kyle, nervously wiping the sweat from his forehead. What would you like, esteemed sir?" Kyle drew in a deep breath. Only then did the dwarf notice the tension in his body, the agitation in his tapping foot, and the sharp irritation in those deep, crystal-like eyes. "Oh gosh," he looks pissed. "Of all the places they could have gone to, why did these two big shots have to come to my restaurant? Why is my luck so awful?" The dwarf shut his eyes tightly, bracing himself in case Kyle lashed out. But the outburst and destruction he feared never came. Well, obviously, Kyle's agitation had nothing to do with him, so why would he vent his frustration on a random dwarf? Instead, Kyle simply rubbed his temples. "Just bring me something strong." "I heard you sell a drink that can numb the mind," the dwarf blinked, dazed. In the distance, Cashin too was caught off guard by Kyle's strange request. What happened? He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing as he studied the familiar figure. Then, under the curious gazes of his three powerful companions, or rather, the people he considered worthy enough to be used, he stood up and approached Kyle's table. His companions watched him, ears tuned to catch every word of the conversation. Since Cashin had dodged their questions when they asked how he knew the famous silver-haired celestial Kyle, they were now set on uncovering the truth for themselves. Chapter 906, A Strange Voice. Part 2. Cashin pulled out the chair across from Kyle and quietly sat down. At that moment, the old dwarf snapped out of his daze and ran off to fetch the drink Kyle had ordered. Still, the dwarf wasn't sure if the drink would have any effect on such a strong celestial. It was indeed made with potent ingredients, but it only worked on those with unstable minds or consciousness. Cashin tapped the table to get Kyle's attention, his eyes scanning him closely. Though the man appeared pristine and completely composed as before, the air surrounding him felt worn and strained. Also, was it just Cashin, or had Kyle's presence really lost the overwhelming, commanding intensity it once carried? How strange. What's wrong with you? It's only been like 2 years since we last saw each other. I expected some change, but not like this. He paused for a small second, a sudden realization flashing in his crimson eyes. Ah, how greedy. Just how many natural laws did you comprehend and steal to end up this drained? I can practically feel the exhaustion pouring off you. Kyle didn't respond for a while, then he let out a heavy sigh. Maybe he needed to talk to someone to work through what he was dealing with. Still, he really didn't want to share it with Cashin. What if this jerk laughed at him? He leaned forward, running a hand through his hair, then rested his elbows on the table and placed his hands over his nose, fixing Cashin with a solemn and serious gaze. I think there's something wrong with me. Cashin raised a brow. But you look perfectly fine aside from the exhaustion radiating off you. Kyle shook his head. No, you don't understand. My mind just won't let me focus. It's been 2 years. At first, I thought it was just an aftereffect, since I spent a month in a place saturated with illusion-related laws after leaving the clan. But when it didn't stop, I became sure something was wrong with my mind. He leaned in even closer. Dread etched across his face. I keep hearing this strange crying sound that doesn't even exist. Every time I check my surroundings, but there's never anything there. That's why my concentration breaks whenever I try to learn something new. And do you know what happens when my focus slips? I hear a soft, mischievous giggle. Cashin was dumbfounded by what he heard. A flicker of confusion mixed with surprise flashed across his face. Yet he brushed aside most of what the man had said except for the most important part. If your concentration breaks every time, does that mean you haven't learned any new natural laws in the past 2 years? He asked with hopeful eyes. If Kyle said yes, he was going to challenge him and finally beat him. After all, Cashin had grown much stronger since then. And no, he hadn't forgotten the bloody beating Kyle had given him. He wanted revenge. However, his hope immediately crumbled into speechlessness when Kyle sneered. My concentration does break because of the voice, but it only shows up occasionally. So I just store the traces of the laws I can't grasp at the time and learn them later. You think I'd still be stuck at the same level just because of a voice? I'm not that foolish. Cashin's eyebrow twitched. Then what the hell is the problem? Just ignore the voice, block it out of your mind and senses. It's probably a celestial spirit drawn to your aura. You're at the 5th stage, so I'm sure the celestial spirit is at least at the peak of the 6th stage, or maybe even stronger. That's why you can't detect it. Kyle's eyes narrowed. This body of his was indeed at the 5th stage, but Cashin likely couldn't sense his exact power. So was he just guessing that Kyle was a stage higher than him? He chuckled softly inwardly but slammed his fist on the table outwardly. That's not the problem. I actually grew somewhat used to the voice. It had a hint of familiarity to it, but recently it stopped ringing in my head. The thing is, I want to hear it again. However, no matter how hard I try to concentrate, it won't return, so I'm saying something's wrong with me. Cashin was left even more speechless. Seeing the frustration and seriousness on Kyle's face, he couldn't help but sneer. Something really is wrong with you. First, you were annoyed because of the strange voice, now you're upset because it's gone. Is that why you look so exhausted? Have you been trying to track down that voice? Kyle nodded at him, and that was the last straw for Cashin. He never imagined he'd live to see the day Kyle lost his mind, but clearly the man had gone insane. Maybe the strange crying voice really was just an illusion his mind created, a side effect of grasping too many illusion-related laws. Cashin had been thinking about inviting Kyle to join his team, but seeing his current state, he abandoned the idea. What if, in the middle of a battle, Kyle suddenly heard that voice and stopped everything to chase it? That would get not just him but his entire team killed, and he couldn't afford that, not when he was heading to a battlefield. So he stood up with a polite look, deciding to just leave the man alone. There was no benefit in bringing Kyle along, only trouble. All right, good luck. I have somewhere to be now. Let's talk if we ever meet again. With that, he turned and walked toward his 3 companions, who had already caught the signal in his eyes and were prepared to vanish with him. But of course, Kyle noticed right away that he was trying to slip away. Cashin froze as a cold hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Immediately, Kyle's calm yet curious voice sounded from behind. I wonder where you guys are heading. Cashin wanted to slap his hand away but hissed as he felt the overwhelming power gripping his shoulder. Still, he gritted out. None of your business, Kyle gasped dramatically. I know. But I still want to know. The 3 figures standing before them, 2 men in casual clothes and a woman in robes, who had been silently observing the exchange between their leader and Kyle all this while, finally intervened. The woman stepped forward, fixing Kyle with a glare. This is bullying. You think we can't fight back just because we're weaker? You are just 1 and we're 4. Cashin, just say the word, we will take him down. Cashin's heart sank. This idiot. Doesn't she have any brain cells? If they fought Kyle, he'd bet everything that bastard would walk away without a scratch, while they'd all be left bloodied and broken. Chapter 907, You stole 2 of my laws. Cashin wanted to shut the woman up, but it was already too late. Kyle's voice rang out smooth yet chilling like a devil's whisper. "Oh ho, a battle is it? How about we head to a nearby arena then? I've been itching for a fight for a while now. Let's see just how strong the Hellbringer of Death really is." Kyle glanced straight at the woman. "By the way, I forgot to mention this powerful celestial right here." He gave Cashin a pat on the back. "He learned the law of death because of me, so whatever he knows I know, and whatever he doesn't I still know, haha." The woman blinked in confusion until her eyes caught the pale, blank expression on Cashin's face. And in that moment she finally realized. She had messed up, they were done for. A while later, when the elderly dwarf finally returned with the bottle of the drink Kyle had ordered, he found the place empty. Everyone who had been there was gone. He sighed in relief. Good, good. But just as he turned to put the expensive bottle away for future use, his eyes caught sight of a glowing array floating above the table where Kyle had been seated earlier. An array? Surprised, he cautiously edged closer only to see a storage ring placed atop the table. Also within the array a message floated: "Leave the drink beneath the array and take the storage ring, the payment is inside." In a daze, the dwarf did as instructed, and right before his eyes, both the symbols and the drink vanished, leaving only the storage ring behind. He suspected Kyle had tricked him and probably left only a few coins. But when he checked inside the storage ring, his eyes nearly bulged out. It was a supreme rank ring filled with more natural crystals than he had ever seen in his life. "Oh my," the dwarf dropped to his knees. Then, bursting with excitement, he rushed to his wife to share the news, his eyes gleaming with disbelief and joy. They were rich, truly rich. At last, they could finally change their lives and leave the old business behind. How wrong he had been about Kyle. Turns out Kyle wasn't the ice devil who intimidated others and stole their natural laws and treasures as the rumors said. He was, in truth, a noble celestial. Obviously, the elderly dwarf took back all his praise the moment screams and cries echoed from the arena near his restaurant, and he discovered the reason behind them. Curious, he and his beloved wife went to check who was fighting whom, since the whole restaurant was empty anyway. But the sight that greeted them sent chills down their spines. The Ice Devil was in the arena, alone, beating 4 powerful 4th-stage Celestials into the ground. And if that wasn't terrifying enough, he was stealing their natural laws right before their eyes. How ruthless, Kyle chuckled softly. Finally, the irritation from the voice's disappearance had faded. Maybe he just needed to throw a few punches and kicks to clear his mind. He glanced at the robed woman who was faking unconsciousness, hoping to avoid the fight and leave the rest to the others. "Weren't you going to take me down? What now?" Already admitting defeat, she flinched but kept her eyes shut. Kyle clicked his tongue, then casually nudged one of the injured men trying to get up in front of him with his foot. Then he turned to Cashin with a cheerful, friendly smile. "So where were you guys headed?" Cashin wiped the blood from his cheek, his expression blank and speechless. "You just stole 2 of my new laws." Kyle shook his head without shame. "No, 3. In the end, Cashin simply gave up. There was no point in fighting or arguing with this infuriating jerk. Just how many times had Kyle beaten him down, really? If he couldn't even defeat this man, what chance did he have against Nathaniel, still so weak? So pathetic, the bitter truth stung more than any of his wounds. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "We were heading to the lair of the 3 ancients, hoping to find treasures and grow stronger. All the rulers are gathered there." Kyle paused at his words. "Oh, that place," he began, then stopped, frowning. "It opened because of me." Cashin's eyes widened. "What?" Kyle scratched his chin. "Remember when we were thrown into the Hell's Lair? Actually, before disturbing the void spawn, I entered 2 spatial pockets. One was inscribed with a bizarre language and the other held 3 images. The first pocket exploded after I left. That was the moment the lair of the ancients opened." He gazed off into the distance. "I found out a year ago when I visited the entrance to the lair of the ancients and saw the same bizarre words carved into it. But I couldn't go in, too many rulers were there, eagerly investigating the place." Cashin fell silent, then turned to Kyle with a serious expression. At the same time, he cast a sharp glare at his companions, who were still trying sneak attacks on Kyle. "Idiots, how do you know that place opened due to you? What if it wasn't related at all?" Kyle's eyes crinkled with amusement. "I am sure it opened because of the space pocket that exploded after I entered it. And I know this because I can finally understand a bit of that bizarre language now. I've been trying to comprehend it in my free time." His words silenced Cashin once again. At this point, Cashin didn't know whether to call Kyle a genius or a complete freak. In just 2 years, Kyle had not only ascended from the 4th stage of the celestial rank to the 5th stage and mastered numerous new natural laws. He'd also somehow managed to decipher a bizarre, ancient language. Unbelievable, yet here he was, still so far behind. The only thing he had achieved in these years was reaching the peak of the 4th stage and finding 3 powerful, useful idiots. Chapter 908, I am just a customer. Cashin shook his head. This wasn't the time to get distracted. He wasn't here to compete with Kyle, he was here for revenge. He glanced at Kyle. So, what's your plan now? Still chasing that strange crying voice that vanished. He didn't invite Kyle to join his team, he knew the man would never agree, so he simply asked about his future plans. Kyle thought for a long moment. I don't know. How about I follow you? I can't fight the rulers alone right now, I'm still too weak, and I need more people to help me enter the lair of the ancients. Cashin's companions, nursing their injuries on the sidelines and anxiously waiting for him and Kyle to wrap up their conversation so they could surrender and end the battle, stared at him in horror. No way did he seriously want Kyle to follow them. They would be mercilessly slaughtered by this powerful lunatic. The trio tried to plead with Cashin using their eyes, silently begging him to refuse Kyle, but he didn't even spare them a glance. Cashin nodded at Kyle. Okay, it's your choice. Then he turned to the injured trio who were staring at him as if he'd just betrayed them. This is Owen, Ty, and Jolie. Found them after leaving the clan. They've been following me ever since. Kyle, of course, caught the slip and raised an eyebrow. This man hadn't changed, still using others to his advantage, but at least he wasn't like Azazel. They chose to join him on their own. He didn't enslave them. Shaking his head, he turned to the trio. Hi, let's get along from now on. They flinched but gave small nods. Kyle hummed, his glowing eyes flickering with something unreadable as he tapped into the law of fate to glimpse their fates. After all, they weren't born fateless like him. They hadn't written their own paths. Still, he was surprised to see that all three would remain by Cashin's side until the very end. He gave Cashin a sideways glance. You really are lucky when it comes to picking loyal and trustworthy people. Then, for the first time, he flashed a small, genuine smile free of his usual mischief and crouched down before Owen, Ty, and Jolie. They stared, dazed by the charming smile, even more so when he healed them. Their eyes flickered with realization. Kyle, the silver-haired phantom, wasn't a bad person at all, just a little unhinged. Only Cashin noticed how Kyle was subtly using his aura to leave a good impression on the trio, which left him speechless. Still, he didn't stop him. They would be traveling together, after all. Better that Owen, Jolie, and Ty didn't feel awkward around Kyle. Still, he couldn't help but ask. You've been talking too much, don't you think? And you're being reckless too. You are stronger, but there were 4 of us. Yet you challenged us like the consequences wouldn't matter to you. It's strange. Also, I just noticed, why is the power around your soul weaker compared to your rank? Kyle just smiled mysteriously. Cashin frowned. Didn't you say you always kept your soul and physique rank equal to or even above your overall strength? So why? Again, no answer, so he just shut up. But the thought lingered. Something about Kyle felt different. He wasn't quite the same as before. During their fight earlier, Cashin had also noticed something strange. Kyle hadn't used more than 5 natural laws at a time. Almost as if his mind couldn't handle more than that. Even manipulating 5 powerful laws at once was impressive, but Kyle had once wielded countless natural laws together. So shouldn't he be able to handle even more by now? Something was definitely fishy here, he just couldn't pinpoint what, so he let it go for now. With that, the 5 of them left the arena, already frozen over from the aftermath of Kyle using his power. The crowd parted to give them space, but before anyone could blink, the group vanished, leaving behind many stunned, murmuring celestials. Meanwhile, the elderly dwarf and his wife finally returned to their restaurant, silently grateful that the silver-haired man hadn't wreaked havoc in their establishment. But their relief turned to shock when they stepped inside the quiet building, only to find the same silver-haired man, dressed in a brown sweater and brown trousers, sitting at one of the tables with his legs crossed, head slightly tilted back and eyes closed. The elderly dwarf stumbled and pointed a trembling finger at the familiar, handsome man, clutching his shocked wife's hand. How you were outside fighting, and then you left with the Hellbringer of Death and his people. So who is this? Kyle opened his glowing green eyes, so vast and unreadable, they seemed to hold the weight of countless lifetimes. Strands of silver hair fell across his forehead as he glanced at the elderly couple. He appeared completely unfazed, his expression calm, distant, and far more emotionless than the version of him they had seen earlier. Oh, that, he mused, casually tapping the table. Would you believe me if I said I just changed clothes and came back here? Of course they wouldn't. Just how could someone who had only moments ago been a 5-stage celestial with a modest celestial aura now radiate such overwhelming, almost divine power? The presence of the man before them was suffocating, an immense, oppressive force that settled over the room like the weight of 1,000 storms. His icy aura wasn't just powerful, it was transcendent, something that didn't even belong among celestials. He wasn't just stronger, he felt entirely different, otherworldly. Just looking at this man stirred a primal instinct deep within their souls, an urge to kneel, to lower their heads in reverence. However, they didn't question him, how could they? They still valued their lives after all, so they simply lowered their heads. Kyle let out a soft sigh. The reason the air around him seemed so weary and why he sought to numb his mind with the special drink sold here wasn't simply because of that mischievous voice that had vanished. He was tormented by headaches. After all, controlling more than one body wasn't easy, splitting his consciousness and soul. How the hell had that bastard even managed it? Damn, Azazel's mental power was on a completely different level. He walked up to the dwarf couple. "There's no need for this, I am just a customer, I'll leave soon, so please just do your job." The elderly dwarf couple immediately nodded and rushed to take his order. Chapter 909. 1,000 pieces. Amidst a misty, pale blue lake, a colossal gate hovered silently, its surface etched with bizarre, ancient runes that shimmered faintly in the fog. The surrounding air was thick and damp, carrying a silence so deep it felt sacred. The gate, looming like a relic from another era, marked the entrance to the fabled lair of the three ancients. From behind a moss-covered rock on the lakeshore, Kyle squinted toward the large, floating structure. He sat beside Cashin and the others, the pale blue mist curling around their forms like ghostly tendrils. "Just like the last time I came here a year ago, I can't feel any of the energies within my body, let alone natural energy. It's like I've turned into an ordinary mortal again," Kyle muttered, his voice low. Cashin grabbed his shoulder and then quickly pushed him aside, speechless. They all already knew that this stretch of land, where the lake shimmered and the gate floated, had been severed from the rest of the celestial realm. To enter, one had to cross the deep, collapsed terrain around it, with no solid ground in sight. Maybe this misty lake and floating gate didn't even belong to the celestial realm. After all, it had suddenly emerged when a part of the earth split open, infused with a weird force that nullified the use of energy for all those below the 7th stage celestial. Kyle hissed, and Cashin glared at him. "I told you to scout how many rulers are lurking near the floating golden gate, not whisper loud enough to draw them in." His words cut off the angry retort forming on Kyle's tongue, and Kyle let out a scoff. "My eyesight's better than yours. You think just because I can't use energy here I have lost the power of my celestial physique?" Cashin's eyebrow twitched. Of course he knew. Even if they all couldn't harness any type of energy here, not even the natural kind, their physiques, heightened senses, and soul power remained unaffected. Yet he said nothing. Something was definitely off with Kyle. Why was this cold bastard suddenly so talkative? And why was he behaving so differently from before? Thanks to him, even Cashin found himself acting very childishly and talking more than usual. How freaking annoying. Behind the bickering duo, Owen, Jolie, and Ty watched the show in silence, munching on melon seeds. They were useless in this situation anyway. Not to mention, both Kyle and Cashin were treating them like air. So let the big shots handle things. They just sit back and enjoy then get dragged into it. Cashin's gaze drifted toward the distant, floating figures as he counted. Fortunately, due to the unspoken rule against spreading one's senses, no one was probing the area. As a result, the weaker Celestials who had managed to enter this place and were now hiding, quietly waiting for a chance to enter the floating gate, remained undetected. 9 rulers, if 9 are stationed outside, just how many have entered the gate? And why are these ones lingering out here? Kyle offered his theory without hesitation. Maybe those rulers who first found this place drew lots, deciding that half would go in first while the rest stood guard. Then they'd switch, with the first group coming back to keep watch while the rest went in. Cashin almost applauded, if not for the fact that they shouldn't make noise, vein throbbing at his temple. Instead, Cashin gritted out through clenched teeth. "Fabulous, what a brilliant insight," Kyle rubbed his nose. "Thanks," and Cashin facepalmed. "Will you please just shut up?" But the moment the words left his mouth, he noticed Kyle was no longer there. The spot where the man had been sitting was completely empty, filled with swirling mist. Where did he go now? Almost immediately, Owen, Jolie, and Ty pointed toward the lake, their expressions horrified. Cashin followed their gaze, only to see Kyle standing in the water, pinching his nose with his fingers, even though, as a Celestial, he could breathe underwater for many eternities before diving straight in. Cashin's face went blank. "I regret," Owen couldn't help but ask. "What?" Only to flinch when Cashin shot them a sharp glare, his deep crimson eyes dark. "I regret bringing that jerk along." He covered the lower half of his face. Does he really think that just because the rulers aren't expanding their senses, they won't see his eye-catching frame sneaking through the water toward the gate? "They're not blind." That was what Cashin exclaimed as he watched Kyle swimming through the water. He let out a low chuckle, grabbed a handful of melon seeds from Ty, and crossed his legs, an ominous smile tugging at his lips. "I suppose we are about to witness a live demonstration of how a body gets hacked into many little pieces. After all, we may not be able to use our energies here, but those rulers at their peak sure can. So tell me," he turned to the trio beside him, "how many pieces do you think Kyle's body will be chopped into? Whoever guesses right gets 1,000 natural crystals." Owen, Jolie, and Ty exchanged glances, shocked that Cashin had no intention of dragging Kyle back. Instead, he seemed content to watch him die. But rather than trying to talk sense into him or ask him to bring Kyle back, Jolie spoke up softly. 1,000 pieces. Seeing her make a guess, the others didn't hesitate either and began tossing out their own numbers. After all, 1,000 natural crystals were no small prize. Anyway, Kyle had beaten them up before. A little revenge felt justified. Besides, they were confident their leader would save Kyle's soul if that man did end up getting hacked to pieces. Cashin had a powerful artifact, one they found a year ago. With that, he could easily save Kyle if he wanted. However, what they witnessed next made them question their own eyes. In the end, Cashin blankly changed his own words. The rulers are blind, the others. Now what about their natural crystals? Chapter 910, Don't Let Him Escape. They all stared in disbelief as Kyle swam across the lake without being detected. They weren't the only ones. Many weaker celestials hiding nearby also noticed Kyle and watched the shocking scene unfold. The only ones who didn't notice Kyle's eye-catching frame were the rulers. Perhaps they truly were blind. Kyle stopped just below the floating gate, his eyes glowing faintly in the mist. Then, with brazen audacity, he turned and waved at Cashin, Owen, Jolie, and Ty, almost as if he were rubbing salt into their wounds. Cashin let out a hoarse laugh. Why do I have this feeling that if we tried what he just did, we'd get caught instantly? As he muttered to himself, all of a sudden, a familiar voice spoke from behind him. I know, right? He knows the natural law of fortune. Just how far has he progressed in it? To think he actually stole it from me. Cashin froze, then quickly snapped his head around. Thanks to Kyle's bold stunt, their positions had been exposed to many celestials hiding in the surroundings. To his dismay, clan leader Ares, Gvet, Silver, and Guardian Zami were crouching right behind him, the only ones who had abandoned their positions to join him. Clan leader Ares gave him a smile that didn't quite reach his amethyst eyes. It's been a while, hasn't it? Cashin's tongue felt tied. He hadn't seen Ares since the moment he fled the clan. To think they would meet like this again. Damn it, this was all Kyle's fault. Ares casually wrapped a hand around his shoulder, even as the crimson-eyed person visibly stiffened. His smile didn't waver. After you two left, I searched for quite a while. My precious young clan members, new to this vast realm, yet already having passed through the terrifying Hell's Lair. His tone was laced with fake sorrow as his eyes drifted toward Kyle's waving figure. But as if sensing his gaze, Kyle abruptly halted, plunged back into the water, and vanished. Ares continued unfazed. Then I started hearing stories about a silver-haired phantom and the Hellbringer of Death, frightening tales. So I stopped searching. I did the right thing, didn't I? Cashin began to sweat. Ares looked pissed. Damn it, this jerk was too petty. He actually remembered, even after 2 whole years, that Kyle had escaped after absorbing his clan's natural crystals. But maybe what really stung Ares was that he didn't get the chance to vent his fury, since Cashin had fled right after Kyle escaped. Cashin spoke with indignation. But I didn't do anything. It was all Kyle, he's the one who absorbed the crystals. Ares gave a slow nod, eyes fixed on him. Of course you didn't. Do I look like I am blaming you? So tell me, did I do the right thing by stopping my search for you both? His gaze narrowed dangerously, but his attempt to vent was cut short by Gvet, who spoke up again, clearly confused. Wait, in this place we can't use natural energy. That means Kyle didn't rely on the law of fortune. Then, just how did Kyle reach that place without being detected? He gasped, as if struck by realization. Gosh. Don't tell me his natural luck is so ridiculously high, it surpasses even a law. Silver pinched Gvet's arm as Ares's dark gaze turned to him, sharp and dangerous, like he was already a dead man. This idiot, can't he read the room? She cursed quietly, then stepped forward to pat Ares's back. Clan leader Ares, don't get so worked up, it's not good for you. You are on the verge of a big breakthrough, you need a focused and composed mind for it, remember. Ares huffed, but before he could respond, a thunderous roar shook the lake, sending a wave of tension through everyone present. Eyes widened and every gaze snapped in Kyle's direction. Cashin let out a frustrated groan, rubbing his temples in exasperation. What has he done this time? But for once, Kyle was innocent, just as confused as the rest as he looked up from underwater. He hadn't moved, hadn't cast any skill or released his full power, and yet the pressure in the air grew suffocating. Suddenly, the sky split open with a crack and pitch-black darkness spilled from the rift, revealing a colossal obsidian eye. It loomed high above everyone, silent and menacing, its 2 glowing, familiar purple slits narrowing dangerously as it scanned the people below like a predator sizing up its prey. Kyle's breath hitched at the sight. He recognized that eye immediately, and why wouldn't he? He had seen a similar scene before. A strange, deadly stillness settled over the misty lake, a moment of eerie calm before chaos. Many celestials held their breath. But the rulers were enraged. Who dared to look down on them with such audacity? One of the rulers, a tall and handsome man, raised his hand, ready to gouge out the obsidian eye. But before he could act, the colossal eye closed and retreated into the pitch-black darkness. He scoffed. Coward, he thinks he can just flee after looking down on us like he's some kind of supreme being. Don't let him escape. Meanwhile, Cashin's eyes dilated, a chill racing down his spine. That overwhelming darkness. It wasn't just powerful, it was suffocating. And the aura that came with it wasn't simply that of a dark celestial. No, this was something deeper, consuming. This being hadn't just mastered darkness, he had surrendered to it, worshipped it, embraced it with open arms. Just like Cashin, he had turned his back on nature. But unlike Cashin, who still clung to a bit of restraint of light, this person had given himself completely to the abyss. Cashin's fingers twitched, his body went rigid, and a hoarse whisper slipped from his lips. So, there's another like me. But he has gone so much farther. I want to chase him. I want to understand how he reached that depth, as if he himself is a living hell. But even as Cashin said that, startling those around him, he couldn't tell whether the revelation stirred excitement, curiosity, or something far more complex. Chapter 911. They are all real. In the sky, just as the rulers attempted to pursue and capture the owner of the dark eye by stepping into the rift above, a man cloaked in darkness emerged instead. He was undeniably handsome, with neatly tousled dark hair, but it was his eyes that stole all warmth from the scene. Two deep, inhuman purple slits cut through obsidian irises, glowing with malice in the darkness. Shadows clung to him like a second skin, thick and unnatural, making him look less like a man and more like a demon who had stepped out of hell to corrupt the world. He tilted his head slightly, eyes locked onto the rulers, and just as his lips parted, several identical voices hoarsely echoed at once. Coward, one word, just one word. That was all it took to freeze the advancing rulers in their place. One of them drew in a sharp breath. He's only at the peak of the 6th stage, so why does his presence feel so terrifying? Another one shouted from behind him. It's not just one presence, there are two, no, several. He's wielding the dark law of fusion. Combined, their power equals the boundary of the 7th stage. Retreat, too late. The man who had emerged from the crack never moved, but the person who had spoken earlier was suddenly seized by the neck, lifted effortlessly by a figure that stepped out from the purple particles now spreading across the entire mist-laced sky. That figure was eerily similar to the man who had emerged from the massive rift. Azazel's lips curled into an eerie smile. With a single blink, his clone tightened its grip on the struggling ruler's neck, as if responding to an unspoken command. "You want to capture me?" he cooed, his tone mocking. "Come capture me then." The struggling ruler's eyes blazed with anger. With a sudden surge of power, he blasted the fake body away, clutching his bruised neck as he retreated midair. "You dare challenge our authority? Who even allowed you to live this long?" Azazel let out a low, chilling laugh, one that echoed through the sky, quickly joined by a chorus of identical voices as more of his clones stepped out from the particles. "So war it is then," he sneered, arms outstretched. 6 similar bodies floated around him in a circle. Each one bore the same face, the same strength, the same cold, otherworldly expression as the original figure hovering at their center. Perfectly identical, unnaturally precise. It was like watching nightmares tear free from the seams of reality, stepping out of the sky itself. "Let's give them a war," his words thundered across the skies. The figures around him stretched their lips into wide, eerie smirks, eager to kill, to destroy. The air stilled after his shout. The weak celestials hidden in the surrounding area, waiting for a chance to enter the floating gate, began to flee, sensing that a brutal, catastrophic battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, submerged in the lake, Kyle's eyes gleamed with a strange, almost sad thrill. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the 7 identical figures floating above. "Ha ha!" A wild laugh escaped his lips, quickly swallowed by the surrounding water. He had only managed to break off a few tiny fragments of his soul and mind, and even that was thanks to a method similar to Sino's. He knew that the moment his clones died or were destroyed, those tiny pieces would immediately return to him. After all, no matter how small, a fragment of the soul was sacred. Once destroyed, it would undeniably leave a deep, agonizing scar, one that no power could ever heal. He had endured it, so he knew. He knew exactly what happened when even a tiny part of one's soul was stolen by another. The agony, the haunting pain, but Azazel had gone far beyond. This time he hadn't simply broken off small pieces of his soul to create fake bodies. That crazy man had shattered it into 7 equal pieces, all for the sake of growing stronger faster. Now he could never merge them back together. Kyle choked on his laugh, the mirth fading into something sorrowful. Why had he gone so far? Couldn't he have waited to grow stronger the normal way? Why did he have to break himself so completely? Just for revenge? They really weren't alike. He would never do that. Truly, they were different. How am I supposed to kill you when you are killing yourself? Is your goal really just to kill that man, destroy the universe that made you this way, and then disappear? Sitting beside Cashin, clan leader Ares' amethyst eyes narrowed solemnly as he stared directly at Azazel's original body. "Dangerous? That man is dangerous," Silver blinked in confusion, "but he's not even a ruler." Ares shook his head with a frown. "That doesn't change anything. He has shattered his soul and mind into multiple fragments, not the kind that would return to him when the fake bodies holding them die, but fragments that have wills of their own and die alongside the fake bodies." His voice grew even more grave. I can sense he has fed those clones many treasures to make them equal in strength to himself, just so he could use a dark law to fuse their power into one. Do you think any sane person could pull that off? No, most Celestials would go mad attempting it. Silver's eyes flickered with realization. That means, Ares drew in a sharp breath, there is no fake body in front of you. They are all real, each one holds an equal part of his soul. That's what makes it terrifying. He grabbed Silver's shoulder, solemn eyes glancing at those staring at him in disbelief. Let's leave, staying here isn't safe. I can see it in those dark obsidian eyes. Once that person starts fighting, he won't stop. Everything in his sight will die. Even if he is defeated, he's still going to wreak havoc. Just as they were about to leave, Owen, Jolie, and Ty glanced toward the lake. Ty frowned and turned to Cashin. What about Kyle? Everyone froze, their eyes snapping toward the spot where the man had waved at them earlier. That jerk still hadn't returned, even after seeing how bad things had gotten. Damn it. Chapter 912, truly deserving the title Celestial. Clan leader Ares suppressed his irritation and closed his eyes. He wasn't a 7th stage Celestial, so like those seated around him, he couldn't use any energy in this place. But he could still rely on his senses. So despite the tremor in his heart and the dread of being discovered by the rulers, he quickly sent his senses into the misty lake, carefully searching for Kyle. When he finally found him deep within the lake, watching those in the sky, he shouted in his mind, "You reckless brat, get back here!" His clenched fists trembled slightly. Even if he couldn't drag that crazy man back physically, Ares sure as hell would give him a beating once this was over. Yet to his, and those seated around him, shock, let alone return to the shore and flee with them, Kyle didn't even bother to reply. The man simply remained lying in the lake, staring up at the sky with unreadable eyes. His silver hair glistened in the water. It was as if he hadn't heard Ares' furious shout at all, or worse, as if he didn't care. Kyle's stillness wasn't born of fear or defiance, but from something far more unsettling. He wanted to witness the battle of the obsidian-eyed man floating above. There was a strange calm in his posture. No panic, no urgency, just a quiet silence. As if being a witness to that clash was more important than his own safety, Ares gritted his teeth. What the hell are you thinking, Kyle? That annoying bastard had always been reckless, but this was utter madness. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous roar echoed through the misty air, shaking the lake and the space surrounding the floating gate. In an instant, the faces of Ares, Cashin, and those seated around them paled. Because of Kyle, they had failed to escape in time, and now that the obsidian-eyed man had released his ominous dark celestial aura, they were completely unable to move. And then chaos finally erupted. A bloody, all-consuming battle began. They could only watch with held breath as the space around them shattered. The lake churned violently, and even the tall gate of the lair of the ancients began to tremble. The obsidian-eyed man had promised the 9 rulers a war, so he gave them one. All 7 of his bodies surged toward the 9 rulers without the slightest regard for defense. They didn't shield themselves or dodge, only attacked with insane ferocity. With each motion, darkness and ominous purple particles coiled behind him, twisting through the air like a storm-given form. His bodies became streaks of light, zigzagging across the misty sky with terrifying speed. Unlike the rulers who fought with caution, Azazel fought like a celestial, armed with fury, chaotic, unrestrained, and unyielding. Even when a limb or half of his body was severed or torn apart, Azazel didn't stop. To everyone's shock, his regeneration was monstrous. Purple particles and shadows coiled around his wounds, reforming bone, muscle, and skin within seconds, as if pain or such damage meant nothing to him. Ares gritted his teeth, sweating. "He's insane," sucking in a deep breath, he shouted. "All of you run the moment I use my physique to break the dark pressure." Those near him nodded hurriedly. Some eyes wandered toward Kyle's location, but there was nothing they could do now. That crazy man had only himself to blame if he didn't survive. They had tried to save him, they truly had. Before them, 9 powerful rulers fought against the 7 bodies of a single man. A man who laughed like a mad celestial as he rushed at them again and again, even as he was flung back violently. The rulers were clearly stronger, greater in number, but that didn't matter. The madness blazing in those obsidian eyes threw off their rhythm, made them hesitate, made them start to misstep. Each strike from Azazel was wild yet also deliberate, as if he knew he'd be injured but didn't care, because his limbs regenerated just as quickly as they were destroyed. The battlefield was carnage. Energy crackled and exploded, rending the sky. The water of the lake started to dry up. The very space around the gate bent and warped from the pressure of their powers. If one ruler manipulated 10 laws, that insane man, using one body, channeled twice as many. And to their shock, he was forcefully devouring nature and its power. Nature clearly wasn't on his side, it favored the rulers more. But the darkness surrounding him and guarding him was far too overwhelming. And in the heart of it all was Azazel, smiling darkly, bleeding, regenerating. Still, among those watching the bloody battle, only Kyle, clan leader Ares, Zami, and Cashin could tell he was losing. Gradually but inevitably, the rulers had been far stronger from the beginning. While he stood at the boundary of the seventh stage of the celestial rank after merging the power of all his bodies, they were already at the peak of the seventh stage. As time passed, whatever powerful law he was using to heal himself began to weaken. But the fact that he had lasted this long against 9 powerful rulers was already something worthy of being remembered. A feat that would go down in history as a testament to his madness, power, and will. Ares tightened his jaw, preparing to slam his fist into the ground below to shatter it and create an opening for their escape. But before he could, all the bodies of the obsidian-eyed man were flung back at the same time as the 9 rulers regrouped. They all still looked the same, pristine, majestic, enveloped in an ethereal light. Only the obsidian-eyed person looked bloodied, torn, and worn by battle. Ares froze. Kyle did too. An aura strong enough to freeze everything, even time itself, erupted from the rulers. They all stared at Azazel with disdain, though a flicker of awe lingered in their eyes. To think this person had fought all 9 of them head-to-head for so long. He was truly deserving of the title Celestial, if he hadn't worshipped darkness. He might have already defeated them all. But darkness, no matter how strong it became, could never triumph over nature. This truth was absolute, written across all laws. Still, this man was far too dangerous. They didn't know what grudge this person held against the rulers, but one thing was clear: if they let him grow any further, he would one day bring about their downfall. Chapter 913, A Mistake, They Say. One of the rulers narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, crackling with energy. "You've caused enough chaos. Whatever hatred you carry dies with you today." Another moved forward, his voice cold. "You were a mistake nature should have erased long ago. Reaching this far was already more than you deserved." Together, 2 of the rulers moved, their combined power making the sky collapse. This time they weren't holding back. They were going to end him. Azazel let out a low, hoarse laugh, warm blood trickling down his lips. All 7 of his battered bodies had been thrown onto the floating gate, which remained floating despite the chaos that occurred around it. He gripped it tightly to steady himself, his blood spilling across the ancient, glowing golden surface, staining it with defiance. "A mistake," 7 identical voices echoed in unison, fractured, hollow, shattered beyond repair. His gaze was empty, devoid of light, as if something inside him had long since died. "Indeed, I'm a great mistake nature itself created. But even that nature couldn't erase me, so who the hell are you to try?" he shouted, his gaze trembling, eerie red and dark lines creeping out from his irises to cover his pale skin, making him look like a true demon. His voice cracked with fury, but the rulers remained unfazed by his outburst. Their eyes were filled with clear disdain and pity. Whatever faint awe they once held for him had long since faded. 7 of the 9 rulers floated behind, watching as the remaining 2 launched their attack. The strike was clearly strong enough to erase the man's body, soul, and even his consciousness entirely, meant to leave behind no trace of his existence. Their eyes were haughty, merciless. Those arrogant eyes reminded Azazel of the eyes of those who had slaughtered his parents, his people, his entire race, all in the name of purging evil. But he knew the truth, he had seen it. They laughed when they killed. They didn't do it out of justice. They did it because they coveted the rare celestial power his race was born with. Tears of blood trickled from his glowing eyes as the forgotten past clawed its way back. Yet his lips stretched into a smirk. "A mistake, they say. Indeed, the existence of the whole blessed race was a mistake. If they had never existed to begin with, if nature had not created them, would they still have met such a cruel fate? Would he have come this far? Would he have become this monster?" Just as the ruler's attack reached him, all 7 of his bodies suddenly exploded with a blinding surge of purple, chaotic energy. The force shattered the space around him and instantly sent the 2 attackers flying backward through the air like broken stars. Dust and blood swirled in the aftermath, and in the eerie silence that followed, the remaining rulers narrowed their eyes, because somehow he still wasn't done. The 2 rulers who had been flung back gritted their teeth when they realized they were actually injured. But what they all witnessed next made them instinctively retreat, their eyes dilating in utter shock. 7 massive purple flowers, each with countless petals tainted by red and dark specks, bloomed behind the 7 bodies of the man floating before the tall gate. Then the flowers merged into one, and before their eyes the bodies of the man, exuding the celestial aura of the 7th stage's boundary, rose to its peak. One of the rulers shouted in disbelief. A complete celestial symbol. As rulers who had reached the peak, they had all earned celestial symbols, proof of their power and proximity to the end. But theirs were incomplete, fragmented marks that hinted at power without ever forming the full image of anything in existence. Yet right now before them floated a complete celestial symbol, one that temporarily amplified its host's power. But how? After the first celestials, those born with celestial symbols but who still fell, no one below the 7th stage had ever been able to earn a celestial symbol from nature. That person clearly hadn't reached the seventh stage yet. He was merely standing at the peak of the sixth, and had only used a law to boost his power to the boundary of the seventh stage. So how was this possible? Wait. Was he born with it? The thought alone sent chills down their spines. After eons, someone had been born with a complete celestial symbol, but that person, chosen by nature itself, had chosen the path of darkness. Oh gosh. If they didn't kill this man today, it wouldn't just be their end. The entire celestial realm would be doomed. Doomed to extinction. Azazel tilted his head slightly. Behind him, the massive, otherworldly flower pulsed with a low, ominous hum. And in that moment, the rulers felt their hearts sink because they understood. The flower was telling him to consume them so it could feed on their power. Azazel stepped forward in midair. The rulers instinctively pulled back. What they failed to notice was that all his bodies were fracturing, splintering like shattered glass, almost as if they couldn't withstand the power they were being forced to hold. One of the rulers raised his voice. This isn't right. You'll lose yourself in the darkness, it will consume you completely, you'll go mad. There's still time, you can still cleanse that corrupted symbol. Azazel's lips curled into a twisted smile. Such obvious lies. He had come too far to cleanse his tainted celestial essence, and it was no longer possible. Once someone chose darkness, there was no turning back, so he cooed mockingly. It's not just corrupted, look closely. It's also incomplete, broken and if the darkness wants to devour me, so be it. I stopped caring, a long, long time ago. He raised his hand to end them all, he could feel it, now he truly could. But then a sigh echoed from the other side, followed by a familiar coldness that swept in, wrapping the scene in a chilling stillness. All eyes snapped toward the source, which sent a calm, ethereal ripple through the air. To their shock, a tall, striking young man strode through the sky toward them. Unlike Azazel's eerie, bewitching aura, this man's presence stirred an instinctive urge to bow. It was pure ethereal. His cold yet calm appearance only deepened the effect, like a figure carved from ice and set into motion. With every step he took, frost edged with countless faint hues spread beneath him, crystallizing into snowflakes that floated in the air. His glowing green eyes locked onto the fracturing obsidian gaze before him. This time it was Ares who shouted. Another celestial symbol. The rulers nearly fainted from shock. Because this person, too, emanated only the aura of a peak sixth-stage celestial. He hadn't reached the seventh stage either. Kyle looked at Azazel calmly. You really want to continue? His voice was devoid of all emotion. Even though it's clear your bodies will shatter into oblivion once you're done. Azazel froze, so he continued. What about him then? Who's going to kill him? Or do you want him to live? After all, I'm not going to do it. I have no enmity with him, why should I? Chapter 914, Try to rein it in. Kyle smiled as Azazel's face stiffened. Sanity seemed to return to the man as he glared at him darkly, then smiled back. I told you. I told you not to show your face to me in this realm or I'd kill you. Even as his bodies cracked with visible marks, he didn't retract his power, a dark force that wanted to consume even him. Kyle cocked a brow, amused. Can you? His eyes glinted with mirth. Believe me when I say, I have already learned the law you used earlier to boost your power. Maybe I will lose to you now, but I will survive with just that and come back even stronger. I don't need to rely on my bloodline power to make it happen. His words silenced everything. The rulers stared at him in shock. Even Ares, Cashin, and the others with them were stunned. How could someone so easily reveal the origin of their power? Azazel's brows creased. Behind him, the purple flower let out a displeased sound, a sinister aura pressing him to continue. But his focus had already shifted to the striking man standing on the snowflake before him, a confident, smug smile playing on his lips. Slowly, his dark power began to retreat into the massive flower, and his aura dropped to that of a peak sixth-stage celestial. Still, he wanted to wipe that smile off Kyle's face. Ha, you are really shameless. Even after being beaten by me so many times, you still haven't learned, have you? Still sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Incredulous, Kyle's eyebrow twitched. Was this man really itching for a fight that badly? Still, he ignored the obvious provocation. It wasn't the right time, not yet. They were standing at the same stage of celestial rank, yet he knew he was weaker. He couldn't fight that all-consuming darkness behind him. One mistake and he would be consumed by it, soon. Very soon he would give this man the death he deserved and so wanted. Instead, he changed the subject. In a way, we both possess a somewhat similar power, even if yours is broken now. But do you know the main difference? He pointed to the snowflake below him. I'm standing on mine. I own it. Then he pointed at the massive flower floating behind Azazel's 7 bodies. And that, it's looming over you almost like it's the one who owns you. What monstrous entity did you create? It can manipulate you, control you, and to me it now looks like. His voice dropped, ... it no longer even needs you. Those words made Azazel waver, but Kyle wasn't done, try to rein it in. It's a part of you, not something that should consume you and then go on existing without you. It should return to nature once you are gone. But now I can tell it's being greedy to survive. Yet instead of appearing rattled or solemn, Azazel's eyes crinkled with genuine mirth, dark and laced with gleeful amusement. At that instant, the gate behind him, stained with his blood, began to glow. Ethereal wisps surged forth, their tendrils wrapping around all his bodies, as if eager to drag him into the depths of the lair of ancients. He could have easily broken free from the tendrils, but he didn't. He let them pull him in, moving his lips with icy clarity. His dark gaze was fixed on Kyle. Do you think I care what happens to this world once I'm gone? Let it cease to exist. If my race was a mistake created by nature and I am its consequence, then this great power everyone craves is a mistake too. Let it all vanish completely. Devoured by the silence I leave behind. Even without a voice, Kyle got everything. He was stunned as he watched the man being willingly dragged into the gate. Then an unreadable smile spread across his lips. So you accepted your death long ago. Can you still see the future? That's just like you, always one step ahead. It's not fair. Still, I will be the one to end you. He shook his head, yet his lips twitched as he realized the rulers had surrounded him. He glanced around, speechless. If you look at it differently, I saved all of you. Doesn't that deserve at least a thank you? What's the meaning of this? The cold stares he received completely wiped the amusement from his face. One of the rulers let out a merciless chuckle. You're too dangerous to let live. Who's to say you won't become a monster like that obsidian-eyed man in the future? Kyle rubbed his temples. Indeed. This great power of being a celestial, not everyone deserves it. Perhaps Azazel was right. This power, it's a mistake born of nature, something that should never have existed, but it's already too late to turn back. The world has tasted it, craved it, killed for it. So how could it ever let it go? He vanished just as a ruler launched an attack, his cold voice echoing through the broken, dark sky which patched itself and glowed under the sweep of his power. Come catch me if you want me dead. Kyle flashed them all a smirk before disappearing with instant teleportation. They followed immediately after. Clan leader Ares closed his eyes. What madness have we just witnessed? Cashin nodded silently. No one around them dared to speak. They had seen too much, far more than enough. The weight of it hung thick in the air. But of course Gvet had to open his mouth and ruin the rare moment. Clan leader, the rulers are gone. We should quickly enter the floating gate. All eyes turned toward the overly excited Celestial, just as Ares kicked him into the deep, collapsed space where the lake had once been, now long dried up. Silver shot him a deadpan look as she wiped the last of her tears. Seeing the obsidian-eyed man so broken, that evilly handsome man with dark eyes full of emptiness, had affected her more than she'd anticipated. His words were so painful she actually wanted to go and tell him, no, you are not a mistake. No one was a mistake. She picked up a rock and threw it at him. How about you learn to read the room for once? Why are you always so clueless? Just as Silver spoke, a familiar voice echoed from behind the group. But he's right, let's enter the gate.